probably, we're a very large country. It's a lot smaller over there. So the density of the population per structure is very different than it is here. We have, other than outside the coast. Thirdly, I think that's just been on their radar screen. For example, we can use rising damp. Rising damp is a term that we're using now. That originated, I think, that was England, right? That's rising damp. The stone foundations got wet and everything goes. I mean, that's a term that, as I understand it, started over there. So it's just an interest. I think it's an interest thing. Now, it's not that we're not studying this, the scientific community and healthcare practitioners and researchers aren't doing that. It's just that there's a lot of it all over the world. I mean, I can do any Google search and find scientific published studies here in the States very, very readily. I have a lot more than what I showed you here tonight, but I didn't want to bore people with this stuff. And by the way, I don't want to be, an expert on this. I just use this so that I can gain an understanding of what I should be looking at in that building. And even though you haven't asked the question, let me just close the loop here on this circle. In many regards, this is a very complex mathematical equation. And I don't need to be a mathematician if I understand what the formula is. And if I adhere to the formula, I can get to the answer. Even though we can't see this stuff, if we know we should be looking for actinobacteria, and there are labs out there that'll send us a kit that will be able to do that, where we can get an interpretive result, and I can look for beta glucans and I can look for VOCs. We have all that. These are tools that need to go into the toolbox.
So can I add a fourth reason? Difference between, I think, Europe and some of these Asia, some of the other countries compared to us. And I don't want to sound too political about this, but I think generally speaking, allopaths, the doctors that we deal with from the MD side of it, in America, we're more interested in dealing with symptoms than we are causes.
Yeah.
And truthfully, for most of us, if we have a headache, well, we want to lose weight, it's easier to take Ozempic than it is to stop eating and exercise. Right. We've got pain somewhere. We're going to take a medicine to deal with the pain rather than the symptom, rather than finding the cause. So in 2010, I was invited to speak in Los Angeles at the Alternative Therapies Conference for cancer therapies. And there were 1,700 doctors there. I was asked there to speak on the subject of mold and how we're talking about a long time ago, yeah. But I was there to talk about mold and the potential health effects related to mold, that what we knew then. And what was interesting was that out of these 1,700 doctors, 85% of them were from outside of the United States. And the practices that they were using, the therapies that they were using, were not approved by the FDA in the States. And the practices that they were using were as a result of exactly what you just said, Skip, that they had been looking at studies for the cause, and then they were addressing the cause. And so with cancer, for instance, they were dealing with diet. They were dealing with hyperthermia. They were dealing with different pH diets, those sorts of things. It was just a completely different approach than in the allopath world, at least back then, was if you got cancer, let's cut it out, or let's radiate it. So I think I just think that's a factor. Like I said, I don't want to sound too political about it, but I think our approach to medicine has been completely different than what we see in Europe.
Yeah, a lot of these studies, the Finnish studies that I started off with, it's a holistic approach. Is that a Finnish study or is that normie? Is that a Finnish study or normie? It's a holistic approach, because you will not solve the problem if you don't look at the source. Right. And then you're not going to solve the problem if you think that you only have to reduce quantitatively the amount of mold spores in a containment area. You're missing the containment areas for the most part, right? It's a fraction of the total cubic amount of air in a building. And the rest of it is contaminated, and we're only focused on what's behind the plastic. So cannot pay enough homage to the sanitization protocol and high-level disinfecting cleaning to remove these particulates. Because, hey, look, you know, you've interacted with Dr. Remy and Dr. Heyman, right? If you don't remove the endotoxins to the extent that you can, or the actinobacteria, that person is not going to get better. They just won't, because they still are exposed. So it's a big, big, big job. And I suggest that to all my fellow colleagues out there in attendance tonight, and those that will be here in the future, whether we realize it or not, we're becoming more closely aligned to high-level hospital infectious disease cleaning professionals and biotechnology decontamination professionals, period. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Because those are the two, that's what the world knows right now. That's the SpaceX of decontaminating microbial contamination. It's both of those two. One doesn't supersede the other. In combination, you will get the cleanest environment there is, period, if done properly.
Hey, Skip, I have a question here from one of our viewers tonight, and I want to put it out there to you and Doug. I'm comfortable with my own answer on this, and I want to remind you we only have a little bit before the top of the hour, because I know this will go on for a long time. But here's the question. If a property insurance company will pay for a mold inspection and testing for an affected property, then why won't a health insurance company pay for a mold inspection and testing to evaluate someone if their home is killing them? I'm sure we could do an easy hour on that, but I think the short answer is that they're staying in their lane, they're avoiding knowing, so they have to deal with the issue.
Well, here's my personal opinion on this. Mr. President, I look forward to your response. If the EPA, which we already know, their base study said 85% of the buildings in this country have IEQ contamination. 50% had signs of water damage at the time of the assessment, and over 50% of them are contaminated. How much is that going to cost to fix? That's if that isn't the definition of Pandora's box. And then there's another reason why the EPA, CDC, NIH aren't telling people why these are unhealthy, because the magnitude of the problem exceeds the amount of money we have. So we have to be very systematic right now. We have to go about this very specifically. It's not a shotgun approach. We have to, and this is why Normie has the ability to get people to start thinking differently about how are they going to cover this from an insurance standpoint, and can we get these regulatory agencies to start saying, here's why it's unhealthy, and here's how we're going to fix it. Mr. President.
So I'll just say, I think the interesting thing about this is it kind of goes back to what we just talked about. It's about informing people that they have to deal with the cause, not the symptom. And unfortunately, our society often they just don't know how to exist without insurance. They expect insurance to pay for the symptom, for the problem, rather than looking at the cause and saying, look, how can I keep an environment dry? How can I make sure, using IEQ management, that my home will never get to a situation where it's water damaged? Or if it is water damaged, how do I fix it so I'm not going to have a problem forever? You know, one of the interesting things you said that I just want to underscore, Skip, and great job, by the way. Love this. This is really what we need to talk about. But probably a lot of people in the room tonight heard terms that they've not been familiar with, actinos, endotoxins, biotoxins. And what you did was you laid out, I think, a beautiful picture of the whole microbial contamination issue, much, 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 much bigger than mold. And that's the kind of thing we talk about in the NCRSI class. And I wish, you know, in a perfect world, if I were running the world, all of our Normie members would take that class so that they would understand how to utilize EnviroBiomics and Respirari and blah, 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 and at least be familiar with it. Because as you said, and I think you're exactly correct, you used the word intervention. I'm just going to put a different term on that. But the traditional remediation processes just are not effective for the majority of the people. And we've got to learn how to do our jobs better. I'm just saying.
Well, there's no, and in order to do so, you have to understand what is it that you're trying to solve. And that's this type of information, which you don't have to be Einstein to have a working comprehensive knowledge of what this means, right? The other thing is, if we are and should, not necessarily tomorrow, but we're migrating towards this industry is going to be more closely aligned to hospital infectious disease, decontamination cleaning, biotechnology, environmental decontamination. Then if you go to the doctor, first thing you do is put the blood pressure cuff on you. That's why I said this, that example of that spore trap sample, that's my blood pressure cuff, because I can see what's there. It measures 100% of the slide, and pictorially, I can present this. Nathan, this is what you're breathing.
Yeah.
And holy cow. So that's my blood pressure. So I'm using analogies. Secondly, if I see that, I can go, you know what? This is telling me I need to take an X-ray. And what is that X-ray going to be? Envirobionics. I want to do a bacterial and endotoxin and actino test in here. And by the way, guess what? They've already said the doctor wants that. And they've already said the doctor wants an ERMI. And the doctor said they want a Hertz Me too. So if the doctors are saying this, and this is what we're going at here, this is a collaboration between the patient, the doctor, the HVAC company, which I haven't even gotten into today. We stand early, but guess what? The normie trained professional, and if you go through this NCRSI, NCMP class, you're positioning yourself within the market that you're operating on, regardless of what you're doing, is to being the subject matter expert. And every single market all over the world needs somebody who understands this stuff, because the people that are affected are looking for hope. They want hope that they can talk to somebody and get the right information. And when people call us, they go, that's the closest thing I've gotten to what my doctor is telling me I got to deal with. I call all these other companies, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And I'll tell you what, I'm new to normie. I couldn't tell you, I got to raise the biggest normie flag I can find on the planet, because this is the knowledge entity. This is going to teach people in the masses about what this really is and what the source is, and solve the problem and not put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah.
We are at the top of the hour, but I do have one comment I want to repeat from somebody in the room, and then we have a hand raised for another question. But real quick, Skip, the question I asked you earlier that you responded to, one of our members kind of responded at the same time, and they responded in a way that you physically can't. They did it in 5 words. Follow the money, big pharma.
I saw that pop up on the screen. Yeah. And guess what?
And Randall's in the room, and I'm going to open up his mic here. You had a question for us. Go ahead, Randall.
Thank you.
There you go.
Great stuff. Yes, go ahead.
Well, let me just say this again, just to balance that off. Big pharma exists because we want the drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a confirmation happening tomorrow, perhaps. We'll see. Might make a difference.
Yes.
So my question was, but I'll make a quick comment. You talked about the client, patient, not patient for us, but the client can't see things. I will, we've already talked, some of us have already talked a little bit about the Immunolytics gravity plate concept. That my job with that, when I was talking with friends, family, and neighbors, is, hey, it's not as bad as you think. Many times it looks worse. They can see that. And now you have to help interpret what is a concern and what is not, based on what the criteria that's been developed over decades of several doctors analyzing the data. It's very visually powerful, and it's really critical to not overstate it, because people can easily jump to oh no, this looks horrible, when it's not. And so on, but sometimes it is horrible. But my question is on the treatments, and I think you kind of touched on this, like you say, with the sanitization protocol. The things I've seen, mold spores tend to be one of the hardest things to kill. The bacteria, viruses, and lots of other stuff tend to get done earlier. So we're already focusing on the technologies and methods that will kill the stuff we haven't tested for if we just test for some of the, I mean, we don't have to test for everything on that list, and we're still using technologies that will cleanse a whole bunch of it. But then I'm going to add some things I've heard that I'm using. I've heard, and I need to research further, that they may neutralize mycotoxins, some citrus-based things and some other things to some degree on the more powerful things. That seems like a path of us pursuing what methods can go after the whole ball of wax, even if you haven't tested for the whole ball of wax, or more of the ball of wax, I should say, that will help neutralize more of the things in the environment, even if you went after the most obvious ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I'm not hearing that you're saying there's a silver bullet out there, but there's,
Right.
right? I get that. Well, mycotoxins are different, and microscopic maple syrup, right? They can be aerosolized, they're attached, they're sticky, they stick to surfaces. I haven't seen anything yet that's been in a reproducible way with statistical relevancy that says XYZ process solves the problem. What we do know from the hospital infectious disease decontamination cleaning is that it's multi-step, and it involves a couple of things. First and foremost, if you're not cleaning biofilms off of surfaces, you are not going to destroy the microorganisms that are growing in it. So you have to clean first in order to remove the biofilms before you even disinfect and decontaminate and sanitize. There's a very specific process. Again, I defer back to hospital infectious disease cleaning, and what I'm referring to is the difference between cleaning, sanitization, and sterilization. That's a 99.9, 99.99, 99.999 log reduction. But you can't disinfect if you haven't cleaned first, because you're not going to get those reductions. And I can prove that every which way from Sunday with an ATP monitor. So I think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just got to see how other people do it that have been tried and true for a very long time. Every time you go into an operating room, or you know somebody that's gone into an operating room, that has been high-level decontamination, disinfected cleaning. And it does a good job, but it's manual cleaning isn't the only thing that gets you 100%. It can't. Human error.
Hey, Skip.
Can I?
Hey, Doug.
I'm sorry. Let me just add something, if I can, about testing. And Randy, I think this is to your point. We are so much further ahead of the game than we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, which is just exciting to me about where we're headed. And some of the things that we're going to be learning and finding out about how to deal with mycotoxins is really, I think, on the horizon, pretty close to us. But I can tell you, when I started selling air purifiers in 1996, I knew that ozone killed mold. We didn't have testing for it, but anecdotally, you could see it. You could put an ozone machine in a place where there was visible mold growing on the wall, and it would turn to powder, and you could wipe it off the wall. But then came testing, which was really interesting, not only on ozone, but on PCO technology, on ionization, on the DBI. All of a sudden, they were able to prove clinically and in field studies that it was dealing with Stachybotrys, which is one of the hardest molds to actually eliminate. There was actually then we found that testing was done on methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, one of the hardest bacteria to kill. And so what I'm saying is we're moving in the right direction. Hang on. Eventually, the science is going to be there. And that's why it's so important for us to be constantly learning and staying in touch with, just as Skip has done tonight, looking at the studies, looking at clinical studies, looking at field studies, doing case studies. All of that is so important because we can only know what we know, but we're learning more and more every single day. And that's just an exciting place to be.
You know, I
Very
want to quote Gavin real quick, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, because he said it numerous times, follow the science.
Yes.
And that's where we're really heading right now. And truthfully, and it's something that you just said, Doug, that just keyed something in my mind. You said about, killing different organisms. it's easy to kill the organisms, but you have to do it in a way where you don't kill the host if it's a person infected by it, or create an environment that's so toxic people can't go into it. You know, the whole concept of use bleach because it kills Ebola. Oh, if it kills Ebola, it'll take care of everything. Ebola is described as a wimpy virus or bacteria or whatever it is because it's easy to kill. But when you're dealing with envelope, non-envelope, positive, negative gram bacteria, what scares the scientists the most are spores.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
hardest thing for them to deal with. And that's
C.
what
diff.
we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are technologies out there. There are chemicals that that do eradicate all of it. Period. There are sporicidals out there that, by virtue of their definition, as for example, cold sterilants. I'm not going to go down that. By virtue of the definition, U.S. Pharmacopoeia 1072, a sterilant is an agent that destroys all forms of microbial life and their spores in either its liquid or vapor format. But the problem is, right, endotoxins are a fragment of that bacterial wall. And if you kill it and you leave it in the environment, where we all know now, after today, everybody's smarter because I did a great job tonight showing that if it was on the surface, it got in the air, it goes back on the floor, you walk past the floor, it goes back and you breathe it, you've left a contaminant in there. That's why this is so difficult. It is very meticulous. It has to be done in a certain way. You can't go in there with a rag and just wipe stuff off. It has to be methodical, meticulous, and technique dependent. Anyway.
So Doug, so how do we raise his enthusiasm? How do we get him more engaged in this discussion?
One of the things I
Skip,
love
you
about
did a great
Skip,
job.
he shares our passion, and I just think it's a phenomenal opportunity that we have to change the lives of millions of people by creating cleaner, safer, healthier environments. I just wish more of our Normie members would get on board and, you know, get beyond the basic class and start taking some advanced classes. It's not about money as much as it is about education and staying up with the science. Because if you don't, you'll be left behind, right, Skip?
Yeah, you're already it's already past you. If for those of you out there that have witnessed some of this tonight, if you elect not to do this, somebody in your market is going to know this.
Yeah.
And you are going to be replaced. This is where it's going.
Yeah.
Doug, I talked right before I knew who Mr. President was. I've been talking about this in my marketplace for 5 years. People thought it was nuts. They thought I was crazy. Custer, I have more arrows in my back than you can possibly imagine. Guess what? We're here now.
Yeah.
5 years.
That's right. We are.
If you don't know this stuff, not to recite it verbatim, but to have a comfortable working understanding of the complexities of the contaminants in a water damaged building or structure, somebody in your marketplace is going to know it, and they're going to be the go-to.
Well, what you did tonight, Skip, was help take the people here in this room or anybody else that's watching this past the I've witnessed the bee sting and see a reaction.
Yeah.
Now they know there's other things they can't see causing the same type of reaction.
Yeah, I know we've gone really long. Let me just leave it at this. When I share what I just talked about tonight to people who say, I'm so sick, and then after we do the sanitization protocol in its entirety, if it was a remediation, we did that appropriately, but we left the house in as microbially decontaminated state as we possibly could, they go, I feel so much better. And I say, do you want to know why? Because here's all the testing. And you know what they say? No, I don't need to know why. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Some of them do, but you know, that's it. I mean, it's
Right.
we're a hell of a lot more aligned, hospital infectious disease, biotechnology, than we ever possibly could have imagined. And it all
Absolutely.
started with what Normie started 20 years ago, almost 21 years ago.
Skip, thank you again. Doug, anything else?
Thank you, Skip. Great job, man.
Okay, everybody. One more time. I am back here live at the Experience Trade Show again, and I have Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner with us from GBAC and ISSA. I think it's the easiest way to describe it.
We've got a lot of acronyms there.
Yes,
haven't
we do. Yes, lots of initials. Hey, one of the things I really want to tell you most about this interview is I get to stop for a few minutes. We have been talking to so many people today and doing so many things. It's been a very, very busy show the last 2 days.
The energy level at the experience here in Las Vegas has just been amazing. But the people that have come here looking for ways to improve, people have come here with looking for solutions. People are looking for collaboration. I was just in a conversation a minute ago where someone said, "Well, I tried this. It didn't work the way I was expected," and someone else in the audience went, "Oh, I do it this way." And suddenly you've got this translation, this sharing of information that's going to improve our industry and improve their businesses because they came to the experience. It's just phenomenal.
Well, you did a talk this morning, and it was a newer concept than a lot of people are familiar with. And that's all I've been getting all day long. People coming up to say, "Hey, you were in the interview. What was that he was talking about? Do you have any information?" I said, "No, you're going to talk to Gavin yourself. Let him explain this and get a training course on it."
I think what we're talking about, Lance, is really radical. It's radical in a way that if people can understand that harmful, detrimental germs like bacteria, mold, yeast, don't live in isolation. They live in cities of microorganisms. They live in communities. And those cities of microorganisms are called biofilms. But our whole approach to remediation, restoration, cleaning has been one bacteria at a time. The way that we look at our cleaning products, our disinfectants, where we should be more focused on how does a community of bacteria survive on a surface? How do they help each other? And how does that make our job more challenging? And what processes and products and tools and equipment do we use to create a healthier and safe environment? But more importantly, show it by data, show it by information.
One of the conversations I had with somebody after your talk was they were asking about, well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, about seeing a bacteria in a city. And I said, well, look at it this way. Your eyes aren't good enough to see a bacteria. When you see something growing there, that's a city of bacteria.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is really important that bacteria will grow on surfaces and it's colorless, it's invisible, and there might be 3 to 4 cell layers thick, and we won't see that. But in a biofilm, different types of bacteria work together and they produce a protective covering. So it's a little bit like a building with scaffolding all around the building, but the scaffolding is solid. It's all filled in and it protects the inside of the building. So imagine that these bacteria do this protective covering. It's called EPS. And that protects the bacteria inside, which makes it more challenging, more difficult for the disinfectant or the clean product to actually get into into the harmful bacteria and kill them. And we find that because we're not focusing on that, we tend to go back and go, oh, I removed this, or I thought I cleaned it, but now the problem's even worse, or it came back. And so we've got to actually change our processes, look at it, revisit our products and tools, and look at this more as we are dealing with cities of microorganisms, not just 1 or 2.
Well, you had mentioned this morning something that really I found astounding, that some of the things that we use to treat the biological contaminants, the bacteria in this case, kill the bacteria, but it gets replaced by a different type of bacteria that could be worse.
Yeah, so there's people like Greg Whiteley in Australia, Stephanie Dancer in Scotland, who've been researching biofilms for years. And I want to emphasize, biofilms been known in so many other industries. We'll take all those lessons learned from other industries and we'll bring them into our industry. Mm-hmm. But the importance is that with this protective layer, when you remove, say, use a disinfectant, research has shown if you remove harmful bacteria with a disinfectant, then when they come back, it's more likely to get more harmful bacteria. If you use a probiotic product, or if you use an enzyme cleaner, or even if you just use soap and water like just a detergent, we find that when you remove the harmful bacteria, non-harmful, so environmental bacteria come in and take over that space. So it means that yes, you've still got bacteria on the surface, but they're beneficial bacteria. They're environmental bacteria that are not harmful.
It's like within your digestive system, there's good bacteria and bad bacteria. And
Correct.
you need the good bacteria.
Yeah, and we need to appreciate from our industry that there is good bacteria. So we see biofilms being used for waste management. We see biofilms being used in the food production industry, all for good purposes.
Septic systems.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned about the scaffolding around protecting the bacteria. Is that like positive and negative gram bacteria, or is that something in addition to what you're talking about?
Yeah, so there is that definition between the different types of bacteria. What we find in a biofilm, we can get lots of different species of bacteria. We can find that there is, certain species like a bacillus, which secretes it's like a protein, a polysaccharide, a peptide, different products that then protect Staphylococcus aureus. And we know that Staphylococcus aureus causes skin infections, for example.
MRSA you're talking about.
Yeah. So drug-resistant type Staph aureus. But what we're finding through research, and we've known this for a while, that some bacteria work together with Staphylococcus aureus and protect it. And so we have to understand that when we pick up a cleaning product or a disinfectant, and that we always say, read the label, and it says effective against one bacteria. In the real world, that's not real.
Right.
In the real world, those bacteria are living as a colony, as a biofilm. And so we want to help work with our manufacturers to start producing product that actually works on this city of microorganisms.
Do they use anything like an antibiotic to treat these biofilms?
That's a great question. So a lot of the drug-resistant germs that we see in hospitals have led through antibiotic use, even cleaning product use. And so biofilms actually lead to being resistant, making the antibiotics less effective. So it's really important as we try to target, what areas do we target? As we target the cell wall, for example, as we target the replication, multiplication, growth areas of the bacteria. So it's really important that a lot of people who work in, say, hospitals understand this. A lot of people that work in the food industry understand this. Those that work maybe in the nuclear industry, we get biofilms, pipes, the plumbers, you see biofilms build up on pipes. They understand that there is ways of removing those bacteria. But even in the medical world, we understand that biofilms can lead to greater antibiotic resistance, and that's a big problem.
So with this removal, like you're talking about pipes, if you remove that sludge that's in there, what do you do with it not to contaminate something else?
Yeah, great question, Lance. So let's go back to our definition of cleaning. And everyone's got to be clear on this. It's what makes us professional, what makes us essential as an industry is that we know how to remove. So cleaning is the process of removing. The next step in that process is disposing of what you've just removed in a way that's safe. And that's what makes us professional, where other people might remove it and don't know how to dispose of it. So yeah, when you get buildup of a biofilm in a pipe on a surface, yes, we've got to remove it, but we've also got to know how to dispose of it safely.
Is there any regulations on that, like there is on asbestos and lead, that you can't just throw it out or send it to a dump?
It's a good question. I work a lot in high consequence diseases. So if I'm dealing with an Ebola outbreak, yes, there are rules. There are regulations. There are requirements of what we can do and can't do with Ebola waste, with Ebola vomit and diarrhea as we clean that up. Yes. So we have to, so it's really important. Are those rules well known? I don't think they are. I think this is an opportunity for education, awareness, and training to help people be more professional.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned septic systems earlier, there's all kinds of bacteria down there growing, and it's going into the ground. It can seep into well water and stuff like that. Is that a concern when you try to clean these systems out?
It is. It is. So we know that the chemicals we use, we know the germs that we're removing can actually, if we don't do this properly, can get into other systems. And so it's so important. We know that within our industry, cross-contamination is a big issue.
Yeah.
You know, we can use the same cleaning cloth, whether it be a microfiber or a cotton rag or a mop. And if we don't use it properly, we can spread it to other rooms. And one of the big cases that I investigated a few years ago was a norovirus outbreak in a hotel. And it affected, 350 people got sick at 9 different events over a 30-day period. And what was the problem? A dirty vacuum cleaner
Spreading it from one place to another.
every day. And that kept the outbreak going. And that was a norovirus outbreak.
Amazing. Well, it was educational and everybody left talking about that presentation this morning. You know, it was looking at the industry differently, shaking it up, definitely.
I think you're right, Lance. And it's what we're trying to do is trying to create opportunities. And so I talked a lot about how clean is a locker room and how does the indoor air quality in a locker room, as well as what's on the surfaces, how dirty the surfaces are or how clean the surfaces are, and how does that affect performance of athletes. And that's known. There's been science, there's been research done on that. And then how do we, here in our industry, work with the professional athletes, college athletes, high school athletes, to ensure that we get them at their peak performance, because we, again, focus on cleaning for health, but we focus on indoor air quality as well as surfaces.
So I can see the professional gambling industry getting involved in the health of the athletes' indoor air quality.
Yeah, really important, Lance. There's a couple of studies out there that we know that have, they've been looked at Major League Baseball pitchers, quarterbacks from the NFL, and how that the quality of the air in the locker room, in their environment, actually affects their reaction rates, for example. That's known. I was working with a professional football team just recently, and I was talking to the coaches and the players about injuries. And they said, oh, yeah, we get cuts, abrasions, and they don't heal. And I said, well, that's a biofilm problem. The biofilm was formed on that burn, that injury on your leg, and it doesn't heal. And there's been some well-published articles where football players have taken months, even years to heal. And what it was interesting, they thought it was the playing field, and went, no, it's not. It might be, but what more importantly, it's this environment here in the locker room, the gymnasium, the hot
Keeps
tub, the cold
reinfecting
tub
it.
that keeps reinfecting, that keeps that infection cycle going,
Amazing. Absolutely amazing stuff.
which I hope is opportunities. I hope people can see this as, if we start doing what other industries are doing when it comes to biofilm. So like the food industry, dairy farms, if you start looking at biofilm in the way they have those conversations in hospitals, for example, on medical equipment, if we take those lessons learned, apply them to our industry and put that in a way that, yes, we can increase performance of professional athletes, we can create safer and healthier indoor spaces, because we understand how microorganisms, how germs live in the environment.
So slightly off topic, when you deal with mold, does that exist in the same biofilm environment as bacteria?
Yes, it does. Yes. Yeah. So I want to emphasize biofilms can occur in both wet or moist environments, but also dry environments. And so when we look at mold, and I think, I was just asked about some social media postings and what my opinion was on the way that they were addressing mold. And I said, yeah, I appreciate they're trying, but what they're not doing is cleaning the mold, removing the mold based on science or what we know, what Normie knows, what you teach in the Normie courses. And wouldn't it be great if we could take that passion, that enthusiasm of the social media, the TikTok people, and actually give them a solution that's known to be proven by science to work, because they're trying to educate a greater audience, and they're doing their best, but not everything they're doing is 100% correct.
And unfortunately, some of the people putting information out there are putting out, if not all of the correct information, a slanted view of the information to make sales and for other reasons. And that's unfortunate.
It is, but it's what makes our industry so special, because we deal with passionate people. And when you have passionate, enthusiastic people, you have opinions. And unfortunately, some of those opinions, even in the year of 2024, are still, not just decades old, centuries old. That's last year's that was the information we had in the 1800s. We don't do that now. We clean based on data, based on science, based on all those lessons learned based on all the research and development that's gone into our industry. And we do it because this is what we know. This is what we know to do. And so important that as professionals, we translate and share that information. So those influencers out there are wonderful, but what we want them is to say, this is what works. Get everyone to do this.
Informed influencers
That's-
are what we want.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, and
Yep.
not somebody just because it's a hot topic, running with it, the shock jocks, as you would call them.
Yep.
From radio. It's really people that are informed, being the influencers for the right reason.
And that's a really good point, because mold can be everywhere.
Yep.
And it's not a disaster. It's not a catastrophe. It's not an emergency. It's giving the people the right knowledge, tools, and equipment to address mold themselves so they do it safely, and they create safer indoor spaces for their families and their loved ones.
Absolutely. Well, I know I've been talking since about 8 o'clock this morning.
I-
I think you have too.
I am just so impressed that here in Las Vegas, I had the experience that the level of energy is pretty high.
Oh, very
Um,
high.
The level of
Sure.
engagement and the level of sharing of information has been fantastic. Yeah, I don't think from probably 8 o'clock this morning till whatever time it is this afternoon, it's been constant conversation. It's been wonderful.
It is nonstop. I mean, we have a sign up board here for people that want to do interviews, and sometimes you run over a few minutes and they're waiting, tapping their foot, is it my turn yet? And we get there as fast as we can.
And I think that's what's so important, Normie, from an example of what Normie does as an organization, what ISSA does as an organization. We take these wonderful people and we try to form functional teams.
Teams is a key word.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's going to take. Not one person, not one company is going to fix the problems that we have with our environment.
It is. It's going to take a team, and the thing is, we can do that. I'm very confident that we have, we amongst us, we have the potential, the opportunity to get really good people together to form functional teams that go back to cleaning and ensuring that what we do is professional, makes our industry essential, and it increases, it elevates where we should be in society, in the community, in discussions. Because if we don't do our job, then everyone complains. If we do our job, we don't get recognized. And that's what we need to change.
I think one of the biggest problems our industry has is we're dealing with microscopic entities. And people, if they don't see it, smell it, taste it, or hear it, it doesn't exist until they get sick from it. It's not like smog. It's not something you smell in the air. And that's really, I think, the hardest thing that we have to overcome.
And that's a great point, Lance. If you're seeing the bacteria, if you're seeing the mold, if you can smell it, if you're getting impacted by it, then it's too late.
But it's got your interest,
Yeah.
or your attention at the very least.
Yeah. And that puts us in the game of prevention. How do you sell prevention?
Yeah. From something you can't see.
Correct.
I look forward to finding the answer on that with you.
We are going to work together, and I think that as we do that, and especially with the people we've talked to here, here in Vegas at the experience, as long as we take that team approach, we're going to have a significant impact, and we're going to do great things.
Absolutely. Just as a tease, I just want to throw out a website, NormiPro, NORMIPRO, ETF, environmentaltaskforce.org. Keep an eye on that site. A lot more coming.
Oh, I think it's a wonderful idea, Lance. It's going to be brilliant.
I thank you for your time. We'll do this, I'm sure, quite a bit more as we go on over the next few months. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's important that if anyone needs help, reach out to us. That's what we're here to do.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Welcome to episode 23 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. My name is Kayla McGowan. I'm R&R's editor-in-chief and responsible for the educational tracks at The Experience. Today, my special guest is a very special friend of mine, former publisher and lifelong Ohio native. Today's special guest is Michael Balzano. Not only is he a native, he's an avid sports fan, a graduate of Kent State, and now resides in Naples, Florida. Please welcome Michael Balzano.
Hey, Kayla, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Welcome.
Good. Thank you. I love what you've done with the place. It looks great. We had that crazy ass song still as the opening, which is great. It's a set I know and love, and I'm so happy that you're resurrecting this podcast, which meant so much to me. Thank you.
You are so welcome. I don't know if I'm going to be able to follow in your footsteps. You set expectations there with the fun facts, the music, your personality. So I'm excited to have you as the first guest. I think this is very much deserved, and no other way I'd want to start this podcast series for the upcoming year.
Well, thank you very much. It was, we started this because we as everybody knows, BNP Media purchased the experience a few years ago. And I thought, well, we're not really marrying R&R in the event. We got to find some way individually to do it. And what I found instantly was, and I've said this on a few other podcasts, everybody that was on this show, all the restoration leaders, all the cleaning leaders, marketing leaders, I asked them, why'd you get in the industry? And every one of them said, I wanted to help people. And it always stuck with me. And I thought, well, what a cool industry this is. It's kind of beautiful when you think about it, Kayla, right?
It really is. I think it really truly takes special people, right? We are helping people on a regular basis. I like to call ourselves the first responders of our industry, right? Because we're oftentimes there in times of crisis. And just meeting with everybody and hearing their story is so beautiful, because you don't know. You see people at face value. Most times you've met them in the middle of their career, and you just think, wow, they've been here for 20, 30 years. And that's not necessarily the case. So, looking back at this and really talking about all the people we have and, who's part of who are part of the programs and everything like that, who do you think had the most memorable intro to the industry?
Wait, what do you mean? I mean, as far as for me?
As the guest that you've had on this, who was the most unique, maybe they just happened to stumble upon it. Maybe they actually had a disaster themselves, right?
Yeah, they all had. I started asking questions too of everybody about halfway through, saying, tell me something unique about yourself that no one would know. And some of the answers were amazing. But as far as interviews go, I mean, first thing that comes to mind is Ed Cross was great. He always is, and everybody knows he was a rocker and a drummer. And he yelled at me because I called him a percussionist. He goes, I'm not. I'm a drummer, man. I'm not a percussionist. All right. Easy.
Very proper.
Yeah. Yes. So he was fun. I get some good stories about Barry Costa right off the bat. Was amazing. He well, maybe in a little bit we'll talk about that, because I had something specifically said that I still think about to this day. And it's just every one of them. And I think that maybe not just this industry, but any industry in general, you peel back the onion a little bit. It's kind of cool. All the lives these people have had in the past and how they've somehow wound up here. Randy Gandara, of course, was a Michael Jackson impersonator. Like, what? Where did that come from? And now he's doing great things with Goldmore and our friends from Normie, and it goes on and on. Even was fortunate to talk to Tag Henderson, who's the CEO of our company at BNP Media, because it's funny. The sale was almost 3 years ago now, and still people don't realize that BNP owns the experience. I said, "Hey, boss, would you mind coming on?" And I was happy and terrified when he said, "Yeah, sure, you can interview me." Like, oh, crap. All right, great.
You're like, no, wait, I was hoping you would say no.
No, I don't have time for that, Mike. Okay, I understand, sir. But he was amazing. Our guy, it's a family-run organization, almost 100 years old. And I think the title of that episode was the family media company purchased the family event of the restoration industry. And, I learned so much from so many people. I always like to say I'm not the new Larry Cooper. And Larry got mad at me for saying that until I explained to him. I go, no, man, what I mean is, for a number of reasons, most importantly, you've been in the cleaning and restoration industry for 30 years. I've been in B2B media for 30 years, but I don't know anything about this. When I first walked in, I know some now, but let's get the people who know what they're talking about on here. And if you're going to come to me about truck mounts and stuff, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That at the time. So I took this as a learning opportunity. I didn't pretend I was real technical with the people, because I couldn't be. And we learned about them. And as you're finding out, I'm going to let you talk in a minute. As you're finding out right now, people love talking about themselves, and it just kind of flows. And that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I'm so happy you're doing this. By the way, this is we forgot. I'm so excited about starting. This is our Christmas episode.
Yes.
Your background looks great. I got my red Christmas jacket on, and I wish everybody Merry Christmas. So now I'll shut up.
Yeah. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody. Honestly, I think we knew this was going to be a very talkative episode. We are both very social people. We love to talk. And working together is always a great time. But I think there's so much to learn about all of this. What was the reasoning or motivation to have trade talks? I think that's really important for people to understand as well.
Well, R&R is restoration and remediation. And I tried to say, okay, we need to boost our cleaning. We need to boost our cleaning because we own the experience now. And it's just, we were R&R for so long. It just felt like a round peg in a square hole, whatever the expression is. And let's just be who we are. We're good friends with so many cleaning organizations and trade shows. Let's just let them be great at that. But we definitely need a bridge to the show. And I felt that this was a good thing. Our editor at the time was doing, as you are now, Ask the Experts and all sorts of different videos. And we have some great people like Ben Riccardi. I'm not going to mention any names. A lot of great contributors sending their videos in. Yeah. But I said, I could be the one, since I'm the publisher, even though editors are supposed to do this, I could be the one that we're supposed to be the business people. I'm the one guy that kind of is on both sides of this. I'd be the one to do this. I'm happy to try. I'll be the guinea pig. And it worked out. And it worked out great, I think.
I think you did a great job. I think also, there's nerves and anxiety about, hosting podcasts, especially when we're talking to industry experts. It can be a little intimidating. But I think the beautiful thing with the positions you and I hold is we know we have so much to learn, right? I've been in the industry for quite some time, but I feel like I still learn. I too am not a very technical person. I know the who's and I know, situational things and things like that. But I think there's just so much for people to offer. And it's a great thing to use to bridge the gap. I think, speaking of Ask the Expert, I have a couple episodes coming up, one of which I talked to one of our industry's leading inspectors, and we talk about how, inspection, cleaning, restoration, health, and safety. I mean, all the things actually marry. And that's what the experience is all about. Though BMP Media owns it and R&R has a very heavy hand in the sessions, that's where we come in, right? We link all of the sub-industries to the main industry, right? And I think it's a beautiful thing, and it gives people the opportunity, like you said, to talk about themselves because, one, if you're coming to the experience for the first time or the 100th time, you may make your decision on what sessions you're going to go to based on what you know about these people, right?
Who are you? All right, you can talk to me about drying. You can talk to me about all that stuff, and that's that. We need to know that. That's the reason for our brand and the other brands. But who are you? Let's figure out. Let's crack the code a little bit. I learned this year a lot. I think this might be a little bit arrogant, but I'm going to go for it anyway. I think that on the political landscape, as everybody, we're so divided and everything. But if you didn't know who the other guy was voting for, chances are we'd be best friends, man. I find that out all the time. And it's just, if it's just that one thing, and it's an important thing, yes, but let's get past that and get back to just finding out what these people are really about and move on from there. And I think that I was happy that we were able to get a lot of the people who are leaders of the experience in our industry to kind of open up and say a bunch of silly things and fun things. And it was great. I mean, several of them, my friend Amanda Stichter, as well as Doug Hoffman from Normie recorded records. Like what?
Yeah.
Records, yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
you just don't know. And I think the cool thing about this is, if you look at the industry collectively and people for just that, what they're great at, right? You don't really know people's backstory unless you know them on a personal level. And though a lot of people on a personal level, there's always that extra layer of, you don't really know this person. Like you kind of do, but you really don't, and I think that's the one thing that's really cool. So speaking of unique things, what's one unique thing about you?
Oh, wow. You're right at it. Okay.
I mean, you're in the high
I was waiting for the end. I was calm. That's a good interviewing tactic. You caught me off guard. Oh, crap. Okay. When I went out of high school, you know what? People aren't going to be that surprised if you really think about it with this, but when I graduated from high school, I didn't go to college. I didn't go into a trade or start a cleaning business or restoration, which I probably, looking back, any of those would have been better choices than me. I was a DJ. I was a DJ on the air and in clubs for a while, for several years. You have a
radio voice, I will say. I could totally see that. Not going to lie to you.
It was fun. I started out in the middle of the fire. You get what you can get when you're starting out. I was making about $3 an hour overnight on a country station. And I'm not a country fan then or now. And I was playing like Willie Nelson records and crap in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. But it was fun. It was just fun. It was interesting because, and sometimes you look back and think, man, I wish I'd have stuck it out, but it was the
Yeah.
money thing and went incredible stories, nutty stories. I was able to eventually decided to go back to school and went to Kent State. And actually the DJing in bars put myself through that. So that helped
Isn't
out
that
financially.
interesting?
Yeah.
Do you still have a love for, spinning records? Have you done it recently?
No, that's not even a thing anymore. But I mean, it's spun into, as far as the radio kind. Now it's things like this, podcasting and whatnot, and it emerges and evolves and whatnot. But no, everybody loves music. I do too. But yeah, I remember distinctly when I was about 19 at a bar. I used to work for when I was in the club scene. I worked for a company who put us at different bars, okay, to do it. And one of them was just a flat out mob bar, it was a mafia bar, right? I was just a little kid. They had the same vowel on the end of my name that they did. Not to besmirch my Italian friends, but it was. I went up to the guy's office. We talked to new DJ. I came up and he had a big gun right there on the table in the middle of us. He said, "Why don't you play this and this and this?" I said, "You got it."
Yeah, I am not going to say no. If you were wondering,
Yes,
I will say yes to whatever you would like.
I mean, in nightclubs, anybody who's been a bartender or anything, I think meet some interesting folks at those clubs. So anyway, it was fun, and eventually I got into sales. So that's what led us to here.
Yeah. So how did you get into sales?
Well, I mean, I graduated from Kent State, and I had a couple. It was a short time in some medical sales, and a short time in a couple other things. And finally, a good friend of mine was a big salesperson in a B2B media company in Cleveland called Advanced Communications. He goes, "Mike, why don't you quit messing around and come into advertising sales?" Like, oh, that seems kind of cheesy,
Yeah.
And that was 1997. I started with Advanced Star. Instantly met a young lady named Darlene Mattoon, a couple of rows away from me. People are looking ahead at this, who that is.
Yeah.
And I remember I thought she kept trying to use my phone in my office. And I was like, yeah, okay, she must be, she's a couple of years older than me, not much. And I was like, oh, she's dressed real sharp. She must be a manager or something. She happened to be just a rep like me. And I would go over there and kind of accidentally go walk by her. I think she was good looking too, I thought. So I'd accidentally go by her office at lunch. "Oh, Darlene, I know you're here. You mind if I come in and talk?" And blah, blah, blah. And I asked her out, and she said no, because we work together. And they said, "Okay, well, I'll pick you up at 8," which you can't do now. I would probably be good at HR.
I was going to say red flags everywhere.
But in 97, it was a lot looser. And
Yeah.
she said yes. And she'll hate me for telling this story, but the first thing we went on a date to, it was a movie. I can't remember the movie. It was a bad movie. And we also went to Houlihan's. And we saw the movie, then we went out to dinner, and I planned one on her. And she instantly, and I'm not saying, look, I don't brag about my prowess in kissing, but I planned one on her, and she instantly walked through an emergency exit and set the alarm off. So I think it was a good kiss.
Right. I was going to say, hey, it was a celebratory walkout alarm sound.
It was. We got married a couple years later. We're still now. Everybody knows she's been with R&R on and off for a long time, and
Yeah.
I'm very lucky to be with her still to this day. So, two stories.
Yeah,
in one.
I was going to say, you guys are definitely two peas in a pod. Definitely, I will definitely say, and that's what I love about you guys. You guys are. I've known you guys for quite some time, and being able to work along one another and just build another relationship. Outside of just kind of vendor relationship. It's a lot different.
Yeah.
When we're on the same team. I think it's so cool. It's this full circle moment, right? And I didn't know that about you. I know you guys are married and everything, but I didn't know your whole background. And I think that's so cool. I too met my husband at work. So I totally get it. And I think there's like some wild stat, like 70 or 80% of people actually meet their spouse at work. But I think it's a good way to actually see somebody for who they are, their work ethic, how they put themselves together. Do they show up to work? Do they not show up to work? So I think it's a really beautiful thing at the end of the day,
Yeah, I understand why companies don't want fraternization at work. I get it completely. When I was in the need for a sales rep for R&R a couple of years ago, I said, well, I'll just, when I became publisher, I'll just get Darlene. And our HR was like, no. What's the matter with you? You can't do that. And I get it.
You're like, oh, I get it now.
For 30 off and on for like 20 years. It's not normal in a lot of ways, but definitely in this. And then finally they saw what we saw, and I'm glad they let me bring it back.
Yeah,
So.
that's awesome. Yeah, that's so awesome. So we've learned a lot about you. Now let's
Yes.
learn a little bit about the experience. Let's share about the experience. So I know you mentioned that a family business purchased a family business, but why?
I think I became a publisher just almost instantly. One of the first things Sarah Harding, my old publisher, said, "Hey, there's this guy Larry Cooper. He wants to. You got to meet him. He owns these shows called The Experience." Okay, we went on the call, and Larry said, "Hey, he kind of brought it up. I'm thinking about moving on, retiring, or from this." And started. I was like, "Wow, I didn't expect that." And I think that I took that information. Sarah and I took the information to our corporate, and they worked on it for a long time, and finally decided to pull the trigger. The reason was to marry. I believe that as we move ahead, and it's almost 2025, we all know that you just evolves. Everything evolves, definitely in B2B media.
Yeah.
I think the print medium was a blast. Everybody loved reading magazines, and that's great, but it's just not where we're going. Everything's digital now. Everything's moving on. And BNP made the decision to the future, the model for BNP is a brand, a digital brand, and an event to back it up. And they saw that this was an excellent brand, an excellent event or events to tie in with R&R. And it made sense. I mean, it was available. It was the show in Las Vegas is still the largest show every year, as far as attendance and everything. So that's why it was done. And a lot of sweat and tears the last couple of years trying to turn this around, turn it over, I should say. But I'm happy they did it. I wouldn't trade it for anything the last few years.
I would definitely say too, right? Evolution, everything evolves over time. And I think even when Larry and his family had the show, right, it evolved over time. And now that it's a BNP event, it will evolve too. Some of the same key pieces will stay, right? Like the hands-on sessions, the in-court, class sessions, tracks occasionally, and I think we will evolve it over time because the industry is evolving. That's the other thing, right? The industry drives how our event acts, feels, and looks at the end of the day, because that's who the event's for. And I think it's cool going from family to family because there's just a different meaning and a different drive, around that. Because anybody could have purchased it at the end of the day, right? Anybody could have purchased it.
Yeah. My hat's off to the Henderson family and our company for pulling the trigger. And it wasn't $20 either. It was a nice amount of money they spent on this. So I think it was worth it, and I'm glad they did. If somebody asked me, what is a lot of people ask me what's different between spring and fall. Everybody asks that, but I prefer to talk about what sets the whole experience apart. And it's just the sheer dense amount of content we provide. It's just so many tracks, so many sessions, so many speakers. Restoration Pavilion, Cleaning Pavilion, they have sessions with Lisa Lavender and Sean Bission doing their thing back there. I've been to a bunch of trade shows in our industry. They're all great. I'm not going to badmouth any of them because I always have a great time and learn a lot when I go. We have so much more. We have so much more content than all of them, not combined, but all of them. I mean, that's simply what sets it apart. If you want to learn something, if you want to get your hands dirty and figure out how to do this and that, you go to the experience. If you want to learn at a higher level how we're going to help my business grow by doing better marketing and business management, go to the experience. And I think that's always going to be that way.
Yeah, I definitely think too, the beauty of all this is every event has something to offer, right? Yeah. And just like you said, every event has pros and cons and all of that. But I think the beauty of what we do is what you just said. There is a variety of educational opportunities in session. Not only are we in the classroom setting, we're actually hands-on, right? You get that opportunity to watch, learn, and maybe even participate in some hands-on stuff, right? I think that's the other thing. Some people learn by having hands-on opportunities, and that's how connections are made too, right? I think the name is the experience, and we want you to have a great experience, right? It's all about your experience when you're attending.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to a question you asked about 15 minutes ago, but it's fitting here too. So when I went to the experience in September 2023, we weren't taking it over as Larry's last event, being in charge. We were there You know, we owned it,
Yeah.
but they were running it. And I was sitting in the team room, and Barry Costa, the legendary Barry Costa, walks in, and he had about a 2x2 carpet rug sample with a bunch of fake dog poop on it. I go, Larry, Barry, you're so funny. Where'd you get that fake dog poop? He goes, this is my dog's poop. What do you mean? You're waiting with Barry. He's walking around. And then you think about it, actually, he's going to do a session on cleaning your rugs, and that's, you know, pets do
It
that.
happens.
We're not cleaning
Yeah.
it, right? But so he was the second guest on Unlocking the Experience and Trade Talks almost a year ago to the day right now. And we had him on, and I said, hey, you have any interesting experience stories you got from me? Because I was hoping he'd say something. I would say, I'll tell you what my favorite experience story was. I was talking about the poop, right?
Yeah.
It was a setup. But Barry went on to say, and I'm sure he doesn't mind. This is public. So he doesn't mind me saying this. He goes, now, when I do have a very good experience. This is about 15 years ago. His child, who was younger, got cancer and died. And they went to Larry, to his credit, gave him an agenda spot on the agenda, a speaking spot. And Barry came out and did the entire eulogy he did at the funeral for that. And he said, you know, I don't know if any other show would allowed me to do that, but the experience did. And then I realized that we all have our families. This is Barry talking. We all have our families, but the experience and the people that come to the experience, this industry, those are my family too. And I don't want to not see them 2 times a year. I want to see them every time I get. And I was like, yeah, I was really.
It's so sad. It's so
You cry a little bit.
heartwarming at the
Really
same day.
close.
Yeah. Yeah.
I tell you this, I didn't tell my stupid poop joke. I know that after that, but I mean,
You're like, I cannot follow that
So-
with that. Gosh.
but he hit the nail right on the head, and that's it. And that's the family thing, the aspect of this. And everybody knows each other, and everybody comes, and it's a big party. We have a good time. And I think that is one thing that this will always be about. We don't, you know what? We don't charge millions of dollars to buy a booth. The rates are reasonable. The rates are this and that. So we don't have a bunch of flashy stuff. But we have a party. It's fun, and it's a good time, and people learn stuff. And at the end of the day, I think that's the most important thing when you're going to business or living. You got to keep learning, right, Kayla?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And I think you said it best. You know, we do have show time, we do have education, we do have a party, but most importantly, that party celebrates everybody in the industry, right? I think we give
Yeah.
away some fun awards both in the spring and the fall, right? There's some key awards. Women in Restoration will be awarded at the Spring Experience in Punta Gorda. So Punta Gorda, back in Florida. Oh, I rhymed. Definitely not a rapper by any means. But why should somebody come to the show in Punta Gorda?
Well, we did a good, you know, I'm working with you to get started on the agenda this year. And I'm assisting you. Is what I'm doing. You did a great job. And by the way, is another Florida thing. Yeah, it sounds like Punta Gorda. You think it's Punta Gorda because Florida, you know, and I'm a Floridian, so I can make fun of us.
Yeah.
So come to Punta Gorda because this is good. I tell you what, this is a new session. We have 3 tracks this time. It's going to be condensed and it's going to be targeted on nothing but education. Get down here. It's about a half-hour flight drive from Fort Myers Airport, where I fly into it all the time. It's as we discussed a few minutes ago. You're not going to get the education anywhere else as you're going to get at this event right now. And that goes for all experience events, but this one's going to be even more micro and targeted, which is exciting.
Well, I was going to say too, I think that's the beauty of this, right? It's very focused. We know what's going on in the industry. We know where the pain points are in the industry, and we have the ability to capitalize on that and help one another. And not only that, we know that things evolve. And so we're able to learn from everybody who attends the experience. Like, hey, we need to have more of this, or hey, this was great. Maybe it should be a longer session. I think that's the other thing that really differentiates us as well. It's a very personal experience. We're able to take the feedback. And of course, that's how we evolve. That's how we make the event worthwhile, worth attending. And again, evolution. And not to mention, it's a very family friendly spot, right? It's going to be a beautiful time of the year. Spring break might even be falling around that time, you know, and I want to circle back to, you said it's Punta Gorda, you know, and I think that's one of those things. Wherever you live, right? I live in Nevada. When people say Nevada, people here go absolutely bonkers, you know, but again, in the South, I think there's a Nevada, Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. I lived in Arkansas, but that's how they pronounce it. Nevada. It's not Nevada. Yeah. So I think, you know, everybody has their quirks. And I have been saying Punta Gorda because, well, I'm from the West Coast, so that's how we enunciate here.
Punta Cana for vacation.
Right.
That's my hometown making fun of Florida thing. I think that speaking of Florida though, early April is beautiful. The snowbirds tend to leave just after Easter. So April, it's no longer chilly. Look, today it's 52 degrees here. Okay. I talked to a friend of mine in Chicago this morning. It was 8. She doesn't want to hear about it, but it's for here. It's chilly. That's why everybody comes down in the winter. It's mild and nice. April, it starts ticking up again. It'll be in the 80s. It'll be sunny. It won't be a million degrees like July, but it'll be just right. And if you want to get up there with the kids and come down and have a good time, this is a place. We have, I think, 4 hotels on the rotation to stay with too. All nice, all pretty new. 3 of them within walking distance of the convention center. One of them is the fabulous Sunseeker Resort, which is just over the bridge a mile away. And you could maybe parlay it into a vacation too with the family if you'd like.
I was gonna say, you just got to stay there recently, right? And it was beautiful. Experience was great. I think, you sent me great pictures of, hey, this is where we're gonna be. I can see it from where I am, and I think it's just so refreshing to be. Some people are gonna be coming from the snow. Let's be real, and just to have, even a 70-degree day, I think is going to be refreshing. And so, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been to Florida in quite some time. And I know they're still cleaning up in that area, right? They were recently affected, but not so bad like some of the other areas. But they're ready for us. They've said they are ready for us. So don't have any reservations about, how is it going to be? They're ready. They're so ready for us, and we're ready for them too. So I know. I can tell you firsthand,
that's fine. Especially the Punta Gorda Charlotte Harbor is fine.
Yeah. You were out there right after and right before too, weren't you? So, I mean, you can fly in and out and all of that. And I think that's the beauty of Florida, right? They are ready and they know, okay, we have to turn this around, right? I think that's the one thing. Like, if something like that hit like California or Nevada, it'd be a different story. We're not ready for that, Yeah,
it's a way of life down here. And I'll briefly tell a quick story. I was at the Violand event from our friends from Violand Management, and there's this old saying down here in Florida. It's a way of life, unfortunately, in the summertime. You don't panic about hurricanes until I can't remember his name, but who's the? I'm looking Jim until Jim Cantore shows up and the Waffle House closes, right? Then we got problems.
It's serious.
So I remember the last hurricane came through, and I saw this is Jim Cantore recording live from Sunseeker Resort. I'm like, oh no, this isn't ideal at all. And luckily, it was fine. Cool restoration story about that. And we talked about that. It was built last year, but it's built to withstand a Category 5, and it did just that. I mean, this big storm came through, and a little flooding in the garage, but who cares? So anyway, side note.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's normal though too, right? I think here in Vegas, if we get even maybe an inch of rain that's falling very heavily, everything on the Strip floods. It goes through the Lynx parking garage. I mean, it's normal, I will say, for us, right? And it's just, you just adapt. And, speaking of that, being hurricane resistant, if you wanted to ever, essentially be there or withstand a Category 5, hey, where to stay.
There's reasons why Florida is a big deal in restoration, right? Yeah. The drying, all of it. And they go through that sadly every year, a few times. So, and that's why we wanted to come back. And the people said we want to go back to Florida. They all want to come back to Florida.
True. I was just going to say that.
We found a place that in Florida we can take them this year. So hopefully they'll be happy.
Yeah, I think so. And I think what better place to be and talk about all of the elements, right? Mold, water, fire, all those things. I think, gosh, what a great place. Not only is it beautiful, you're talking about and talking with people who actually know that space, see it on a regular basis. It's nothing out of the ordinary for them, right? Speaking of which, we are going to be announcing probably after this or before this airs some agenda stuff, right? So looking into the agenda, I know we over the years, we've talked about how it is cleaning and restoration. And sometimes, we don't get the opportunity to lock in some pretty heavy hitters for cleaning and restoration. But good news, I will not name names, but I will definitely say both keynotes are industry specific. One is very oriented with cleaning. However, we're going to discuss the process of making a career, right? And the importance of how everything interconnects and interrelates. And then we do have a panel for restoration, which I think if you are in the Florida area or even on the East Coast that does have, some unfortunate circumstances with catastrophes, this would be the place for you to be, right? I think we worked really hard on this agenda. Looking back, I think we did, and it's going to show at the end of the day how hard we did work on it and how important feedback is and how we want people to enjoy it, right? They're coming out of the field. The least we can do is make sure that it's something that they truly enjoy.
Last year, one of my goals in the 1 year I was running it solo was we want to balance all those great leaders that speak a lot of the experience versus new faces and new names, which are so many. And I was so proud that the 4 keynote speakers that on my watch had never been a keynote before. We had two market leaders, Leighton Healy and Garrett Gray, of course, from CoreLogic in the Vegas, but Mr. Violand and to represent the business management and restoration side, and Jim Pemberton, the legendary Jim Pemberton, the cleaning. And yeah, it's important that moving forward, and you did a beautiful job of this. And you say we, and I appreciate that, but really you did this of getting some real good cleaning and restoration representation, because we always jokingly say all the cleaning, not joking, it's true. All the cleaning people I talk to think it's just a restoration show, and all the restoration people think it's just a cleaning show. So we got to work doubly hard to make sure everybody's represented, because it's both. And I think you did a great job. And you did a great job on that, and you did a great job. You're going to do a great job on this show too. If I could circle this back, I think I'm so happy that you decided to resurrect this. Well, yeah, I had a lot of fun meeting people, and if you're a leader and you're coming to the experience, if you had an experience, Kayla's going to give you a call. Trust me, and you get to bare your soul in front of everybody like I just did, which is it's not so tough. It was fun.
And it's okay to ask me hot seat questions too. I truly don't mind. I think there's a lot that people don't know about me, and I think that's the beautiful thing. It's a conversation starter. We're always learning new things about one another. So thank you for passing me the torch and, really trusting me. You had no reservations about bringing it back or anything like that. So speaking of that, what advice do you have for me in carrying out this series?
Oh God, I don't know. I didn't think of that one. Well, advice for you, I think, you know what? I just be yourself. Don't be afraid to ask hard questions. People want to, don't be afraid to ask hard questions, but at the same token, make sure people know kind of what you're going to ask, and they don't want to be completely taken off guard. As we talked about at the beginning of this, people love talking about themselves, and the fact that they're big leaders in the industry is fine, because they're going to talk about cool stuff and get people to know them. Just make sure you diversify your guests, and make sure you just have fun. People are way too stressed these days, man. Just have fun. Make sure they answer the question about something odd about themselves, because that gets a lot of laughs going.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. We had a lot of large loss, hurricanes, we have a lot of serious issues we deal with in this industry. Here's a chance for an hour a week. You could have a lot of laughs and fun. Take advantage of it.
Yeah, I was definitely going to say, it's nice to humanize things, right? Like you said, just be yourself. I mean, most times we do have our business hat on, and just if we can take that hour, 30 minutes, whatever the case may be, and just be a human, and maybe still have the professional hat on, but just be a person, right? I think that's the biggest thing, is allowing people to be a person. With that being said, any last closing words? I'm sure you'll probably be on again. Maybe I'll yank you over here again, but any last words?
I'll always be happy to do whatever you want for you and Darlene and the brand. Well, as I told everybody when I left as publisher of R&R last year, I want to thank everybody for just letting me play in their sandbox. This has been fun. I learned so much. And I think that this is a great industry. Like we said, everybody gets into this industry. You want to make money and have a good business, of course. But the root of it is you want to go help people. And don't ever lose that fire and that spirit, and you'll be great. And just thanks. Thanks, everybody. And you'll see me again. I'll be in Punta Gorda. Yeah, for sure.
He'll be in Punta Gorda.
As long as Darlene's around, I'll be around.
He'll probably be in Las Vegas as well. Don't let him fool you.
I'll be around, of course, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is you said it best. We're all thankful for everything that everybody does day in and day out. And we're just a small piece, right? I think us here, we're a small piece, but they're the driving force, and it allows us to learn and love what we do every day. And the least we can do is host a fabulous event to show thanks, but also contribute to their future and even more success than they've already seen. So with that being said, please make sure you make the plans to attend the Experience Convention April 8th through 10th at the Charlotte Harbor Convention Center. And it's in Punta Gorda, Florida. You can register now through our website at rnrmagonline.com. On the top search bar, you'll see Experience. And of course, you can always find these R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. So if you haven't already, please feel free to leave us a quick review, ask questions, like and follow us on social media. And thank you again, Michael. I appreciate it. This was Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining.
I want to welcome a special guest today, Brian Sanchez, who is the owner of Telic International. Sounds like a big name, sounds like a big company, but Brian, tell us a little bit about you and your company just to get us started.
Hey, good morning, Lance. Thank you for having me today. So again, my name is Brian Sanchez. I am the owner of Telic International. Telic International was founded in August 2019. It's funny how it started. It was more of a situation how the company got started. So basically, one day I was talking to a friend who owned a painting company, and we were discussing. He was a longtime friend, and what happened was he was upset one day. He told me what happened, and basically what happened was he was like a one-man shop, right? He was the owner and basically did sales, did everything himself. So what happened was he was with a client, turning in a project that he had finished, and he had a missed call. So after he finished with the project, he returned the call. It was a prospect basically calling back. It was around a $50,000 project that he missed because he missed that one call. So when he spoke with the person calling, they were like, "Oh, we found someone else. Sorry, too bad, so sad." So obviously he was upset, and then I have a pretty big background in call center operations and everything else. So I was like, oh my God, this could be an opportunity to where remote services can be geared towards small, medium-sized businesses. A lot of people think that this type of service is only geared to big companies, right? So this is how I started. I started thinking about what could I do to help small businesses, achieve their goals, reduce payroll costs and be more efficient.
Well, let me ask you a question then. What kind of specific services do you? Because I thought it was more of a communications company, but it sounds like it's a lot more than that.
Yes, so we do anything remote services that could be seen as administrative, any back office. So we do anywhere from inbound, outbound call handling, graphic design, marketing, social media, billing, anything that you could think of that anybody can do in an office, we can do, but obviously in a virtual environment.
Sure. Well, you mentioned a minute ago the painting industry. You were working with a painter. How would your services work with like us in the restoration and assessment for indoor air quality industry?
So the nice thing about what we do is what our niche or emphasizes is getting the right people to the right client, right? So our onboarding process is very in detail to match our employees to our customers. So obviously the customer will tell us what background they want per se, but the customers would have to kind of train him on their internal SOPs and procedures that they have. But overall, we can basically service and cater to companies across any industry. So.
Okay, so like we have a lot of specific things in our industry with testing, processing supply, samples, things like that. I guess your people could be trained to help out with some of that.
Absolutely. We've had customers that we've done data entry and in a lab environment, a medical environment. We also have some customers in the restoration business as well. So yeah, we can definitely cater any company across the board as long as is some of the back office duties that we just spoke about.
All right, I'll put you on the spot here a little bit. I mean, in the restoration business, we got a lot of challenges. There's a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of stuff that's happening very quickly. You're dealing with people in emergency situations. How do you like see your company and your people fitting in, helping with that?
So the great thing about like I said, our business is we cater, right? So we can work 24/7 as long as on the onboarding process they tell us, okay, look, we need you from this time to that time. We have internal supervisors and team leads that can assist the client oversee and manage the employees as well. Like I said, it's all about the training, but we also have the ability to run reports, call reports, KPIs to make sure that everything is geared and in line with the customer's expectations.
Well, I'm sure you've noticed that the world has gotten very small recently, and we're dealing with people all over the country. We do a lot of international work. Do you guys cover any other languages or just English based?
No, we do English. Also, we also do Spanish and Portuguese as well.
Okay. Any plans on any future languages?
I'm open to it. Honestly, especially we're based out down here in South Florida. You know, our number one request is more Spanish than anything else. But we're definitely open. If anybody has a need for another language, we can definitely explore that and try to accommodate that customer as well.
Are most of these people bilingual at this point? So we're dealing with English, Spanish, English, Portuguese, and so on.
Yes, sir. Correct. Yeah, everybody in our company employees are both bilingual, English, Spanish, or English, Portuguese.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the competition that you're facing. I mean, I'm sure there's other companies out there that do something similar. What makes you like I want to say the pinnacle, or what's really the best out there?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Lance. So one of the main things that we do is, there's obviously a lot of competition out there, but what we do is, again, we want to put the right employee and match them with the right customer. So our onboarding and our recruiting process is different. So let me explain to you in a nutshell how we do things. Number one, we're confident on our talent with our employees. So what we do is we handle month-to-month contracts. We don't have customers sign a 6-month or a year contract to where customers might feel, oh, I'm going to be tied to the company. What if it doesn't work out? I'm going to have to pay a fee. No, with us it's a month-to-month because again, we want you or the customer to feel, okay, if it doesn't work, next month I won't continue, and that's it. So we do month-to-month renewables with the contracts. That's number one. Number two, when we recruit candidates, what we do is we send 5 resumes at a time to the client. The client will review those resumes after we validate them, obviously, and they do a second interview with whoever they want to speak with. So that way, the customer has a part on the recruiting and the onboarding process to see. Obviously, you want to see if the people match, if you the feeling on the person, the personality. That's a big thing when you hire someone. So we want the customer to be part of that process, right? And then, like I said, once we do that, and let's say we assign an employee with the customer, if for some reason that person doesn't work out, or the client says, look, I want someone else, we'll change them and we'll start the onboarding process with another set of candidates without any fees, no penalties, nothing. Also, just one thing more to add is the customer can add and decrease any type of employee that they want on a month-to-month basis. So, for example, Lance, you have a company, you start with 2 people, but your workload starts to increase, and then you say, hey, Brian, I need 5 people for the next couple months. Okay, you'll have the 5 people, and then after that, if you need to decrease, we'll decrease them, and that's it. So we're very flexible. As long as you give us some leeway, we try to tell customers to give us at least 10 days before the end of the month if they want to increase or decrease the number of employees. So a lot of the competition, they don't do that. A lot of competition, they want you to sign a 1-year contract. They want to tie you in, and that's it. So that's pretty much our competitive advantage over other companies. And also, is like I said, is a dedicated employee. A lot of people that I've talked to, for example, people in the Philippines, someone told me that they tried the service. They're actually one of my customers now. And when he tried it at the beginning, it was a few years back. And he told me, it's like one day I would have one person, the next day I would have another one. So, you know what I'm saying? So you'll have your employee, you'll train him, it's your employee, and we'll manage it as we go.
Well, we have a lot of one-man operations up to large franchise companies to licensing companies and everything in between. So, I mean, from what you've been doing and more specifically to the restoration industry, any kind of success stories? Anything you can let us know about without divulging any secrets?
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've had customers, we had one client that we had 27 employees working with them for 3 months doing billing. They needed to get billing. They had a deadline. We were able to help them. Again, that month-to-month contract was good for the customer. And our goal, like I said, is to help businesses, small, medium-sized businesses, achieve their goals, grow and everything else. And look, maybe they'll start with someone like us as a remote employee. Down the road, if they're more financially stable or they grow to a certain level and they want to have people inside the office, that's okay. We want just to help the customers achieve their goals and grow. Again, like I said, we have also people doing sales. We have a client that, he's had, over 150% growth on sales because we have a couple of employees on the phone. And when they have leads, right then and there, they call the leads. There's no lag time on when the lead is received. So, yeah, it's definitely, it's been a success, a proven success throughout the years that we've been in business.
You just said something that caught my attention. You used the phrase "in the office." Are you a remote-only company, or do you provide local manpower too?
We are a remote-only company. Now, if there's a client that needs call center services, for example, they need, instead of 1 or 2 people for admin work, if they need an actual call center, we can definitely assist with that as well.
Do you do anything with emergency operations, like a disaster like Florida gets a major hurricane or something and we need a large call center set up? Is that something you can do as a one-off, or does it have to be contracted out long-term?
No, we can definitely do that as a one-off. Actually, a few years back, we had a client that we were doing the actual overnight answering service. So after they closed, we manned the phones, late at night and early in the morning, just in case they had an emergency. We definitely were able to staff for that as well.
Okay, well, within your industry, I'm sure there's a lot of very positive comments and success stories, but I'm sure there's a lot of misconceptions out there too about, like you had mentioned before, about companies trying to lock you in for a year and stuff like that. Where do you stand on that kind of stuff, or what do you see?
Well, a lot of the companies, number one, they're stuck in sometimes in the mentality that they need to have someone in the office to oversee and everything else, obviously increasing payroll cost, overhead. But I think after COVID, it kind of opened the eyes to a lot of people that remote work is, number one, reduces costs. Obviously, in office space, overhead, and payroll cost. But again, it's a proven success over the years. And yeah, like I said, a lot of people think that, and that's the thing, like you said, it's a long-term commitment, right? They're afraid. They say, okay, oh, and by the way, all of our employees are background checked. That's another one. People think, oh, they're going to handle some, confidential information and everything else. All of our employees are background checked. Obviously, we're liable for our employees. So yeah, so basically, I don't see any downturn on any of that.
Well, what I've seen, and I'm sure most of our members and people watching this have seen, is over the years, especially since COVID, a lot of people started remote working.
Mm-hmm.
And that was always a bad thing, at least in the corporate mind. We can't control our people. We don't see what they're doing. And then all of a sudden they realized they were getting just as much work done their people weren't as tired with all the commuting, and they were saving a fortune on office space,
Exactly.
and utility bills and all the other things that go along with that. And I think that's right, the target zone that you're really working in now.
Correct. Yeah, 100%. And again, and right now with technology, we're technology driven. We can run KPIs. We can run, if a customer, a client needs us to do weekly, monthly call reporting, outbound calls, anything like that, we can definitely cater to that as well.
So if you can be specific about how you can help a restoration company or an assessment company, indoor air quality company, anything specific that kind of jumps out in your mindset for what you can do to help?
Honestly, like I said, we have a couple of companies that we service in the industry, and we do all of their admin work, call handling, and that's the time consuming stuff that I always like to say, focus on your core business and let us handle the rest, right? So, for example, social media posting, marketing, and call handling. We actually have some people doing billing. Obviously, once they're trained, and it takes a little bit of time training the individual. But we have anybody doing, we have people doing billing. We have people doing the back office operations. So it's basically all up to the client as they see fit on what they need to train on.
Do you have people that are able to do like web design and stuff?
Oh yeah, web design. Yeah, we even to the point in social media to know the algorithms. When to post, the hashtags, everything like that. We can definitely do.
Sounds kind of like a one-stop shop kind of a thing here.
Yes, sir. That's all we want to do. One-stop shop. And like I said, at a reduced cost, help companies out and help them just focus on their core business and grow business. And we view this as more of a partnership than anything else.
Well, let's throw a bad word into the mix here. Scale. And everybody talks about that, and the reaction you get from people, they almost get this like green complexion. Oh, scale, yeah, it's going to cost a fortune. How do I do that? Where do I start? How do you guys fit in on the scaling, helping these companies out?
Oh, like what we just talked about, Lance. Obviously our services are at a fraction of a cost that would pay with having someone in site. And we'll grow as fast as the company grows. So we manage part-time and full-time employees. If they want to scale, slow, we can do a part-time and then slowly increase to a full-time. If for example, they get a project out of the blue or something they've been after and they need people ASAP, I have in my staff multiple recruiters that recruit people, and we can staff as needed.
The concept of your company is not new to our group. I mean, we've been working with a company. He's a big supporter of Normie. He's one of our members, actually. He has a manpower organization, not remote and stuff like you. He's the guy that sends out, 200 workers to go shovel out something.
Yes.
And, we've used him with different disasters and stuff like that. He guarantees 1,000 people any place in the country in 48 hours. They'll just mobilize an army and send them. It kind of sounds like what you're doing, just the remote side and the more technical aspects than the physical aspects this company does.
Yep. And actually, it's funny you say that, Lance, because back in 2010, I owned a franchise on temporary labor down here in South Florida, Miami and Pompano, by the name of Trojan Labor. Is basically a competition for manpower. So I also have a background on that, on scaling, getting people in the right place at the right time. So, we also do that as well. Yes.
Very cool. Well, as far as anybody wanting to get in touch with your company and work with them, I'm going to encourage them to reach out to David from our team, and he can kind of liaise the whole thing and make the transition or the introductions there. So if anybody's watching that's interested in this, you can reach out to david@normie.org by email, or just call our main Normie number and ask for David. And he will help you out getting this process and getting connected with Brian. Is there anything else, Brian, you'd like to tell us about you or your company that we didn't cover? I mean, I don't want it to seem like it was a general, but I don't want to dig in too much into, the secret sauce that you're using.
No, no, absolutely. No, and like I said, thank you, Lance. No, for everybody, like I said, we are a well-rounded company. We're here to help you grow, and we view this as partnerships, not, as necessarily as us just getting clients. And from my end, like I said, I have a vast experience in the call center and operations. I also was in the Marine Corps, so I know the discipline that needs to be done running a business. And again, we're here to serve. And if you guys want to have a talk with me, we can definitely go through what you need in the company. We'll assess and make recommendations, and then we can start the onboarding process.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. I know you're very busy. We were playing phone tag trying to get this set up, for a few days. So
Yes, sir.
it's just the way business is nowadays.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lance. Thank you for having me.
And once again, we are back live from the experience, and I have so many different that we're going to talk to. This is a little different type of company than all of the other interviews that I've been doing today. And I have Greg with us here, who's the CEO.
Yep.
I got that right?
Yep. You got
it. SFY University.
Yep.
And it sounds like it's a college, but from what you've described to me, it's not.
Yeah. So we do, we have a SFY and SFY University, kind of two different sections. One section is we write estimates, and then we also will defend those estimates. So we'll do the invoicing, the collecting, the billing, all that stuff as
That's
well.
estimates for contract.
Yeah, estimates for contractors. So let's say you go out to a job, you do a DocuSketch, a Matterport of the property, and usually you probably either have your in-house guy do that estimate, but we'll go from having the in-house guy do it. We'll do that process for you. So we'll write the estimate, and then if you want us to go ahead and call the insurance company and do the communication with the billing, the collecting, and the rebuild side of it, we do that as well.
Where's the pricing come from? Is that company specific, or is it just a general?
It's a general, right? So to do us to write the estimate is going to be 1% of the estimate value, or $150 minimum. And then that does scale down. If you get to $100,000, it scales down and kind of trees down a little bit the larger the project gets. Now, if you want us to do the invoicing and collecting, that's a separate fee, and that's 5%. And we'll do all the communication with the insurance company. So total all in would be 6% if you're doing everything.
So the company can focus on doing the work and not
Yes.
having to chase around and get the money
Yes,
back.
yes, exactly.
As far as the price, though, of the job and the work that's being done,
Yes.
is that something that the company gets to set and tell you what they will bill for certain things?
Yes. Yeah. So we take your lead and your guidance of what you would like. Obviously, we write the estimate in Xactimate or Symbility, whatever you prefer, and we'll set those. But you're more than welcome to say, hey, look, this is going to cost me more. I need X. We'll make those adjustments to the estimate for you, and then also submit that to the carrier if you want us to fight for that.
So where are you guys located?
Currently, we're located in Denver, Colorado. Highlands Ranch was the south side of Denver. The company's remote. We have about 70 plus employees that work for us, all remote across the United States, and do really well there.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
How long have you been around?
We've been around for 8 years. I kind of come from, I used to own and operate a roofing company. And then I owned that for 8 years and sold that company. And then I was really good at the administrative side of it. So I went from doing that to the administrative side of work of supplementing and billing and writing estimates in the roofing side. And then we got a lot of requests to do it in water. So we came in the water side, and that way you do roofing and water.
So I understand now your interest in being on the collection side, having a roofing company in the
Yes.
past, and chasing people around and get paid.
Yes.
So let's look at this from demographics. You have around 70 people. You cover the entire U.S.?
We do cover the entire United
Do
States.
you go outside of the U.S.?
I have not gone outside the U.S. yet.
How about U.S. territories?
U.S. territories will do. We haven't had any opportunities to land that direction yet for us.
Okay, do your people actually have to go on site, or is it all done by remote?
It's all done by remote. So your guys would have to make sure they're going on site and do the proper documentation. So I would say garbage in, garbage out, right? So if we get garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. But if we do good work coming in, you'll get good work going back out.
And what kind of turnaround time is there?
Yeah, we're looking at anywhere between 24 to 48 turnaround time in the estimate side of itself. Sometimes it's 72 if we have a spike in work that comes in. You just give us a call if you need to rush. We can rush that file for you. But the other side is on the invoicing, collecting, you're right around the 15 to 30 day mark. In the rebuild, it tends to be a little longer just because we're also working with you simultaneously as the build's going on. So that tends to be about 30, 45 days. Sometimes go a little quicker. It just kind of depends on the contract and the pace that they're working at too.
So this is the first time we've spoken. So
Yes,
I'm hearing things and my mind is starting to spin question-wise.
go for it. Let's fire them away.
We have something called the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force.
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard of that before or not, but it's really a team collaboration of everybody in the indoor air quality environment,
Okay.
which is everybody here.
Right. Yeah.
Every contractor, every visitor, everybody here is doing something under indoor air quality.
Right.
We deal with disasters also.
Right.
Floods, hurricanes, fire damage. I mean, I'm sitting here listening to you say, well, have crews that are going out and they're going into these devastated areas.
Mhm.
Then they have to take crews off the road to go write up estimates.
Yep.
Where they'd be sending it straight to somebody else handling it remotely.
Yeah. It's by far, I think in every business, I think you should have a relationship, whether it's myself or another company, that's a third party to help you remote write estimates, because you can't staff for large disaster or large, huge spikes in your company. You'll never maintain profitability margins, right?
And that's our purpose for the task force.
Right. Yeah. You just can't. You can't staff for when a hurricane comes into a certain area or a giant loss or a giant flood hits a certain region. Or a huge freeze across a country. Like you can't staff for that, and learning to use the other resources that are at your fingertips to be able to scale super quick is very important. That's something we do very well, right? And since we do it across the United States, we're able to leverage our resources across the entire United States. So let's say a certain part of the region is not doing super busy, but another part is, we're able to move that resource much more easier than companies on a local level would ever be able
And that's what I heard when you were talking. That's really the functionality of our task force.
to. Right. Yeah.
So we will talk offline
Yeah,
about
that's
this a little
great.
bit more,
That's
but
great.
so what else can you tell us about the company? Anything about the employees that you have?
Yeah,
right?
I think, I think there's an element that I think in taking a company and going remote, right? So there's a lot of things in communication and developing and building a team environment that is harder to do in remote situations than would be in person. So this is something I think employees and companies, how do you create value for employees and staff? How do you show value? So this is one thing I think we do really well at SFY is every quarter we do challenge coins. We make these coins. They're nice metal coins that we get made. They cost about $3, $4 a coin to get made.
Right.
We get them made and we make all these fun different kinds of coins. I have like a Master Yoda coin. I have, the Goat coin, we have a Guru coin.
So
like-
I understand the Twitch influence
Yes.
here.
Yeah, right. So there's
Okay.
all sorts of different types of coins. We have fun names with them. Some are just amazing customer service, that type of stuff. But then we do a card and we send out a card, but then we do a presentation. But this is where initially I did it wrong. So I made the coin. I did a special handwritten card, wrote it out, and I just said, Lance, hey, I want to let you know you did a great job. Here's your customer service coin. Thank you for all your hard work. Right. And that's what it is. And I sent it out and did whatever. But I didn't feel like I had the impact that I needed with the staff to create the right engagement of what all the lift I did. Right. I'm like, I'm missing something. And you would get a monetary value with the coin as well. So I felt like I hit all the checks boxes and I did the presentation, but I didn't realize I was missing one of the key things in recognizing employees and staff. Hey, Lance, I want to let you know, here's a customer service coin. What you did with ABC Restoration, how you picked up the extra work, and you made that extra phone call at 5 p.m. the other day and stood online for till about 6 p.m. It's things like that that really improve the quality value here at SFY, right? And that's why you're getting the coin, right? So we were missing the why behind
Exactly.
the appreciation, right? And I was talking to a couple of
You're
different people.
reinforcing the
Yeah,
good behavior.
Yeah, the good behavior, right? And people like to see that as a company, we're recognizing and we can see the small behavior. So we had to find the small things of what it is. So if someone said, hey, look, and the employees get to nominate people for the challenge coins. And I'd be like, hey, look, how do you value this person? Just because they're a hard worker isn't going to cut it. What did they do to create the hard work? What was it that they did? We need to tie that to a specific thing. They did something specific that made you recognize it. What was that specific thing? So we can recognize that to the individual and then they see it. So that's one thing I think at SFY being remote and being able to create the encouragement and develop that. That was one thing I think we did really well.
It motivates your personnel to do the right type of work
Right.
for the customers. and-
Yes. Yeah. So that's one thing I think we've done really well at being a remote company and trying to create team collaboration and unity within the team and company. That's one thing I think we've done really well at SFY.
So how do
going
people
forward.
find you?
They find us at www.sfyoffice.com.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also find us at sfyuniversity.com. Both of them get to us.
And you're on Mountain Time.
Yes, we work on Central Time because most carriers are actually in Central Time. We move actually our phone numbers actually in Texas and all that other stuff, but
Okay.
you know, all that stuff. But it's been great meeting you guys.
You too.
You guys doing a great job here at the show,
It's a tough show.
Right.
We're tired.
right? You work good,
all
grinding
day.
all the time, right? It's a long show, so you guys are doing great.
Yeah,
Good job.
I even apologize. You had to wait a few minutes
Right.
because I was still doing
Right, yeah,
interviews.
you know.
ahead of you.
Yeah, so if you haven't been out here at the experience, you should come check it out. They do a great job here.
Yeah, we're still here tomorrow. It's an earlier show tomorrow. It's from
Yep.
12 to 3, and then
Yep.
it shuts
And
down.
it shuts down. So
Nice
well,
meeting you.
well, nice meeting you, Lance. Thank you.
Hey, and we'll
all
have
right.
to chat again.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to welcome Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to our episode today. And for those of you that have been following us, we've been doing interviews with influential people in the indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and firefighting arena, all dealing with the wildfires coming out of Canada. So Doug, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good to be here.
I'm glad to have you. You know, you have an extensive background in building science. And one of the things that came up with some of the interviews that we've been going through since the wildfires in Canada started affecting the central and middle part of the US is, what do people do? You know, you can't stop breathing. You know, that's just not an option. You know, people can go, we've talked about this earlier, you know, 20 to 40 days without food. They can go 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. So no option there. So you have to be able to continue to breathe. So we normally have people that complain about indoor air quality without smoke, without all these other external things going on. What can people do to try to help themselves when they're in conditions like this, where you can't go outside, where the air is normally better than inside?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Lance, because it's funny because it seems as though sometimes when these kinds of things happen, all of a sudden something that we actually should face and should deal with every single day, all of a sudden now becomes a real problem. We don't think a lot about the air that we're breathing inside because, frankly, we can't see it. And because we can't see it, because there's not a cloud or a haze in our indoor environment, we don't think much about what it is that we're actually breathing. I've talked about that sometimes with the bottled water. Do you know what's in the bottled water you drink? Well, if you can't see it, you're not terribly concerned. And so one of the things that then piques our interest is when we do identify something, either by an odor or by something that we see that's floating around in the air. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue. You know, in our classes, we talk a lot about this shaft of light that you see in the morning. You don't typically see all that stuff floating around, and so you don't think about it. But in the shaft of light, when the light's beaming in and you see all these little submicron particles flying around, you're thinking, okay, what is this stuff that I'm actually breathing? And so now we're in a situation where all of a sudden I'm smelling inside of my house something that I shouldn't be smelling inside of my house, a forest fire. You know, where is that coming from? And why is it that I'm smelling it inside of my house? And I think it's interesting when you think about the way houses are constructed today, or buildings, even commercial buildings are constructed today. It really isn't surprising that we are beginning to smell inside the contaminants that we're seeing outside. And some people live close to paper mills, for instance, and they're going to notice that there's something going on outside. Now, all of a sudden, they smell it inside. Now it's an issue. Now, how do I deal with it?
Well, you know, to put it into context that everybody's going to understand, you gave the example of a bottle of water. Well, that water is filtered and processed. The indoor air quality isn't. And because of that, you're running into issues with people having to visualize a problem. If that bottled water was brown or cloudy, nobody would drink it. If their air is cloudy or brown, they don't have a choice. You still have to breathe. So what do you do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Well, of course, I think the main thing is trying to figure out where that's coming from inside of the house. How is it getting into the house? And are there things I can do that can actually mitigate that? And one of the big differences in the way I look at building construction from, I know some builders do, is they talk about a house being able to breathe. I'm not altogether sure that they know exactly what they're saying when they say that. Does a house need to breathe? Well, it certainly needs to have a balanced pressure of some sort. But if the house is pulling in things from the outside, say it's under negative pressure, you're creating a vacuum inside the house. What is it that you're pulling in from the outside, and where are those contaminants coming from? You know, the smoke that we smell is not just a problem because we're smelling it. I'm sure you've already addressed through some of the people that you've talked with, there are some pretty strong contaminants in that smoke that we're breathing. And how do you mitigate that? How do you keep that from coming inside of your house? So I have a couple of suggestions that might help when you start thinking about things like air infiltration issues, the idea of fresh air makeup. Fresh air makeup, of course, is a great idea to bring air in from the outside through your air conditioning system. But the question is there a way to reduce that or to mitigate that? So I have some ideas that I might be able to share here that people could do pretty quickly to begin to seal off what's going on the outside. That's at least one step, and that's to begin to seal up that environment so that you're not bringing stuff in from the outside.
That was one of the questions and concerns that came up when I actually did an episode with Michael Pinto over sensitized individuals, that normally indoor air quality is up to 10 times worse than the outside air. So people that are sensitized, which is like 20% of the population, they go outside to feel better. When the outside is, you know, so choked with smoke from forest fires, thousands of miles away, you know, what do? Now you got to retreat back to the area that's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So for sensitized individuals, one of the methods that we use to determine how are those things getting inside the house is by doing what's called a blower door test. And essentially what they do is they take off the front door and they'll install a door that has a gigantic fan on it. And then they'll turn that fan on and put the house under negative pressure. Essentially what you're doing is you're creating a vacuum inside of the home. And guess what happens when you do that? Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling air in through the cracks and crevices around the windows, cracks and crevices around the doors, places that you don't really even think about. A lot of people don't realize that wall cavities, exterior wall cavities, actually breathe. And what I mean by that is that moisture and vapor will actually move through those walls. And so now all of a sudden, when that house is set up under negative pressure, and you run a blower door test, created that vacuum, now what you're doing is you're even pulling it through the electrical outlets. And whatever is in that wall cavity is now coming into the air that you breathe. And that may sound really like, you know, that's a little too detailed for me. Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
You know, I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, you know, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door, where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
You know, during those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Fubot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. You know, it was just, the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor-Skinner that shows in the morning, before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, you know, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working, and they weren't protecting themselves at all. You know that there's got to be some long-range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about a single cigarette producing over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking, that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term, but at least to begin with, I think the answer is, what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that, that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air.
Right.
It takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. Where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us, and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected, because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else, just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again. Just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies. But I'll tell you, I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment, with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter, put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. Those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. You know, just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
You know, the interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else, one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. You know, it's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box, like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
You know, it's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. You know, the people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, but somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask.
Yeah.
It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, people look for reliable sources of information, and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that, but if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You're just not going to see the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far.
Incredible.
California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. And this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. A small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, what the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, oh, what is that smell? You go, what smell? What are you talking about? And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today. And
great to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Hello and welcome to episode 26 of Trade Talks Unlocking the Experience. I am Kayla McGowan, editor-in-chief for R&R and responsible for the sessions at the Experience. So today's special guest is Brandon Adams. Many of you may know him, but for those of you who don't, he's been in the industry for over 10 years, close to 12 years now, I believe. He was mentored and is continuing to be mentored by Rachel Adams and Mike Adams. He started his career very young by cleaning fans. He's also worked very hard to get to his current position. He's certified by the IICRC and holds Master Water and Fire and Smoke designations with the IICRC, as well as mold remediation specialist. He's committed to continuous learning and teaching in our industry. Not only that, he's attended several ASHRAE classes, including Train the Trainer for ICRA 2.0. He teaches ICRA classes to contractors and hospital staff. And on top of that, he's an industrial hygienist for indoor environmental management for the past 6 years. Lastly, he specializes in mold and fire remediation projects, and he is a great asset to this industry, and I can't wait to see what the next 20 years holds for him. So, without further ado, please welcome Brandon Adams.
Hello, everybody. So, just here on an interview, waiting to answer some questions.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you. Thank you for joining us. I know a lot of people may know who you are, but for those of you who don't know, can you give them a little bit about you and how you actually got started in this industry?
Yeah, for sure. So, having parents have always been in the industry, I've kind of been in it since I was born. So, my mother and father is Rachel and Mike Adams, which my dad owns a restoration company, which I've worked for ever since I started working in high school. And then my mom is industry known for her being the mold queen, right? She teaches all the AMRTs and everything. And so all both well known in the industry, especially my mom, and having been taught under both of them has helped me a lot becoming a better professional and everything. So as far as actually getting started, I started cleaning fans at my dad's back shop when I was in high school, and then slowly but surely became a regular technician to a lead technician. Found out that I actually was pretty good at it, and so I kind of worked my way up from there. I went to college originally for psychology, so I got my bachelor's in that. But as soon as I got my degree, when I went to look into finding a job as a counselor, I was like, wait a minute, I don't think I like people this much. So I looked to my left to where I was employed at, and found out, like, you know what? I'm really good at doing this. Why not just pursue this full time? And so that was in 2018 where I decided to make this a career choice, and haven't really looked back from there. Been trying my best to learn as much as I can and become the best professional I can.
Yeah, I will say you've done a great job so far. I think the mentorship you've had from your parents obviously does help, right? I think
Mhm.
they both have their own careers and have set their own legacy, right? And I think that's what you're going to ultimately do at the end of the day. So I was going to ask you how you chose this career, but I think you kind of already nailed that. And I think it's interesting that you say, I don't really like people that much, but are you able to utilize some of the stuff that you picked up in that?
Surprisingly, yeah, I use it a lot. A lot of it's in my personal life too, because I mean, as far as mental health goes, I mean, I've struggled with my own things. My wife has struggled, still struggling with her own things, and having that perspective really helps in my personal life. But when it comes to my professional life, it's really helpful to help be empathetic and understanding of other people's situations, learning what people may go through, some of the mental things that uh, they may be dealing with, and how to approach it. And it's helped a lot with that. So it's it's kind of funny that I started wanting to go into that, and then I had my parents, funnily enough, didn't want me to be in this industry. They wanted me to like become a doctor or something, and I chose that. And eventually, I was just like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I'm just going to stick with what I know and what I'm good at. So
Well, I think it's interesting too because there's so many people in our industry who have educational backgrounds in something else. I mean, there's two of us sitting right here. My education is in criminal science and then emergency management and public safety, which there is an emergency management and public safety aspect to what we do, but it's cool to see it all come full circle because yes, you have your degree, but you maybe not be utilizing it the way you thought you were, but it's still coming in handy for your day-to-day stuff and your personal life too. I think that's extremely important to really
that's
emphasize that.
honestly, there's a lot of classes that I have a lot of value in now, looking in hindsight. Like, for example, all my microbiology classes, I think I took two of them, and they've become invaluable to me among some of the other classes I've taken. I think one of the most important classes I think I had taken was my business writing course, which hated the class, did not like it at all, spent half of that semester deathly ill, and I still took away more away from that class than any other class I'd taken. So it's just looking back, I really appreciate my time in college, and it really helped me develop not just technical and knowledge skills, but also as a person. And so I don't regret it at all. I do kind of wish I pursued a degree in like industrial hygiene or safety, but still really happy with the education I have. It just means I get to go back for more eventually when it's not so expensive.
I was gonna say when you have time, right? Like
That too.
you're
Yeah.
busy as it is.
Right.
Well, I think it's cool to hear that because I think there's so much in depth that we could talk about mental health and all of these things, right? Like especially with our job, that it does come with our job essentially too. There's burnout. Burnout leads to mental health issues, and sometimes we see stuff, especially when people are going through catastrophes or a loss in their family or whatever the case may be. So, I think it's really cool that you're still able to utilize, what you learned and it still sticks with you. Like, man, I really hated that class, but it probably actually paid off in the long run, right?
Absolutely. Now there are a few classes that don't really help me now, but I still loved, but that's just part of it,
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. You said, my parents didn't want me in this industry. They
No,
wanted
they
me to
didn't.
go explore. And
Yeah.
look where I ended up, mom and dad.
Yeah, they wanted me to become an anesthesiologist and make just all this money, and that didn't happen. I looked at what the requirements were for medical school. I'm like, that seems like a lot of work.
Well, I was going to say you work so long before you ever really get to experience it on your own, right? There's extensive training, there's certifications, not to mention just the schooling, right? I don't know if it is it minimum of 7 years for anesthesiologists as well.
It's 7 to 8 with another 8 of residency or something crazy like that. So you're like 40
Wow.
by the time you're ready to actually become a full-blown anesthesiologist.
That is so crazy, isn't it? And man, I'm so glad that it came full circle though, because I know you're making your parents proud and also the industry, right? I think we are setting the tone for not just our generation, but future generations. And what you've learned and what you're applying does play a huge role in that. So, thank you for that. And leading into this, I know you love to learn and you love to teach. You're actually speaking at the experience. Can you tell us a little bit about what that topic entails?
Absolutely. So one of my niches that I've found myself in is healthcare work. And so I'm going to be speaking about ICRA 2.0, which is infection control risk assessment. And the 2.0 is just like it's the second version. And it's something that was developed by ASHI. And so I've basically taken that, learned from it, work in hospitals. I still project manage over hospital projects quite frequently. And here soon, I'm going to be teaching it. I'm going to be teaching classes in our new mock hospital facility, which is going to be pretty cool. And having learned that, there's a lot of people in this industry that don't quite understand the difference between hospital work and regular restoration and remediation work. Because with hospitals, it's another ball game because some contractors may deal with the one-off immunocompromised person inside of a house that has a mold project. Well, that's hospitals, but all the time. And you're dealing with people that it just takes a stray particle to just not only make them ill, but to kill them. And so it's why taking all of the necessary precautions is so important. And a lot of contractors aren't really familiar with how to do that. And so that's why ICRA is so important to our industry and to learn from, to help restorers not only get their foot in the door in hospitals, but know how to do it well and to stay there. Because I've heard several times that a lot of contractors that work in almost exclusively healthcare or hospitals say you can retire on healthcare and hospitals because of how profitable it can be. But to get there, you got to know the work and how to do it. So that's why the process is so important.
Yeah, and I was definitely going to say, I think if anything we can apply this to is the pandemic, right? This stuff like this would have paid off for our industry professionals because there was a need not only in hospitals but commercial buildings. There was just all of these standards and regulations that people wanted met, and I think a lot of it does fall back into that space of ICRA 2.0 essentially, to be completely honest. And it also will pay off in preparation, right? I hope we don't ever live to see another pandemic, but it's always better to be prepared than react, because when you react, you make mistakes. And I think that what you're talking about allows people to understand the intricacies, the importance, regulations, rules that are different in specific spaces. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. I hope I get to sit in there and learn from you and maybe ask you some questions. That'll be so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And speaking of the experience as a whole, I know you get to handle some stuff inside the restoration pavilion. And hands-on is so important in our industry. Can you talk a little bit about, the importance of having that hands-on portion at a show like this, or just any show really, and why we spend so much time trying to figure out what the sessions are? I know we've met on some committees and talked about what are we going to talk about, and there's so much thought and that goes into it. Can you kind of just give some background on that?
Yeah, for sure. So speaking on hands-on, it's one of the most important aspects to training in our industry, because a lot of people in our industry, a lot of contractors, they haven't really gone to college. They've either gone into a trade because they work with their hands, or they didn't do well in school, and so they're forced to work with their hands. And because of that, most people in our industry learn by doing stuff hands-on with their hands, actually doing it. Because a lot of people don't learn very well from a classroom setting. Now, some classroom settings are required for some information, right? Well, supplementing that with hands-on solidifies that information and makes it that much more retainable for the students. And so when it comes to hands-on in the trade shows, one, it's more engaging, it's more fun, it's more memorable, helps people learn little tidbits about the industry. For example, what we're going to be doing in this upcoming experience is the restoration pavilion is going to be covering a loose topic of building science, right? And I plan on speaking about thermal cameras and how to use them for inspections, and how they work and why they work. And the idea is to get a bunch of different cameras for people to come in, try to find some water spots, some on the built assembly that they have there, which should be pretty fun and pretty interesting. And it helps people if they can actually hold a camera in their hands and actually see what I'm talking about, right? And so you just, like I said, makes it more fun, more engaging, more entertaining. Makes it feel like it's worth your money coming to one of those trade shows, because they're not cheap to get to. As far as a classroom setting goes, it's, like I said, even more important to provide hands-on, which that's why the AMRT is so important to have that hands-on class. Because if you didn't hand build a containment, it's not something you can learn by looking at a slide. You have to do it yourself. And another example is the trauma and crime scene cleanup technician class, where it's not mandatory to have hands-on, but every class is going to be better if you do. And so every class that I've been to for it or helped with, it's had a hands-on, it's always gone really well, whether it be to make scenarios with certain animal parts, and all that. But it's always a better learning opportunity for the students, and helps them learn it better, retain it better, and use it in their day-to-day work life. So another example of it is in the ICRA class I'm going to be teaching here at our new facility. It's going to be a 3-day course. The first day is going to be the classroom setting, right? You got to learn what ICRA is, right?
Yeah.
The next 2 days, completely hands-on. And that's what sets it apart, is because there's not really another class in the nation that does that. But that hands-on part is so important for contractors, because that's how most contractors learn. And so that's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, and I was also going to say too, your questions that you have in an in-class setting versus hands-on could differ, right? Especially when you talk about how people retain information. I think especially when we're talking about containment or even cleanup, essentially that involves hands-on stuff, which all cleanup does, but it's specifically trauma, you can actually show and demonstrate where your questions are instead of just kind of trying to explain it, right? We all interpret things differently. We all understand things differently. And to be able to, like you said, with with holding equipment and seeing things and asking questions, or hey, maybe you don't detect where there's some water. Why didn't you detect it? What did you miss? All equipment has settings. All equipment needs to be maintained. And so I think that there's an opportunity to not only be in the classroom, but also have hands-on stuff. It allows you to also maybe meet with vendors and talk to vendors about types of information they have and equipment they have too. I think this is the beauty of having something like this at a trade show specifically.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's pretty cool. Your ICRA, 1 day in class and 2 days hands-on. That makes it more exciting, right? I think a lot of people dread sitting in the classroom, so that's really cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. First class is in the last week of February, so it's going to be really cool. Currently still writing a course manual, which should be a really good manual. But yeah, the class itself, I think we're building it. Our facility that we're building is gonna look like, as soon as you walk in, it's gonna look like a hospital. And so it's gonna have all the same materials, all the same equipment. We're gonna have a bunch of different scenarios that you can possibly encounter. And part of them are going to be from like real world examples that either we've experienced or other hospital facility personnel have experienced. And so it's something it's gonna be really cool. Really excited for it.
Yeah, that's so cool, and that's huge. Early congratulations on that. I can't wait to see how it all flourishes and see pictures and all of that. That's super exciting. This is what it's all about, right? Everything that we do day in and day out is to evolve and put our blood, sweat, and tears into stuff. And at the end of the day, even though your parents didn't want you in the space, I know you're making them proud, right? Like this is your niche, right? This is what
Mhm.
you're great at. This is what you're passionate about. And it's so cool to see it all come full circle. I know your mom really well. I've had the opportunity to work with her on several occasions. And so, I think it's really cool to see it pass from generation to generation, but see how it's evolved, right?
Mhm.
Maybe for you, you'll pass it on, you never know, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's really cool. So I'm excited to have you at the experience and see everything. But this wouldn't be a trade talks without asking a fun fact question about yourself. Doesn't have to be related to the industry, but what do you think is a fun fact about you that people may be surprised about?
Well, I have, I'll give you a few. How's that? I have 3 cats and I have a snake. It's a little corn snake. Uh, and right below her cage is right below my collection of Legos, which I have a bunch of space Legos like that are massively huge that I have on display. And that's one thing I really like doing in my free time is building the really cool Legos when, I have the money to spend for Legos because Legos are expensive.
You're telling me our almost 10-year-old, anytime a new Lego comes out, it's like, oh, how much is that one gonna cost? Uh,
Mhm.
because the beauty of Legos is, yeah, you can put that set together, but you can also deconstruct and make your own, setting or use your imagination, or, maybe you'll make your own rendering of your new facility in Legos. Hey, you never know.
That'd be a project, that's for sure.
No promises on that, but that's really cool. Is there any animal that you would want to have that maybe you can't have? Obviously, we can't have all the animals in the world here, but what is like your dream animal?
Absolutely. Right now, it's me and my wife's dream animal is to get a Doberman. It's our favorite dog breed, and we love the breed. We love how smart they are, but unfortunately, dogs are very expensive, and they're also very needy, meaning that you have to let them out frequently, and we're just not home enough to take care of a dog, and that's just it's a dream of ours to eventually have one, but it can't happen right now.
Well, and they're so loving too, and they train really well. They're very protective, which most dogs, all of them are if you train them properly. I hear you. We have 3 dogs and 2 cats, and I don't know what's worse, the cats or the dogs, depending on, the supplies you go through, the vet visits and all of that. But we love our animals too, and that it's like a common thing that we all have, right? It's animals or Legos or maybe sports. And, I think that's really cool to learn fun facts about each other. People probably didn't guess Lego though. I wouldn't have guessed Lego, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I like the really big, complicated sets. Like I got the Challenger, I got the Apollo rocket, I got the space station, bunch of the really cool, big, complicated ones.
Yeah. Okay. So question for you. Do you glue your sets together or do you just risk it for the biscuit? If it falls, it breaks.
Risk it for the biscuit. I have had a couple of the car ones that my cat knocked over and broke, and I'm just like, well, I guess it's staying broken now. But yeah, I try to keep them elevated, like way, way, way up, so they don't get knocked over. I've thought about gluing them. It's probably something I should do. I just haven't got around to it, but probably a good idea.
Yeah, what's your biggest set you've put together?
I think the biggest one is the Lord of the Rings one. It's the Barad-dûr, so it's the big tower with the eye. That's
Yeah.
probably the biggest one that not only do we have, but the biggest one I've ever built because it has the most pieces. It's massive. It's like 3.5 feet tall. It's got a bunch of moving parts and stuff that moves in it. It's really cool.
So I was going to say patience and attention to detail are two skills that you definitely have because
Yes.
we put together the upside down house for Stranger Things. And by we, I mean my husband put it together. I was observing because I was so frustrated. It was like 3,500 pieces. And I was like, Mom does, 200-piece Legos or something. 3,000 lost me. So yeah, I totally get it. But that's really cool. Hopefully, in the future, not setting any standards for you or anything like that. You build a model of your facility. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. And for anybody who's thinking about going to the experience, here is another reason why we're just diving into all the things that are relevant for us and even the future of our industry at the experience. The experience is April 8th through 10th, and it's at the Charlotte Harbor Convention Center in Punta Gorda, Florida. And you can register at rnrmagonline.com. And if you'd like more of our content, of course, as always, you can check out our videos and podcasts, not only on our website, but YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. And again, a very special thank you to Brandon for taking his time to meet with us today. We really appreciate it. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see you.
My name is Jeff Cross. I'm the media director with Facts. I'm here with Doug Hoffman, who has a joke.
No joke for you.
Okay, let's get serious though.
Okay.
There's some big news coming out of Normie.
There is huge news coming out of Normie.
And if you can read this, you can get kind of a hint of what it is, but there's a full press release to go with this video.
Yeah.
But Doug, there's something exciting. What's happening?
It's just incredible, Jeff. I think since we started Normie in 2004, I came out of the construction industry. And we know how important it is to clean up the built environment, to make sure that the built environment is the way it's supposed to be, as clean as it can possibly be. In fact, I used to tell people that we were kind of like the first responders, in terms of cleaning up the environment, because we know it affects people's health. We don't always know why, but sometimes the headache that somebody has is not the boss. Sometimes it's the building. And so we've always felt like there was a way that we could somehow connect what we're doing with the medical industry. Even though we always told everybody we fix buildings, not people. Well, the medical industry has always been on the other side saying we fix people, not buildings. And there's been this disconnect, the built environment and the medical industry. It's finally come together.
That's too good to be true.
It is. It's going to change the world. It really is.
And this is part of this.
That's exactly right. We've been in contact with Dr. Andrew Heyman, who is one of the leading experts is with SIRS, the Chronic Inflammatory Response Syndrome, protege of Dr. Shoemaker, and which most people know if they're in that industry. And he looked for the opportunity to help us with our protocol for dealing with those sensitized individuals. We've been training on this for a year or for several years with Michael Pinto and our sensitized individuals class. We've made a big deal about trying to get our guys to understand how important it is because that population's growing. But we've never had this kind of connection. And when Dr. Andrew came to us, we talked about the possibility of actually forming a Normie Medical Advisory Board. Sure enough, it's here.
How is this going to impact our industry and the players in it, the contractors?
Well, I think the connection is interesting because it's really more of a training kind of connection, because what he wants is he wants us to come into his world and try to basically an awareness concept of how to deal with the environment as it affects someone's health. And then he wants to bring his world into our restoration world and say, look, you need to be considering the possible effects of a bad job on a client. So it's really starting with the training, which I'm excited about because that's what I love to do. But that's what it's going to start with. We're going to start offering training that's more of an awareness program for the medical field, as then he trains our guys on how to deal with the medical problems that they're dealing with.
So from a layman's viewpoint, here I am, layman. It seems like if there's a medical push to what we do, if there's a validation of what we do, that's got to be a huge impact, thinking about years ahead.
It is. And we've already put together a program with his help.
Okay.
We're putting together a program where we can actually collect the data from these patients. I think one of the things that's going to be important as we move forward is to be able to find those data points. What are the connections? How are these projects? How should they be treated? Why should they be treated? What's interesting to me is that we've been doing this for several years with sensitized individuals. We're very careful about who we connect them to in terms of the projects. But what we've learned is that when we sit down with a sensitized individual, if we can talk with their doctor and say, what is it that you're looking for? Are you looking for, is it a mold problem? Is it an endotoxin problem? Is it an actino problem? What is it? Then we can actually provide for them the assessment and the post-testing that actually proves we've improved the environment.
Big news.
It is big news.
And big results can come from that.
It absolutely can. And when you are able to be connected with a patient who is suffering from that and has a doctor who is interested in trying to figure out how to fix up the environment, they know that they can't just give them a drug and send them back to a contaminated environment if that contaminated environment is exacerbating their problems.
Yeah.
So it just makes sense. It's just been a long time coming.
It makes sense. Can't wait to see this happen. Last question, what's your projected timeline to see results?
Well, the new website is coming up in 60 days for Dr. Heyman, and there's going to be a lot of information on Normie there. We're working toward, hopefully by the end of the year, to be in place to do some training in a couple of universities. And so
that's quick.
Big news.
All right, you heard it here first. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. We are back here at the Experience, a trade show, and I have Mark Rataco with me, and you can hear a lot of banging in the background. They're doing some live demonstrations. And Mark, you're from Respiratory Air, and I think that's the easiest way to describe it. What is that?
So Respiratory Labs, we do airborne and surface mycotoxin testing. So we're really at the cutting edge of analyzing the indoor space for both air and surface to see what the levels are.
And forgive me, it's Respiratory Labs. I said air because my next word was air, and again, these guys are banging with things behind us doing demonstrations. So sorry about that.
Absolutely, Respiratory Labs. So
where are you located?
We're located in Oregon. So, and
now, are you on that specific time?
We are on Pacific time, but I'll tell you what, I get calls 5 o'clock in the morning and all the way to the 7 o'clock at night. So whatever people need, we're there. We're available. People have questions after hours. We're there to help them.
And the specialty type of service that you provide, what is it exactly?
Well, the real key this day is now looking at the actual air itself for these poisonous mycotoxins. And now that we can actually look at the air, what we're finding is after remediation, we're finding these elevated levels of mycotoxins. So the industry as a whole, I really believe, really needs to start looking at, not only doing the spore trap sampling, but combining that with mycotoxin testing. When a homeowner gives you a call, what are they looking for? They're really concerned about the mold in their home, the health of their family, their children. And when you're looking at the health of the indoor environment, it's just not spore trap sampling. It's also looking for the mycotoxins. So to do a really good job and evaluate that structure, we need to look at spore trap and combining that with mycotoxins to see what the health risk is from mold.
Now we talk about mold and microbial contamination all the time, but mycotoxins is a little bit newer to the people that we normally deal with. And when I say deal with, I'm talking about contractors. Could you give a little more detail on what mycotoxins are?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I used to do about 4,000 mold assessments or remediation projects a year prior to selling my company. And I was always frustrated because after I did a job, I would have some customers that no matter what we did, they couldn't go back into that home. Looking back at it, it's because we left the mycotoxins behind, but we had no ability to test for it. Now, these mycotoxins are actually produced by the molds, and it's a defense mechanism when they're competing against other molds for resources for survival. The problem that we have is the way that we currently do mold remediation, we actually have and are increasing the levels of mycotoxins, and we don't know about it unless we actually do the testing.
So you had just said a defense mechanism. That's defense mechanism to protect the mold or itself.
Yeah, from other molds and other bacteria.
From what I remember about Stachybotrys, which is what's considered the black mold, that has one of the most aggressive mycotoxins or toxins that affect humans.
Well, there's a lot of different mycotoxins that affect us. All right, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, the trichosin group. The problem that we're having now that we're able to sample the air is what we're finding is some of the molds will start off producing one type of mycotoxin, and then that may not be effective. And all of a sudden they're starting to produce another type of mycotoxin.
So it's changing to its environment to protect itself.
Exactly. So it's really not about the species of the mold itself. It's actually about eliminating the mycotoxins.
Are the mycotoxins common across different types of molds? Same type, or are they all different?
Well, they'll be a little bit different based on the species of the mold, but again, some of them will produce more than one type of mycotoxin.
Okay. So besides mycotoxin testing, is there any other testing that you do?
We only specialize in mycotoxins, but we also do surface sampling of the mycotoxins. So it's not just the air that we do, but we also do surface. So it's great for PRV if you want to make sure that you clean the walls, the surfaces, the contents. We get that quite a bit. People want to know, is that content safe to move from one environment to another? Well, now we can test it, see if it's still there. Was it cleaned correctly?
And the mycotoxins from some of the trainings that I've been through and what we talk about, it's more of a almost like a stickier substance that's hard to get off the surfaces.
It's very challenging to get it off surfaces. It'll float in the air. It'll attach to mold spores. It'll attach to dust particulates. All those things. We've evaluated a lot of the HEPA scrubbers out there since we can do the before and after in real world of the mycotoxins. And what we found is a lot of the air scrubbers are actually increasing the levels of the mycotoxins in the indoor air.
As far as the mycotoxins go, do you guys do susceptibility type of testing on them, like what they're sensitive to or what works on them?
We don't do any of that. We're just strictly looking at the environment itself for the mycotoxins. So, you know, for us, it's about giving some guidance to the indoor environmental professional, the functional medicine doctor on what those levels are and when it's going to benefit that homeowner to spend the money to do the remediation. Because we're going to compare it to background levels. Background levels for us are homes that have had no history of mold, no history of water damage, and no history of an individual with mold sensitivities. And we found background levels of mold in those environments. And what we want to do is compare your results that you're sending in against those average background levels. Now, low is easy to understand. If the levels are high, that's easy to understand. It's when we run into these medium background levels that you have to look at the whole scope. You have to look at other lab tests from maybe doctors. You might have to look at other tests that you're doing from Spore Trap to see if that homeowner is going to benefit from spending the money for mycotoxin remediation.
So anybody that's watching, if they had any more questions, could they go to your website for more information?
Absolutely. Come to our website. You can go on there. We do presentations on Mondays and Tuesdays to explain a little bit about our testing, why you want to test, how it becomes airborne, all those different things. We spend an hour doing that. Additional follow-up questions, just reach out to us.
What's the website address?
It's RESPIRARELABS.com, respirarylabs.com.
Right. Well, I thank you for joining us here today. I know it's been busy and I've been in meetings and interviews for the last 2 days, so I appreciate you taking the time and joining us.
Well, thank you very much for having us.
We'll chat again.
I want to welcome everybody today to another episode of Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And we have a special guest today, Alan Johnston. He's the founder of Green Tech Environmental, and he is a wealth of information on the science and technology side of controlling odors, controlling airborne and surface contaminants. And I just find it a privilege to have him here with us today. So Alan, if you'd like to say a quick hello, and we'll get started.
Hi, Lance. Privileged to be with you as well today.
Thank you very much. Can you give us a real brief background, a little bit as your background of where you've come from and how we got to this point today?
Sure. My background is engineering. I'm a graduate of Purdue University in Indiana in electrical engineering, and I worked in the aerospace industry for 15 years. On some exciting programs involving NASA, the space shuttle, and a lot of different missile systems that protect our country. I had the opportunity to enter the air purification industry in 1997, now over 25 years ago, and it was really a combination of factors, but one that really drove my interest was the loss of my mother, who ultimately passed away from mold exposure in a school that she taught in. And as an aerospace engineer, I had a hard time understanding how something like that could happen in the world that we live in with such great technologies available to us. And so I've dedicated the rest of my professional career to finding technologies that solve the problem of indoor air quality and do it in a way that really mimics the way that the nature cleans the air outside.
Well, I don't know if you really know how many lives you've actually reached, but just from the technologies that you've worked on and put out into the market, it's countless. So I want to thank you for that. I know how it's affected my family, my friends that use these similar types of technologies. So again, thank you for all that. But speaking of the technologies, why don't we get into some of them? I mean, the central and eastern part of the United States over the last week or so has really been impacted by fires coming out of Canada. And, out of sight, out of mind, we think of Canada hundreds, thousands of miles away, depending on where you're located, but it's having a direct influence on us. And the technologies that you've worked on and are familiar with are really the lifeline for many people that have breathing issues or just regular people that are reacting to the smoke. So I don't know if you want to just start talking about some of them, or if you want me to request. Why don't we go with what you're comfortable with?
Well, the technologies are obviously something that I am passionate about. I'm the founder of Green Tech Environmental and started that company almost 15 years ago now. And the object of the mission, I'd say, of our company is to find technologies that truly solve the problem, or not just a Band-Aid on them. And there are technologies that, as I said earlier, mimic what nature does outdoors, and I'll share some of those with you. This issue that we're having recently with wildfire smoke is certainly significant, and it's a problem that pops up periodically. certainly every month of every year, somewhere around the world, and the United States had a chance to experience it, affecting as many as 100 million people here just in the last few weeks. It is toxic.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because what you just mentioned affecting, 100 million people in the United States, this is a part of the country that's not normally affected. But one of the things that came out of this, because of the thickness of the smoke, we actually got a glimpse into what the starting of a nuclear winter would look like. And, it affected the overall climate. In New Jersey, which is where I'm from, the average temperature this time of the year is normally 80, 85 degrees. When the smoke was as thick as it was for those 4 days, we barely got to 70 degrees. It lowered the temperature almost 20 degrees a day. So it made a big difference, and that affects things going forward.
Makes a huge difference. And we see the same from volcano eruptions, although not something that we often see here in this country, but in other parts of the world, not uncommon. And it's a scary situation. But from what affects you and I, and what we're really concerned about, our health, the effect of what the constituents that make up that wildfire smoke, more than just what we can see, it's the chemical compounds that are inside of that smoke that are of real concern. I have the privilege to be on multiple boards of committees with ASHRAE, and ASHRAE is the standard that is set for heating and air conditioning and indoor air quality. And one of those standards is 52.2, which is the standard for filtration. And what you hear most about when someone talks about the concerns over health and wildfire smoke is PM 2.5 or particulate matter at 2.5 microns. And that is just one size particle. Obviously, wildfire smoke contains particles of virtually every size, up to particles that we can see very clearly. But scientists have really focused in on that one size because it's one that they measure and have identified as one that can get into our lungs and get absorbed into our bloodstream and have a dramatic health effect. And so filtration becomes an important part of a solution to dealing with wildfire smoke indoors. I know that people are talking about setting up safe rooms within their homes, a place that they can go that will allow them to breathe and have a minimal effect from the wildfire smoke. And for those that have technologies that they put into these rooms, congratulations. It's something that we should all have to be able to have a safe haven. We never know when wildfires can hit. I'm sitting in Northeast Tennessee, not far from Gatlinburg, a beautiful, one of the most visited national parks, but was struck by a wildfire just a few years ago that took out thousands of acres and burned thousands of homes, something that was unheard of because we just don't have many wildfires in this area. And we got a glimpse of what that can mean. It can strike anywhere, and preparedness is important. So as we've worked as a community within ASHRAE, developing standards for filtration, high quality HEPA type pleated filters that are able to filter out these ultrafine particles is very important. Most people don't have filtration in their home other than maybe on their HVAC system. And a lot of people are going out and buying 50 cents filters from Walmart. And one of the things that I would like to say right up front is don't do that. Invest in a quality filter that is pleated. And there are a number of them out there that are MERV 7 rated filters, and that's generally what a typical HVAC system can handle. MERV ratings have to do with the effectiveness of the particle capturing ability. The higher the MERV rating, the tighter the weave, the less air flows through the filter. And one of the things that we can't do is typically on most systems put a HEPA type filter, which is MERV 13 and above. A true HEPA filter is MERV 16. HEPA type filters start around MERV 13, but those are very restrictive to airflow, or can be, and most of your systems can't handle it. But if you can go from just a dust bunny catcher, which is a typical cheap 50-cent filter that is made of fiberglass that you can see through, to a quality pleated filter that would be a MERV 7, you're going to be light years ahead for that. But a filter doesn't take out another problem with wildfire smoke, and that's chemical constituents.
That's one of the things that we talked about, especially when COVID hit, that people were wearing masks, and the masks were fine for particulate, but it wasn't stopping something at the size of a virus. And the same thing with smoke. It'll stop the particulate, but nothing to do with the gases.
That's correct, Lance. The gases are of significant concern to health. Inside that wildfire smoke, there are toxic gases, chemical compounds that are harmful to our health. And for the most part, we're able to deal with lots of issues, lots of chemicals that we get faced with. Our bodies are wonderful at being able to deal with those, but as we get exposed to more and more chemicals, which we are, chemicals that come through our skin from laundry detergent, chemicals come from the cleaners that we use in the indoor environment to clean, to sanitize, which is great, but those chemicals get in the air and we breathe them in. And it's not a surprise that today the CDC and EPA are saying that over 15% of our population have chemical sensitivities. In other words, they've been exposed to so many chemicals that their body is no longer able to deal with it. And now they become what is often referred to as hypersensitive to chemicals and have an adverse reaction to them. And now they have to be extremely cautious because their body can no longer take that exposure. And so it puts them into a downward spiral. So those people are using hypoallergenic laundry detergent, for instance. They're using things that are for people who have chemical sensitivities. If you want to avoid becoming chemically sensitive, you want to remove as many chemicals as you can from your environment so that your body doesn't become overwhelmed. And certainly wildfire smoke with all the chemical constituents in it create a problem that do put people at risk in that way.
One of the episodes that we're doing, we're talking with a professional forest fire fighter, and he talks about the different types of forest fire smoke. A lot of people say, well, it's like a campfire. We do that all the time and we have a fire pit. Well, that's when just the trees basically and the brush are burning. When it burns through an area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents, and whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there, and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now, I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about because these electron holes that are left behind, I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down something called molecular dissociation, breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system, and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these two travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air, and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
you had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's a inexpensive filter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter.
Correct.
The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described, and some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside. Because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is there's a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And it's, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. Everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes, without really understanding them. We have here at GreenTech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health, yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization, but not 100%, and especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard. And by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it, that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters, and so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used OdorGuard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden one day they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource Board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors, and that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is, you know, nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. Use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but you know, there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information. And I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks so much.
And we are back again with Steve Hergott this time, who's been a Normie member for a long time now. And Steve, we've done a lot of interviews in the past, and I've always enjoyed doing them, especially when I ask you about HVAC. I think that's your world, and
my world.
And we're going to go there today. But I do want to mention that you are an author. You have a published book, Healthy Harmless Homes.
Correct.
Want to do a shameless plug and hold up your book there real
I'll
quick?
plug. I happen to bring a copy with me today, so
there you go.
I wrote this right before COVID. It's a primer on indoor air quality, and it's focused on HVAC solutions to indoor air quality problems. So that's the theme of this book. So here it is.
Well, and that's what we talk about, all the indoor air quality, and that's what this is about. But what I wanted to ask you about, what's new in the HVAC industry? Because I know you're really on top of that stuff. So what's going on with it?
Yeah, so I work in the Boston market HVAC. It's my full-time job, I'll say.
Just if you would keep the mic a little closer. I got
Okay,
all the
gotcha.
speakers
All
right
right.
here.
So the big trend in New England, but really across the country, is we're calling it electrification. That means we're converting from fossil fuels like natural gas and oil, and houses and commercial buildings are going all electric, which really means heat pumps. So that's our big trend, which sounds simple enough, but it's a real challenge to retrofit an existing building that, say, now has natural gas heat to go to all heat pumps.
Have you noticed any issues with supply of electricity in those environments? Because I've noticed locally, with all the people now switching over to electric cars and everything else, the voltages that are coming into homes and businesses are lower.
Yeah, so that's going to be a challenge down the road. We've not seen a big problem, but sometimes in some of the larger homes that they might have, say, 200 amps of service, which used to be plenty. Now they have to upgrade to 400 amps, which is a significant investment, may not even be possible at some locations. So that's
Well,
good.
I know the electric companies have been sending out notices, warning people about overusing things, leaving their vehicles plugged in, charging all the time. It's overloading the grid. So switching over to these all electric heating and cooling systems, I mean, that to me would be a concern, though I understand the benefits of doing it.
It's going to be a huge concern. Yeah. We don't think the grid can support all that's going to happen HVAC wise. And then you throw in electric vehicle charging stations. It's going to be an issue for sure.
So what's the advantage of the electrical heating and cooling systems that you guys are switching to?
Great question. I'd say it's not an operating cost benefit usually because natural gas is way more affordable to heat, especially in the northern climates. The benefit is for the environment. That's why the folks are doing it. They want to do what's right for the environment. So that's why they want to put in heat pumps.
I agree with that. And I see a lot of people doing things like electric vehicles, changing away from natural gas and propane and stuff like that. However, I think the challenge that we're all going to be facing is the limitations of what's available right now. It's almost like this time the technology is ahead of the curve. We usually wait for the technology. Now we're ahead of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And back on the technology, it's amazing now that heat pumps have gotten so efficient that we're able to produce efficient indoor heat at outdoor temperatures down to minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Every time I say that, it sounds like magic.
And that's with electric pumps.
Electric heat pumps, yeah.
Does any of that work with thermal transfer?
Meaning
as far as the deep earth thermal
circulation? So that's also, I'm glad you brought that up. So that's another trend. I'll say again, the Boston market I know best. Geothermal is making a comeback. It had its day about 10, 15 years ago, and now it's making a comeback. Yes.
Yeah, I saw systems that were being installed, like you said, 10, 15 years ago, some even a little bit longer. And it was, to me, it always confused me. How does that heat or cool, but it's really doing it without the compression?
Yeah, so it's doing it because we know the earth temperature when you dig down into the earth is approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Plus or minus. So that's easy. If you think about it, that's easier to pump up the heat from 50 degrees Fahrenheit to where you want to heat it in the house as opposed to minus 20 degree air, right? It's way more efficient.
Well, interesting. At least there's options out there. But again, it's still all electric powered. There's no other way to power things right now.
Yeah. So the latest technology, to get maybe a little technical, I don't want to get too technical. So air to air source heat pumps are, we extract the heat from the air and then we blow the air into the house. Air to water heat pumps are now getting more popular and being brought to America from Europe. So there we extract the heat from the air, but then we put it into water so that we can circulate that water for radiant heat, cast iron radiators, those kind of things. So that's for the New England market. That's the retrofit market. There's a lot of homes and businesses that have forced hot water heat.
It's funny because the newer technology of doing that is using older technology to deploy it.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yep.
Interesting. That's a big twist.
That's a big twist.
So how does any of that affect indoor air quality? Because now you're getting away from forced air.
Yeah. That's another great question and a great point. So when we have forced air heating and cooling in a home, we can filter the air, we can humidify the air, we can dehumidify the air, we can filter the air, we can add air purification technology. Yeah. But if we have forced out water heat, then none of that applies. We need portable type indoor air quality.
So standalone equipment.
Standalone equipment.
I mean, even things like just ceiling fans help in those situations.
Ceiling fans help. Correct. Yep.
So, well, interesting. So is that in your book? Things that we're talking about?
Yeah, that's not in my book. That's probably the next book, I've either got to upgrade. I either have to upgrade this book, right, and put some more chapters in it, or write another book. But all that takes time. I wish I had more time, but
Well, I think that's going to be the sequel to this book, because this one is good.
yeah.
You know, and the sequel of just all this new stuff
Yeah.
that is really just now starting to come out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in the industry or not. Have you seen anything with AI, the artificial intelligence, in the heating system for
Yes.
cooling?
Yeah. So I get a weekly magazine called the HVAC News. Almost every week now, there's articles about AI either being used by contractors or being used by manufacturers. Yes, definitely.
You know, when we do our classes, we talk about a lot of the technology and the changes. And whenever we mention AI, I'm not dealing with that. I want nothing to do with it. I don't understand it. And unfortunately, we're in a world that things are changing so quickly. You don't have a choice.
Don't have a choice. No.
You know, it's you can't fear the technology. You have to embrace it, because left behind's not even a valid term any longer. You know, if you don't.
Yeah, I've actually started experimenting with it. So almost every day now, I ask a question of my AI app on my phone, and it's been fun. I've even got my wife doing it. I never thought she'd go down that road, but she's even have fun with it.
It's truthfully in everything we do. There's a company out there now that's handling the AI development of most cars developed in Europe, some coming over to the US. Main chain stores, restaurants are now using that for their online ordering. You don't even know you're talking to a computer, and they're taking your order, answering your questions. So it's there. You have to use it. And I can understand where HVAC is definitely going to be there. I know years ago we had computers controlling our temperature in commercial buildings and relative humidity and making adjustments. So it's been there, just more advanced now.
Yeah, it's almost a little scary because we have to, like you said, we have to stay up with the technology. The older I get, I feel like it's more and more of a challenge to stay up with the technology.
Yeah, but to stay engaged in this industry.
Yeah.
You know, and truthfully, it's concerning, but it's also an exciting time for the industry.
Yeah.
Because there's so many advancements and so many things making healthier, safer, cleaner environments for people.
And then you toss in the government, and the Department of Energy is involved. So right now we're phasing out the current refrigerant that is used in all HVAC equipment, which is called R410A. That's phasing out the end of December. And starting January 1st, all manufacturers have to use new refrigerants that are friendlier to the environment. So again, it's September already, and we're not being educated yet by the manufacturers about what's coming at us in January.
Will the newer refrigerants work in the older equipment?
We don't think so. No, we don't think so.
Because many people have 5, 10, 15-year-old air conditioning compressors, and they do leak, and they need to be filled.
Yeah, well, we'll still be able to buy that R410A refrigerant, because that happened when R22 got phased out. It's probably 15 years ago now. We could still buy it. In fact, even today, you can still buy R22 refrigerant because there's equipment, rooftop equipment still has that in it. So we can still buy it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate the update, and we're going to have you back when you get some more information on this changeover.
All right. Well, this
So
is
thank you.
always fun to interact with you. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank
All
you,
right.
Steve.
Hello and welcome to episode 25 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Today's guest is Miss Evie Sims from Australia. She is the founder of Bolts Holding and Building Environmental Wellness Group. She has over 25 years of experience in wood floor drying, major loss mitigation, and mold remediation. She created the Building Restoration Inspection Institute for industry training. And she's certified in various certifications from the RIA and IICRC. And that is not it. She is a board member of IAQA. She's a founding member of the Australian IAQAA chapter and is active on multiple standards for our industry and committees. And the list goes on and on for Miss Evie. So without further ado, please welcome Evie Sims.
Hello. Hi, everyone from Australia. Good to be here. Hi, Kayla. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Thank you for joining me. You know, it's my evening here. It's your morning there, right? So I wanted to take the opportunity to, you know, interview you and just kind of talk a little bit about who you are, fun facts about you, and what you're going to be speaking about at the experience. I think it's important to let people know you're going to be speaking at the spring experience. And what are you talking about?
So I'm so lucky to be going to Florida in spring to talk at the experience. It's going to be my first gig. I did something. I was at last year with Lisa Lavender at 360. So that was fun, and I think you get a little bit of a, oh, I need to do more. So this time we're going to talk a little bit about building wood floors, you know, how we can expand our businesses in restoration world to a bit more of different class 4 type drying situations, and what class 4 drying situations might really be. So it's more like an intermediate restoration things. Hopefully I'll be able to give some ideas for people to bring back to their businesses and say, hey, you know what, we can instigate this type of protocols for this type of drying techniques or this type. So I believe in utilizing equipment to its maximum advantage when you're doing a restoration job. So hopefully I can be able to share some of that.
Yeah, that's exciting. I'm excited to see what you talk about. Honestly, you have a very unique background. I couldn't list every accomplishment or every involvement that you have. You've been in the industry for quite some time. So, I mean, tell us a little bit about that. You know, you started in cleaning and then you kind of evolved. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I think my cleaning restoration life have evolved for the last 20 years, stabilizing in the last 5 years or so. And when I say that, is that because doing cleaning was we started doing one of the first green cleaning companies in Australia, utilizing different ways of cleaning that is not going to cause allergies. So we have been very, my business, me and the way that we work in the cleaning field has been very proactively encouraging better ways of living from the get-go when I started doing cleaning already, which was a lot of learning curve, looking at how my staff was performing and learning that they were actually affected by some of the chemicals. Some of our customers had a lot more allergies. And with that, you know, it really super speeded me into, you know, green cleaning. And that has followed throughout the course of my cleaning restoration career. But cleaning is cleaning for buildings, commercials, builders clean, and all that was very, very interesting. But however, I wanted to provide smaller crew, because cleaning business is bigger. So smaller crew, and I started to do carpet repair, carpet dyeing, which was very small, personal, time-consuming type of work. And then from there, actually went to restoration, and that's why I started to do wood flooring, which is very similar to that of dyeing carpets, you know, and color repairs and carpet repairs. It's a very similar aspect because it takes a little bit of patience, you know, and know-how. And once you've got that, you can expand. And I think the reason for all this changes is because I'm a woman in restoration. It is quite an interesting space to be at, you know, 20-something years ago. It's a very male-dominated industry. So for you to become, for women to really be able to have an active voice, you need to really be able to diversify and change and find a niche market. And I think I found my niche, and I love the little things that I do. And there you go. And that's why I'm here. And because I learned that way, now I I hope to encourage people, and I do a lot of free classes for people to encourage them to actually get involved in the industry and start from younger, bring in some transitional generation people to come in and find it as a career path, not as a industry that you can just come in and go because of whatever the reasons.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that you talk about your journey, right? Your career path essentially. You know, you started in the space of carpet cleaning and even I would even say corrective color is a form of restoration, right? And I think that that's the cool thing about everything that we do. It's you also have to inspect in order to understand what you need to do to color correct. So, you know, I think it's a beautiful thing to see how we're all intertwined, and we haven't really even touched on how you've gotten into the indoor space essentially, right? You are a board member for IAQA, and I've been fortunate enough to know you through the IICRC and IAQA and meetings and events. But can you talk a little bit about the relationship between, you know, the indoor space and the things that we do in inspection, cleaning, and restoration?
For sure. 2008, I went to my first IAQA meeting. I met a bunch of people there, all of them were nerds. They all had these titles that was so big. But yet, me, little me restorer, was going in there, and they were talking to me. And I love these people. I thought they were just great. It's like you go into a space, and it didn't really matter because you participate in the space. They really embraced you into it. And then I looked at building inspection from there. A lot of people were doing building inspection. I already had a moisture meter fetish, like it started before that. So I started to buy meters as much as I can. And talked about meters. So I know a lot about the meters, and I thought that's it. You know, my transitional space from doing the next phase of my life should be really looking at how I can assist people, because most of the things is that you get a lot of people that goes in, they restore things, and then they walk away. Most of the homeowners and the people actually don't know what to do next. What's the next pathway that they're supposed to do? And I thought that, you know, that would be really good if I can start looking at, you know, which I'm already doing, starting at that time to look at inspections and stuff. And then I thought my career as I move on would become a consultant. In 2014, I started the full consultants phase. I still did my specialty work, which is wood floor drying. I did some mold still, and those were the two participants. But when I was doing mold, I was looking at really chronic inflammatory respiratory syndromes type of people that had to look at a whole holistic view of not just recovering the homes, but looking at how I can continue to maintain an indoor healthy environment for them, and then look at using continuous monitoring systems and help them to do that for about a couple of years until I let them go. And we, you know, and they're more in their own remedial path in their building management system, so to speak. So I really enjoyed that space ever since I went to the first IAQA meeting. And then I wanted to do more as the year goes on. And I reached out at one point to Jay and said, you know, I'm really interested in seeing how I can get more involved. And luckily, in a couple of years, he mentored me for a while to be able to get on to sit on the nomination, and got nominated as one of the board members for IAQA. And prior to that, we looked at Australia and thought, you know, Australia didn't have a chapter. We've got, you know, one thing that IAQA is very good at is that we're indoor air quality consultants. And we are very good at merging a whole bunch of people that's already in the space, your industrial hygienists, your occupational hygienists, you know, your building inspectors, your building science people, the restoration people, you know, and all that people. We're very good at being the interperson people to nurture all these people together. And I thought that would be really good in Australia. So in Australia, everybody just went, let's do it together. And we formed the Australian chapter in 2016 with Dr. Claire Bird being one of its president and I being one of the first directors of it. Hey. And then she's carried the flag to all the different presidencies now. Hey. So it's very exciting. They had the first conference just a couple of months ago.
Oh, how cool. It's so cool to see how everything has evolved, right? How exciting. And I think that's a really cool thing about us being in different parts of the world. We can learn from one another and take pieces and make our immediate environment that much better, right? We all have something to learn from one another, which that's one thing I really appreciate about you is you've never stopped educating yourself or never stopped pushing yourself to that next limit, which is so cool to see. Speaking of all of this, I know a lot of people know you for your Restore background and your IAQ background, but what's something that might surprise people about yourself? Are you like a secret, artist of some sort? Do you like to sing? Are you like, do you like to play football? What is something fun about yourself that you'd love to share with everybody?
So I'm a hockey fanatic at the moment. So I go. We have a bunch of 25 ladies that has a summer and winter sessions that we go and do. And we went to Pan Pacific last 2 years ago. We came in second, and this year we came in third. I don't know why we keep on playing different age group. We're not on the age group that we're supposed to. We always play about 10 years or 15 years younger. I think we're trying to test ourselves, but it is fantastic. I think kinship is one of the best things. And hockey, apart from hockey, is a really interesting sport. And I'm a little mad about hockey, less I'm mad about soccer. I don't play soccer, but I play hockey. But it's just that is that friendship that you get, that you spend with, so many people together. When we went to the Pan game, we had 17 women, and we went swimming in the morning. They had yoga in their rooms, we cooked, and then we went and played games for 7 days, came back hurts, leg hurts.
Especially when you're playing somebody, like you said, 10 or 15 years younger, but man, to play second and third with a group of women that's your age that are playing people that, are someone you should be mentoring essentially is nothing to sneeze at. And yes, of course, your body aches and stuff. So what you're saying is if you really needed to check somebody, you could do it, right? Like you can check them on the ice, you can check them in real life.
Come on.
I'll remember to just give you a hug when I see you. I won't even try that. Well, thank you so much for joining me today, Evie, and everybody else watching. We hope to see you at the Experience April 8th through 10th at the Charlotte Harbor Event and Convention Center in Punta Gorda, Florida. You can register now at rnrmagonline.com. And as always, you can listen to this and other content and videos on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. And if you're looking for updates and maybe even some articles from Evie or some highlights from her session, you can follow us on Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter. And a very, very special thank you to Miss Evie today. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you very soon.
I look forward to seeing everyone in Florida for the Experience in April.
Take care, everybody.
Welcome everybody to today's episode, Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And this is a multi-part series being offered by Normie.tv. It's also available on numerous other platforms, and you can find that at normie.org. I want to welcome today's guest, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, and he is also a senior leader in the GBAC organization, which is a Global Biorisk Advisory Council. Gavin, say hello.
Yeah, hi, Lance. How are you today?
Good. And if I missed on the actual titles, please correct me and fill us in a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Lance, I work for ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, and I manage the team with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, which is a division of ISSA. I'm also an associate professor, Lance, at the Penn State College of Medicine. I've been working with Penn State since 2011. I teach 3 graduate courses, 3 15-week courses on biological risk management.
Well, that is exactly what we need to be talking about today. And with that, I want to bring up an image real quick. So I want to talk about short-term health effects for people exposed to the wildfires that have drifted down here into the U.S. and the central and the eastern coast. And these images I want to show you are what took place over a 3 to 4 day period. Now, this was, I can tell you, here in New Jersey, because I took the pictures myself, but this was mid-afternoon, and it looks like sunset. So give me a moment, and I'll bring this up on the screen so everybody can see what we're actually talking about, especially if you didn't get the opportunity to experience this. Are you able to see the images?
Yes, I can, Lance.
Well, as you can see, these are sunset looking type of images in the middle of the day with no clouds. Extremely thick smoke conditions, and this smoke was coming from probably up to 1,000 miles away up in Canada, all the way down to the coastal area of New Jersey. Now, from the reports and everything we got, it was even worse through the state of New York, Pennsylvania, which is closer to the Canadian border. So as far as health effects go, and I do want to mention one other thing. You've seen these images. I want to show you something graphical that we can then talk about. This was graphical data that I captured outside my home, actually, over a week period. You can see leading up to where the spiking started on the graph that the outside levels of particulates and volatile organic compounds, VOCs, or the chemistries in the air, are very low. And then you can see it all of a sudden started to spike on the first day, and then it was kind of an up and down to where it got really bad by the 3rd day. And then after that, it started to settle out and move on. So the images that you saw before this is graphical data talking about particulates at 2.5 microns, 10 microns, and 1 or sub-micron size particulates, which really can affect people's health. So as far as short-term effects, how do you see that?
Well, what's really interesting, Lance, is that if you go back to that period of time, I think when I woke up on the Wednesday here in Washington, D.C., and your photos actually captured that very clearly, there was a lot of smoke in the air. And we knew the fires were in Canada. Who would have thought that I would wake up in Washington, D.C., and suddenly I realized the air that I breathe or am breathing today came from Canada? And you don't think at a local level, at the neighborhood level, where does the air come from that I breathe? We think it all is generated locally, but it wasn't. No, this air that I was breathing here in Washington, D.C. on that Wednesday was coming from Canada. Why? Because the smoke showed that to me. It visualized it. It showed me that the fires in Canada were sending smoke down the east coast of the US. And I think everyone needs to understand smoke anywhere is just bad for the human body. It also affects animals, no matter how healthy a person is or how long they're exposed to. Smoke exposure is just bad. And we need to understand, what does that bad mean? So if I look at, what were the messages going out from when the photos that you took, Lance, showing the sun blocked out, showing all that smoke in the air. What were the key messages being delivered to the public, the community? And we're very fortunate because, here's my phone. On my phone here, I have a number of apps. We have there's a lot of apps that are available that can make you aware of outdoor air quality. Not very many, I think very few people would have apps on their phone for indoor air quality, but we have a lot of apps for outdoor air quality. And on my phone, I use the weather app. It's free. And if I click on the weather app for Washington, D.C., I can see what the air quality is, and it's monitored, and it's called the Air Quality Index, or AQI. So again, the weather app has it. It's online. Many other apps use the Air Quality Index. And we know that the Air Quality Index around about 50 or less is considered healthy. We also know that sensitive and vulnerable people might notice ill effects to their health at levels as low as 51. And we know that from that air quality index, levels at 150 or greater are considered unhealthy for everyone. And so what we saw, this air quality index uses 6 different color schemes. But Lance, when I do my hazards identification, my risk assessments, I usually stick to the traffic light system, red, yellow, green, because that's universal. Everyone understands what red, yellow, green means. When you bring in other colors, it can be confusing. What is orange? What is purple? What is violet? That sort of thing. So there's 6 colors in the air quality index, and we started seeing maps on the news, on TV, on the websites, in newspapers, in the general media and social media. And a lot of people didn't understand what those 6 colors meant. But again, what we want to be really clear here, a level at 150 or above on the air quality index is considered unhealthy for everyone. And what we saw for the smoke from Canada, places like New York, Washington, D.C., other locations went up into the 300s, even the 400s. And this air quality index, Lance, only goes to 500. It stops at 500. So when we saw the numbers up into 400s, that's never happened before. That's setting new records for many of those locations.
I guess the way you could equate that is when we actually deal with indoor air quality and we get particulate counts and mold in the environment and extremely high, it's almost like breathing soup.
Yep.
It's that thick. And the particulate size of this smoke is extremely concerning because it goes deep into your lungs and is a direct access point into your blood system.
This is really important, Lance. So if you look at, when you see smoke, like in the photos that you showed, we're concerned, and we saw this being talked about the hazards, the risks. It's about particles. And so smoke, even wildfire smoke, is harmful primarily because it contains airport particulate matter, these particles. And you saw on your graph that you showed, Lance, these particles can be measured in microns, 10 microns, 2.5 microns, 1 micron down to 0.3 microns. Understand that the smallest grain of sand is still 40 times larger than a PM 2.5, a particulate matter 2.5 particle. The width of a human hair is about 50 microns. So as soon as you get down to 10, we can't see those with the human eye until we see lots and lots of particles together. So when you see particles at 2.5, 10, like you showed in your graph, all coming together, that's what causes the smoke. That's what gives us the visualization. Now, we have wildfires, forest fires, grass fires have been around for years, for centuries, and we have a lot of data. If we go back to, say, the 2020 California fires that turned the sky just like in your photo, Lance, an apocalyptic shade of orange is what I would call. It was emitted by more than 1 million metric tons of PM 2.5. In California in 2020, in those fires, that was a 2,360% increase above normal air, according to the California Air Resources Board. And so it's really important to understand there are particles in the air. So if we focus on the short-term exposure to particulate matter, so let's focus on particulate matter 2.5, PM 2.5, which is we saw in the media. We saw everyone talking about PM 2.5. We know that short-term exposure can trigger lots of health problems, including but not limited to coughing, stinging eyes, a scratchy throat, a runny nose, chest pain, headaches, asthma attacks, fatigue, wheezing, breathing difficulties. And again, all this information is freely available through the US government on the US Center for Disease Control Prevention site, the CDC. But also, that, Lance, there's more serious impacts to the lungs and heart when you see particulate matter like PM2.5 in the air. You can have reduction in lung function, even in really healthy people. And we know that the exposure to, like the photos you showed, can affect on heart health. So these particles can enter the bloodstream. They can trigger inflammation, leading to either heart attacks and stroke. They can worsen the health of people who have conditions like diabetes. And we also know from research that Harvard University has studies, and there's other studies out there, that have shown that wildfire smoke increases the risk from infectious diseases. So that in one Harvard University study that I'm familiar with, it estimated that the PM2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 emissions from the 2020 wildfires in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington state were associated with about a 12% increase in COVID cases and over an 8% increase in COVID deaths in 2020.
You know, you mentioned about all the particulate, the information being released to the public and stuff, and everybody's focusing on particulates. I spoke with, in one of the other episodes that we did, a gentleman who is works on the federal side of the firefighting wildfire teams. He's actually a consultant now with all the jets that are out there dropping water and flame retardant materials. But I asked him the difference in the types of smoke coming out of Canada and from wildfires, and he says there's two different types. One is the type burning the forest, just like a campfire. You're burning logs and vegetation, stuff like that. The second type is when that forest fire creeps into industrial and residential areas and starts burning homes and factories and all the materials and chemistries there, that changes the smoke and the contamination to not just particulate, but VOCs, volatile organic compounds, all the chemistries that are now airborne and being burned and converted to other things entering our lungs.
That's really important, Lance, because the messages that were being delivered about the fire, the wildfire smoke in the air just recently focused on particles. It didn't focus on chemicals. It didn't focus on volatile organic compounds. We didn't see them being measured or reported in real time. Yes, we know the measurements were taken, but again, that information wasn't made available. And I think it would have been much more responsible, because we saw the smoke in the air. You took the photos of the smoke in the air. It turned the sun orange. It turned the sky dark gray. And I saw it here in Washington, D.C., where I live. A few measurements to say, yes, we've got particles, but do we have other chemicals? I didn't see that data available. We know from studies, there's a good 2022 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health. And the problem with these studies in these journals, that a lot of the community, a lot of just the public can't access these journals, because you've got to be a subscriber, you've got to pay money. So it's really important that we do think videos like this, Lance, to take those studies and sort of translate and synthesize the information so that everyone understands what's being done. And that's not done enough. But so if we go back to a 2020 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health that probably most people haven't seen, they found that there were long-term effects of wildfire with PM2.5 exposure. And those long-term effects included higher risks of respiratory disease, but also cancer. And so it's really interesting that we now look at, okay, so again, the air where I am now in Washington, D.C., Lance, today is pretty clear. I don't know what the measurements are. I haven't measured it, but I don't see any smoke in the air. And what we've seen from, wildfires in Canada, Australia, California, we've seen the week after that smoke, like in your photos, we've seen an increase in emergency room visits. We've seen an increase in people visiting the physician or the doctor. We've seen increase in prescription of medications for, say, respiratory complications or respiratory problems, difficulties. And we've also seen studies, Lance, say, I think through the, what was one study that I know of through the California Air Resources Board, they estimated that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 from all sources, is responsible for 5,400 premature deaths and 2,800 hospitalizations for cardiovascular, heart and respiratory diseases in California every year. And they also, in the same studies reports, said that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5, was also associated with 6,700 asthma-related hospital emergency room visits in California every year. So it's going to be really interesting. A week after what your photos show, the week after the smoke coming from Canada, how many visits were made by people, we haven't got that data yet, to emergency rooms, how many people went to see the physician or the doctor, and what was the number of prescriptions and medications given to people that are now reporting with maybe breathing difficulties and asthma and other problems.
You know, it's interesting because we recently also did an episode on sensitized individuals with Michael Pinto, and he talks about a lot of that. But the question I have for you is, we've talked about short-term effects, and I think we're starting to teeter on, now that we're a week and a half plus out, what are the long-term effects? But before we get to that specific question, what's the difference of the group that we're not talking about with babies, children, pregnant women, and we can't forget the group of the elderly?
Oh, yeah. So the elderly will have a lot of underlying conditions, that again make them prone to particulate matter PM 2.5 and less particles, smaller particles, which do exist in smoke in general. But if you focus on that real critical, you've identified that critical cohort, that critical group, Lance, of pregnant people, babies, young children, they really need to avoid smoke exposure as much as possible. And so it's really important that we get those warnings out in time. A lot of us will stay indoors, recirculate, or some of us don't, but we need to ensure that our air conditioning is recirculating and not bringing in that outdoor air, because a lot of the filters that we have will not pull out the particles in our home or even places where we work. So it's really important to understand babies, young kids are at high risk because their bodies aren't fully developed. And if you look at pregnant people, their bodies have been fully developed, but when they're pregnant, you're in overdrive. This really has a big effect on your immune system. So there are studies that have shown us that wildfire smoke exposure can lead to preterm birth. So that's preterm birth, Lance, is birth before 37 weeks of gestation. It also leads to babies with low birth weight, leads to babies with impaired lung functions and other health risks. And there was a study, in 2022 in the Journal of Environmental Research. Again, many people probably haven't seen this one, but in this environmental research study, it looked at birth outcomes in California between 2006 and 2012. And what they found was each additional day of exposure to wildfire smoke during pregnancy, so people that are pregnant, increase the risk of preterm birth. That's preterm birth. That's less than what we say, 37 weeks. Now, the same studies, or same study that I'm aware of, estimates that as many as 7,000 additional preterm births occurred in California that were attributable to exposure to wildfire smoke during that period of study, 6 years.
Sounds just like secondhand smoke exposure.
Exactly. Smoke is, exactly. So, and those preterm babies that were born, before 37 weeks of gestation had greater risk of experiencing respiratory complications, developmental issues, and death. And so it's so important. We talk about children now, Lance, developmental issues. We know that wildfire exposure hurts, impairs, decreases children's performance in school. And we know that researchers and studies have looked at that possible link between wildfire smoke exposure and school performance. We've seen those studies done in the US and also Australia. And so a study that I'm aware of in the US used standardized test scores from 2009 and 2016 for nearly 12,000 school districts. And they compared to a school year with no smoke to a school year with wildfire smoke. And they found that the cumulative smoke exposure may have reduced student test scores by roughly 0.15% of a standard deviation. That may not mean much to people. That's a lot. And that information was published in the Journal of Nature in 2022. That is a significant decrease in people's ability to learn, to understand, to think. Again, that information does exist.
There's so many effects, and we're starting to touch on the long-term effects. I've noticed from people within the circle that I travel starting to report eye infections, earaches, ear infections, sinus infections. And this is all a week after. I was kind of predicting out 2 weeks for people to start to have issues. But as far as the long-term effects, just because the smoke cleared out, didn't do anything with all the debris left behind, all the ash that's dropped out of the air. I know the cars here had a grayish color to them, for days. And we haven't had rain for almost 4 weeks. We finally got some rain to wash some of it out of the atmosphere. But this is just something that is continual, and these particulates don't just vanish.
Oh, no, you're right, Lance. And so we always say, dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. That those particles in the air will eventually come down and land on surfaces. So if I look at my car parked in the street over that course of the smoke in Washington, D.C. last week, I can see the particles on my car. It's a black car, and I can see how dirty the windscreen got and how dirty the surface of the car became just from that smoke. It's really interesting that when we start to talk about, oh, well, it wasn't that bad, or it didn't really affect me. I only had the short-term effects of, particulate matter 2.5 or less could be, a coughing, stinging eye, scratchy throat, runny nose, chest pain, headaches, fatigue, wheezing. I run with a running group here in DC, and the people that ran last week told me on the weekend, we just don't feel good enough. We don't feel well enough. We've still got a scratchy throat. We still are wheezing. We've got some breathing difficulties. We can't run with you, Gavin, on the weekend. And would they make official data, official statistics? No, they wouldn't. So that's the information that I've collected just through the group of friends that I have here in DC. So a lot of that information would never be recorded anywhere. And it takes then a lot of effort, like we talked about the Harvard study, Harvard University study, and the California Air Resources Board studies to then study the long-term effect. And a lot of people then will say, well, that happened years ago, and they don't relate or see the link between the time they were exposed, that week of being exposed to smoke, versus they might have respiratory disease, cancer, or cardiovascular inflammatory problems with heart attacks and strokes. Those correlations really aren't made because it's happened so much longer or over time since the actual acute event of being exposed to wildfire smoke. That's always a challenge for us, Lance. It's hard to tell people you've got to, there's a hazard, there's a risk, you've got to take precautions, you've got to do this, when they don't initially feel the really significant bad effects either that day or the next day.
You're right. And, you had said that, which is what everybody else is saying, the news media, all officials, about staying indoors. But it's the same agencies like the EPA that are saying that in normal conditions, your indoor air quality is 5 to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So they're telling people, especially sensitized individuals, children, things like that, to be outside, especially if you're having a positive reaction to your normal home. But now we're telling people to stay inside in the polluted area that is an issue, which is still less polluted than the outside.
Well, Lance, this is so important. So you actually showed real data. I think, was that data outside or inside data that you showed on
that
your
was
graph?
outside.
That was outside. So I have 6 indoor air quality monitors in my house, and I know the alarms went off. I know that I have friends who also have indoor air quality monitors, and we know these are affordable. So it's important that you see the baseline of where your indoor air quality is, because that's what indoor air quality monitors measure. But then you can see how the outside air coming in can influence that, and and we've heard this a lot of discussions, Lance. Well, maybe you can't protect all of the inside of your house or all of the inside where you work. Maybe you have to identify a room that has an air quality monitor with maybe an air quality device that cleans the air, and people should stay in there while there is a risk. And I think it's really important that we emphasize to everyone, Lance, those indoor air quality monitors, as well as air quality purifiers right now, they're affordable. It used to be cost was an issue. Not anymore. You can buy those, you can use those, and I would highly recommend that if reach out to us, and we'll provide you, with a list of those that we have done our research on, we've done our due diligence, we know that they're backed by evidence and science, and it really will change people's behavior and improve their quality of life if they start measuring more. We see measurements for outdoor air through the air quality index, but wouldn't it be great if at the same time more people could have indoor air quality monitors in their home, even their cars, for example, and be able to then see the numbers, react appropriately, change their behaviors, and actually come up with solutions that improve their air quality without waiting till they get the symptoms we just talked about.
In one of the other episodes, I was in a discussion and I used the glass of drinking water as an example. People want to take a nice, clear, crystal type of look of water and drink that. If you were to make that water cloudy or brownish, people say, I'm not drinking that. Well, air is the same thing. The difference is it's not in a small container. So you don't see the pollution. You don't see anything other than if you see like a lot of pollen on your car during spring, something like that. Oh, it's the allergies are bad. That's why I'm coughing. But other than that, people can't see particularly because it's microscopic. So they take breathing for granted. And that's one of the most critical things that we do. I also use the example in another one where a person can go 20 to 40 days without eating. They can go 3 to 7 days without drinking. You can go 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. So we can't stop doing that. So like you said, a safe room, an environment where if they are struggling, they can go into that for a few hours, give their system a break, feel better, and then go back out and do what you have to do. Especially since the indoor air quality is normally so much worse than the outside air, which unfortunately, because of this pollution problem from the smoke, made the outside air so much worse.
Yeah, and that's how we all work together, Lance, through NORMI, GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, a division of ICE, to say, our subject matter experts, we sit there, we know that there's a way of making the unseen seen, be visible. We know how to identify those hazards and then calculate the risk, likelihood of something happening and the consequence if it happens. And, we all know that we use that definition of consequences, how bad can it get? And so much of our air, as you correctly said, Lance, water is unseen. It can be contaminants, pollutants in the air, contaminants, pollutants in water, and it still appears, it looks, or even smells safe and healthy. But unless we measure more, we will never be able to improve. And that's why I think we all talk about that, it's so important. The tools are available, the equipment's there, the expertise is there, the science is there to start measuring more and then working with subject matter experts to interpret properly, appropriately what those measurements mean so that people can act, change their behavior, develop, implement solutions. And I think last week was a really good example with the smoke in the air, colors on a map, 6 different colors with the air quality index. And in my own personal opinion, maybe 6 colors is too much. Maybe it's confusing. Maybe people didn't understand what the colors. And then when we had the colors, we also got numbers. Here's 425 in New York City. Here's 350 in Philadelphia. Here's 308. All these different numbers came out for different locations. I don't think people realized what the number means. So if you give a color, if you give a number, then you must give an interpretation, a so what, and you must tell the public what to do.
Well, there are other things that are also affected besides what we're talking about now. We've talked about, the young, the elderly. We've talked about pregnant individuals. We've talked about sensitized individuals. There's a few other things we need to talk about. Number one, and I know and I mentioned this in another episode, that it sounds a little bit on the dramatic side, but from this heavy smoke condition, we actually got a glimpse into what a nuclear winter would look like. The temperatures that are normally 80, 85 degrees in New Jersey this time of the year were barely able to get out of the 60s. It dropped the ambient temperature almost 20 degrees every day while there was smoke. Once the smoke cleared out, the temperature went back up to normal. Now that affects plant growth. It affects our food source. And speaking of food sources, it affects livestock with breathing. They're outside creatures. And we can't forget our pets, especially the ones that either have, like doggy doors that go in and out, or outside pets. So how does it affect them?
Yeah, really important, Lance. We knew in Washington, D.C., the National Zoo was closed to all people, closed to visitors, because they had brought the animals indoors away from the smoke. Now, are all the enclosures at the National Zoo on air conditioning that recirculates? No, it's not, but at least that would decrease to some level, some degree, their exposure to the smoke that was outside. Again, in horses, equine asthma is real. And we know from, fires in Australia, information and data from fires in California, horses can suffer inflammatory diseases. We see equine asthma increase after forest fires or wildfire fires. That data is available. That's known. That's been studied. Less so in companion animals like dogs and cats. But yes, we do know that, again, those animals are breathing the same air that we're seeing that we would breathe. Really interesting, just a couple of anecdotal reports that I've received from colleagues and friends here in DC. They had to let their cat or their dog out to go to the bathroom, the toilet, or just get some exposure outside so they wouldn't go mad inside when they run around. Opening and closing that door very briefly to let us say a dog out. And the people that had indoor air quality monitors saw that by just opening that door very briefly to let their pet out, changed their indoor air quality on their monitors significantly. And what I mean by that, if they were sitting at like a 95 to 98%, it dropped down in some of the photos that I received down to 70, 73% in that very brief period. So it's not like it takes a long time for the smoke to rush into the house. When you open the door, that smoke came in, and that indoor air quality monitor then measured it, and you saw in real time, right there and then, a change in your indoor air quality, by a number. The challenge we have, though, is how to interpret those numbers. So yeah, again, Lance, many animals can't go indoors. They were exposed. And again, a lot of this data won't be measured, but we do know from studies that we do see inflammation problems as well as respiratory problems in animals exposed to wildfire smoke.
One of the things, just like with very young children, animals can't really tell you what's bothering them. You might see the animal acting up or different or lethargic, but you won't know what's really going on, just like with children. So it's something you need to pay attention to. Don't forget about the pet that was outside all day during that smoke. They may start to have issues going forward. Yes, I'm a pet lover, can't help it.
Oh, but very important, Lance, my dog Buddy did not want to go outside last week when we had all the smoke in the air. Now he doesn't want to go
out in the rain either, so
Well, yeah, but he loves the snow. But you could see it was really interesting that to be at the door, trying to let him out, to get some exercise, to go to the bathroom. He really had to be just pushed through it. He knew what was out there. I don't want to go out in that. And I think you look at animal behavior. Animals will tell us lots of stories about the quality of outdoor air.
Well, if I look for a positive for this whole thing coming out of Canada, I think it was an awareness that's brought to the public that this could happen at any time. The fires are still going on. The smoke could change direction with the wind. We could have another repeat of this. And it gives us a glimpse as to what could happen again. It could be longer lasting. And how do we deal with that going forward? I mean, it's just like the people in Florida and the Gulf Coast that live in a hurricane-prone area but they don't go and buy plywood till 24 hours before the storm's going to hit. You know the storms are going to be there. Prepare ahead of time. Like you had said, you can get monitors to know what's going on in your home. You can get air purification. You can get better filters. I mean, the term we use is you either have a good filter or you are one.
Yep. Really important, Lance. Again, I'm going to go back to my cell phone, my mobile phone. In times of tornadoes, hurricanes, I'll get messages on my phone, take cover now. So, a government agency has interpreted the risk of the tornado, the storm, the hurricane, and I need to take cover, seek shelter. What I found in the messages that were given out on my phone, it wasn't that clear. Yes, your photos show clearly there was lots of smoke, lots of particles, and maybe other substances in the air during when you took those photos. But the messages I got on my phone, in the media, on TV, social media, in the newspaper wasn't clear enough to say, and then it wasn't just some groups that were going to be affected, it was going to be everyone. And it wasn't really, I think, this is very, summer is just starting here in the US on the East Coast, West Coast, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's just starting. We're very early in the wildfire season. And I think we've got the air quality index with numbers and colors. We've got messages that went out, warnings, but I think this is the time to be clear on what actions, what do you need to really, really do to protect the health of you, your family, your loved ones, and your pets and your animals. And I think this is a good opportunity. What happened last week, learn from that and say, right, how do we do better in giving very clear, actionable advice? Tell people what to do and how to do it using what everyone's carrying right now, Lance, one of these, the cell phone.
Well, I think education is the important part, and the public education is really important, whether it's through PSAs, public service announcements, or just making it available for people to call, reach out to the ISSA group, to Normie or Normie.tv. We can help guide people, to where to get more information that's factual, not just somebody selling a widget and, here's the best thing. I mean, I saw people walking around with paper towel masks because they knew wearing a mask was going to help with particulate. The paper towel mask was useless, but, somebody said, well, use a paper towel, it'll help. Well, does it help? Yes. It's like emptying a swimming pool using a tablespoon. Yeah, you are emptying it, but your effect is really, really limited.
And that's a good point, Lance, because we've gone through the 3 years or so of a COVID-19, pandemic. People have masks, or they know where to buy masks or have accessibility to masks. The challenge we have, Lance, is there's so many people in our neighborhoods, our community, in our cities, our towns where we work, that they have to work outdoors. We saw when the photos you took, the smoke in the air, we saw the schools cancel all outdoor activities. We saw professional sporting bodies like the Major League Baseball cancel games. But again, that's for the population that was going to go watch a game. That's for the kids at school that wanted to play outside. What about the people that have to work outside? Where was the actionable solutions, the information there to say, you work outside, we need you to work outside, this is what you do. I really professionally and honestly believe, Lance, a lot of that information was missing, and a lot of people in our towns, in our communities, our neighborhoods have to work outside. They have no choice.
I just read an article of the lawsuits that came out of 9/11, and Christy Whitman was one of the named individuals in that, I think director of EPA at the time, or one of those large organizations, where she came out and said that the air quality a week later was okay for people to go and work there and return to New York City. And 15 years later, she was found guilty of all this misleading information and stuff, because the data showed it was unhealthy. I mean, we're 20 plus years out. There's still debris from them in the walls, in drop ceilings, in buildings all around New York. So this isn't a short-term effect. Oh, it was there, it's gone, the air looks clear, it's nice out today. All of this affects us going forward.
Oh, so important that everyone understands dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. Lance, I did 12 years in the military. When all the deployments I did around the world, we don't want to leave waste in a footprint in a foreign country, so we burn it. And so you can easily see, there's books written about, there's movies about the exposure of soldiers and the military to smoke pits, the fire from fire pits, the smoke that comes from fire pits, and the increase in cancer in those military personnel. And again, look at the numbers that came out from 9/11 in 2001, when so many of our colleagues, Lance, went there with the best intentions to help, to do what they've been trained to do. And look at the number of friends and colleagues that we know of that have been diagnosed with cancer since that deployment back in 2001. And I know the number of again, friends I have in the military that were exposed to smoke pits over the years and have cancer. It's real. What it means, we have to do better when we go to respond to those important acute events to try to mitigate them, respond to them, and then go into recovery. We've got to do better in our training as well as our equipment to protect what we know in the long term causes inflammatory disease, heart disease, lung disease, cancer.
Absolutely. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you for spending time with us today. I mean, it's always informative listening to you. I think this was information that we needed to get out in this series with the actual data, a lot of the study information, short and long-term effects, which is what we've covered. And just give people a place to go if they have questions or concerns, how to reach out and get help. The Normie organization at normie.org, ISSA organization, GBAC. There's a lot of credible sources out there that are out there doing this for the right reason and trying to educate the public. So I want to thank you for being part of that. I want to thank you for being part of this series that we're doing on fire and smoke. And we'll do this again.
You're more than welcome, Lance. Again, we're even at Normie and ISSA and GBAC now, we are still working right now. How can we do better in translating the information we know, the research we know, into helping people understand this is what you need to do when you see that apocalyptic look in the sky. The sun is blocked out. It turns bright, hot orange based on smoke or particles in the air. And it's something we're still working on, Lance, and hopefully we'll be able to do better and get better information out to everyone.
You're absolutely right. And I think closing out, I just want to leave the images up there on the screen. Let's see if I can bring this up real quick. You have the sun up there now and the smoke?
Yes, can see it, Lance. And as we know, we saw it, we lived through it, we breathed it, we kept doing the work we should do. But again, did we decrease the hazard, the risk? Did we wear the appropriate equipment to protect ourselves? No, we didn't do a good job at that.
Well, I think this is a good start. I think we're getting the information out there. Hopefully this is helping people, answering some of their questions. So thank you again. I appreciate the time, and we'll do more series down the road.
You're more than welcome, Lance.
The final day of the Experience Trade Show. It is September 6th, 2024. We are just finishing up the last few hours here in Las Vegas, and I have another guest speaker, Jennifer Sterling.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for being here. And you are the insurance person that has been wandering around and talking with us for the last day or two. And I appreciate you stopping by to do this interview because I want to hear more about your company. So who are you and who is your company?
Well, my name is Jennifer Sterling. I've been in the industry for almost 20 years, specifically to the fire, water, restoration, mold insurance needs of all the contractors in all 50 states. I'm proud to say I write a package policy with general liability, pollution liability, professional liability on a flat rate, no audit. And we also work really strongly with people trying to navigate their workers' comp, because we write the workers' comp and the auto as well as your equipment, or either any franchise requirements or any TPA requirements.
So you're not an underwriting agency, though.
Well, we do some underwriting. Fire, water restoration, not a lot of the carriers don't really like it. There's over 2,500 insurance companies in the country, and we're down to 5 that will write fire, water, mold packages, including the professional and the Baileys if they need that too.
How about you're reaching to Florida? Because I know there's a lot of issues down in Florida with insurance right now.
Sure. They've tried a lot of different things. Florida is not our only issue when it comes to the fire water restoration, guys. Texas is now becoming more of an issue with a new construction defect they're trying to push through, similar to the one they use in California with that 10-year construction defect. We're seeing a lot of trouble in Colorado. You know, I think a lot of the guys are really used to paying maybe $2,000 a unit for a truck. We're seeing these carriers trying to push it to $4,000 a unit. So it's sad. It's really important that these guys go back to the grassroots part of the business, look at your infrastructure, make sure you have good hiring practices. You know, if you're taking a knucklehead out of a little tiny Honda Accord and sticking him into a gross vehicle weight 20,000-pound box truck, let's make sure he can park that truck. You know, let's have strong guidelines when it comes to cell phone use. The partner in the passenger seat, he's helping him park, find the address.
Well, a lot of that's OSHA regulations anyway.
Sure, but you know, our guys are just not doing it. They're going a mile a minute. It's a very unique industry. Sometimes it's an emergency. And so they're going fast. Sometimes it's in the middle of the night. And some of those safety measures just get avoided.
Okay, well, you know, unfortunately, we see that in so many different industries, and we're always hearing about the terrible accidents that are happening. But, you know, we teach in our classes about the whole OSHA side of it, where companies need to have written policies about text phones and cell phone use.
Mhm.
And again, we get the same, oh, we didn't know that. So as far as the insurance policies, do you actually do an audit of potential customers to help them know what you can do for them?
So what we like to do is we like to set up an analysis, so to speak. It's a 1-hour Zoom, a free consulting. We'll review all of your policies. We'll look at the Secretary of State, your contractor's license. A lot of these guys will have like an ampersand versus the and sign, or they change the name from restoration to restores. So we like to look at it from beginning to the end, make sure we're crossing every T and dotting every I, making our suggestions. Sometimes, you know, our suggestions are all you need. However, other times you're working with a local agent who's not familiar with, you know, your needs. Your COIs are taking forever to get. They don't understand the wording. The policy doesn't include those particular endorsements, which hold the guy up from getting on a job or sometimes getting paid. I see a lot of guys that are subcontracting. They're not making sure they're being indemnified by their subs.
Right. They don't even know if their subs have
Sure.
insurance.
It's a fancy word for cover your ass. You know, you got to do it. You got to make sure whoever you're letting do work on your behalf has got the right insurance in case they screw up, their policy pays for it.
How are you guys with the AOBs, the assignment of benefits that we're still hearing about through Florida and other parts of the South?
Well, I kind of stay out of all that, you know. Yeah, I
move.
kind of stay out of it. I kind of feel like Switzerland at times. I'll support the franchises, I'll support the TPAs, and I love my independent guys. So, you know, I just really try to stay in my lane. I wish more lawyers did that. They try to tell you that your insurance is fine. I have a lot of guys who tell me like, oh yeah, I'm covered under the other guy, or no, fake news.
You don't need underinsured. You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. You know, a lot of them don't realize if their guys are in an auto accident, it's a workers' comp claim.
Yeah.
You know, and if you know the other driver's at fault, well, you sure as heck should call their insurance before you start opening up a claim on yours, you know, because
Absolutely.
these carriers are taking forever to subrogate. And you think like, well, it wasn't our fault. You know, this shouldn't affect my experience rating month on my workers' comp, and it really does. So, and we pride ourselves in workers' comp. Workers' comp audits, we all know are a nightmare. So I try to help with those too.
Do you have agents local in different parts of the country, or are you all based out of one area?
We're all of my back office is all over the country. However, I am the horse's mouth. The buck stops here. So I know every account I have, and I'm blessed with being able to work with people who are wanting to do the right thing. They just never were told how to do the right thing.
Yeah, I saw one of your taglines, and I got to find it here for a minute. Your pollution solution.
Sure.
And then it follows up with Nationwide Insurance Broker. We actually use the terminology in some of our training. The solution to pollution is dilution.
I like that.
You know,
I
and
like
it's all
that.
about, you know, indoor air quality and things like that. So
Sure.
it caught my eye when I saw the catchphrase. 'Cause we use it. We also do things with our technology. It's like when you use technology that's proactive, would you rather be standing in the solution or the pollution? And,
Correct.
oh, I want to be in the solution.
Correct.
Well, that's what we
Correct.
do.
Correct.
So it definitely caught my eye. And
It was a tagline that was indentured to me by an underwriter who was a key component in writing one of the first contractor pollution liability policies almost more than 20 years ago. And that's another thing guys don't realize. General liability is not enough. That covers slipping, falling, break a vase, scratch a wood floor, all the crap these guys are going to write a check for or fix with one of their employees. You know, that policy is great for that. However, if you're going to disperse a pollutant, anything to do with a liquid, solid, or gas is an exclusion on the general liability policy. So if you're working with a local agent, you should go look at your general liability policy and see if there's a total pollution exclusion, which means you have no coverage for the work you're doing.
Wonderful.
So
Wonderful. Well, let's ask about one other thing that's always like a taboo subject with our industry. As far as insurance goes, do you provide any kind of health insurance?
that's a great question.
I thought so.
I'm currently working with the Helios Group, who's been endorsed, both of us, by the IICRC. And we have created a group way of providing benefits to your employees. And I think that's great because I think a lot of people forget that employees want to feel like they're part of the family. And what a better way to have retention with your employees is to give them just a little something, something. Maybe, you know, if it costs you a couple $100 a month and they pay the other half, they're not going to leave you. They're likely to stay.
And you're able to set that up with the individual companies?
Sure. Yes. Through the Helios Group and myself. So we just became the preferred broker for the IICRC, and they're handling the benefit side.
Okay, very good. Anything else you want to tell us about your company or you?
Gosh, you know, we love this industry very much. We're very loyal to it. There's 3 or 4 main brokers in the country like ourselves that really know the industry inside out. I'd love to help you all out. Like I said, we're great with the workers' comp. That seems to be the biggest struggle these guys are having right now, and the auto. But keep in mind, some of these carriers will not even look at auto or workers' comp unless you're put in one of these packages first. So that's the trick.
Okay, very cool. Good show for you.
Been a great show. I love it. I love it. Good to be here.
I mean, it's hot. It's hot outside.
It's really hot, y'all. I think it's 109.
Thank you for
Yeah.
sharing that.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel awful, but thank you.
Anxious to see the Eagles win tonight.
Oh, you're an Eagles fan?
I am.
Okay, we're going to end the interview now.
Go Birds.
No, Giants, Giants.
At least you're in the right, division.
Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you, Lance. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
I want to welcome 2 special guests today to our interview, and I'm calling this an interview a little bit more than just a discussion because there's some points that we really want to get out here. So I have Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director from ISSA and GBAC, the Global Bio Advisory Council, if I got that correctly.
Yeah, it's pretty good, Lance.
And Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie. So welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Okay, let's get started. I mean, we're here to talk about the devastation that's going on right now out in California, especially in LA County. And it's an environmental disaster, it's a health disaster, it's a humanitarian disaster. And it's of such a large scale and such a densely populated area that the numbers are staggering. I mean, just to get us started, they're talking about so far with just the 5 fires, over 10,000 structures being destroyed and almost 200,000 people being evacuated or told to evacuate their current locations. And as we were talking about earlier, some are being evacuated from their evacuation locations because the fires are jumping so quickly. So with that, Gavin, let me bring you in first just to get your reaction on what you see from what you've been following.
Yeah, Lance. So again, from both perspective of ISSA that represents their members, Normie that represents their members, we wanted to reach out today. So look, this event started, Lance, Tuesday, January 7th. So we're trying to move as quickly as we can as member organizations that represent thousands of members across the country, that we're here to help, we're here to listen, but more importantly, we're here to network and help facilitate any of those of our member organizations that are going to deploy to California, because we're still in an emergency situation, but we're rapidly going to move into recovery. And so what we're seeing right now, that this is not just an environmental disaster, it's still ongoing. It hasn't ended, Lance, but it's going to be a significant public health emergency with immediate and long-term consequences.
Well, it's already reached that level because people are functioning and trying to function and exist within these smoked areas, and they are breathing this in. So we've already reached that. I think it's just going to continue to grow larger and larger. And Doug, I know that we've talked earlier about the Normie membership, especially our presence out on the West Coast into California, and we're really concerned about our membership out there as well as with ISSA and what we're able to do to try to help going forward.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because our industry, which is really a microbial industry, not just mold, really has an opportunity here to help a lot of people. One of the things that we've talked a little bit about among ourselves is after the fires last year in Canada, Canadian fires, I think there were a lot of people that didn't realize that there's a tremendous microbial problem that happens after a fire, not just during, but some of the bacteria and fungi actually survive the fire. I know a lot of people think, well, it just burns everything up, but that's just not the case. And so if you're dealing, as Dr. Gavin said, with a public health concern, public health emergency, not only for the people that are there living and breathing those contaminants, but also those who come in to help. They need to be careful and make sure that they're protecting themselves from the contaminants that are in that environment.
You know, you see on the news people running around wearing bandanas and things over their face. And obviously from our industries, we know that's not appropriate. But Gavin, if you could say something to some of the people that are out there, what would you advise them to do in these environments?
Yeah, really good point, Lance and Doug. Yes, members from both ISSA and Normie will be deploying to help in California. It's an emergency, it needs to be done, but we've really got to look at the hazards we're going to face, Lance, which are both in the air and on the surfaces. Look at the fact that the most immediate hazard right now is that complex mix of pollutants of fire, smoke, and soot. Now that particulate matter measures anywhere from 2.5 micrometers or smaller, which allows it to get into the lungs and then into your bloodstream. And so the short-term exposure to smoke, you get mild irritations, you get runny noses, scratchy throats, but then you get severe conditions such as bronchitis. And then for some sensitive groups, you'll get pre-existing respiratory and cardiovascular issues. You get even higher risks of inflammation and problems from the pollutants that are in smoke. And so it's so important that any ISSA member, any Normie member that is going to deploy, please reach out to us if you need help in doing your hazard assessments, and reach out to us if you need help in identifying the correct and appropriate personal protective equipment, and even the processes of how to operate in such a hazardous environment that has seen a fire go through an urban environment.
Well, that's one of the things that we talk about with the Environmental Task Force, and trying to get our memberships up to the level where they understand how to operate under FEMA rules and, engagements. And that's all part of safety for them. You want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem as a victim.
Well, I think one of the things that I think is interesting that I think we should probably recommend is we talk about personal protection equipment, and almost always when people go into a cleanup situation, they're going to wear gloves. They're concerned about the things that they're touching, but I don't think they think as much about the things that they're actually breathing. And even when the smoke is gone, some of that submicron material and particles that Dr. Gavin's talking about, like a little magic carpet ride, is carrying that bacteria around. Bacteria doesn't fly on its own.
but it actually can be on those particles, and then you're inhaling it, which is a huge issue. So face protection is important, eye protection is important, to make sure that you're protecting yourself from the potential contaminants that are there. As we always say, that you can't see, you know, it might be that the smoke is gone, but you can be sure that at submicron level, particles are still elevated. And when the particles are elevated, so are the bacteria and fungi problems.
Yeah, you mentioned something, Doug, quickly there about eye protection. And that was one of the things that we saw with the fires from Canada a year and a half ago, when the smoke conditions were so bad on the East Coast in the United States. People were still out, they were wearing masks, but nobody was really paying attention to eye protection. And I spoke with several optometrists and ophthalmologists several weeks later, and they had a massive increase in eye infections, irritation, scratched corneas, all from the exposure and people not being protected.
Well, I think the other thing too is making sure that if I'm working in that area, if I'm trying to help folks clean up, I need to have a place where I can rest at night, a place where I can go and a safe place, as it were, where my body can rebuild. I'm not a doctor, but I think this is right, that the whole purpose of rest is to give our bodies a chance to rebuild itself, to be strong and be able to go back into that environment and be able to withstand the contaminants that are there. So having a place where they can go, where they're safe and protected, I think is really important as well.
I think the term they use for that is resiliency. And it's really the ability of your body to regenerate so you can continue to work in those environments. As far as what we're trying to do here, we want to hear from our members also. We can be contacted directly at our email address at support@normie.org. If there's anything you want to reach out to us, you have questions for us. If you have video you want to share with us, anything like that, please send it our way. And if there's anything we can do to help, we will do that. I have been reaching out to some of our members out on the West Coast, and we're trying to set up some interviews from people that are out there working and doing some firsthand observations of what's going on, not just at the fire scenes, because that's truly what the news media is covering right now. But we're talking inland, away from some of the direct fires, that these are areas being affected by the smoke and all the contaminants that are affecting homes where people are still living. And how do you deal with that? So Gavin, I don't know if you have any suggestions on that. I know we talked about safe rooms in the past.
It requires preparation, it requires planning, Lance. And I really want to emphasize there is going to be a lot of work for ISSA members and Normie members to do in California. But please do not underestimate the hazards and the risk you're going to face in this environment. Do your hazards assessments, do your risk assessments, ensure that what you have is going to keep you and your workers safe, because there's both those immediate health effects and long-term health effects when you work in a very toxic, very highly contaminated environment. And I'm just going to emphasize how important this is, Lance. There was a study done in California that was published in 2024. It involved over more than 1 million people, this study, and it showed a strong correlation between the PM 2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 exposure of smoke and fire debris and soot, and future diagnosis of dementia. And we don't often think about, yes, the physical health, but also the mental health conditions that these environments can impact on. Pregnant women, they'll face huge potential impacts on fetal development. There's a high likelihood of premature and low birth weight babies, very extensively studied in areas that have suffered fire and smoke damage. We know that there's a number of studies out there on cardiovascular issues. We know that just a study that found that exposure to smoke during a severe fire event led to a 70% increase in out-of-hospital cardiac arrests. So important. If you are a supervisor, if you're a manager, if you're going to be one of those workers there, identify the hazards, know your risks, and just work in a situation with the appropriate personal protective equipment and the process. Take those rests and breaks when you need it. This recovery will take a long time. It will not a race. We've all seen the terrible, terrible images on the news in the last 3 days of areas, vast houses and buildings being completely destroyed. They're the ones that we know of. What about all the ones that have been damaged? Lance, we don't have a number for that just yet.
Yeah, and that was the point about the fringe areas, as I called it, the areas not directly on fire or have been destroyed already, where people are still living. It's the concern that they're not protecting themselves, whether they're working or living in their areas. And that's what they really need to start ramping up on now. We talked about masks. I mean, an N95 would really be the absolute minimum, to even be close. And truthfully, that doesn't provide you any oxygen. If you're in a low oxygen environment, a fire area, heavy smoke, that's not going to help you. So you really need to know where you're at and to know what is required to be there to be safe. Okay.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question, and we may want to edit this out. I don't know, Lance, but and I don't want to put Dr. Gavin on the spot, but I remember reading a study several years ago, if I'm correct, and maybe I'm not, that's why I'm asking you, where they were talking about submicron particles. I think the study was done in Germany, but they were submicron particles are so tiny that they go through your natural defenses and can actually show up in the blood and possibly cause blood clotting.
I'm not familiar with that particular study, but yes, there are reports of that that I'm aware of, Doug. Again, I think the most important message from both you, me, and Lance right now is don't neglect the potential immediate consequences and long-term consequences of repeated and prolonged smoke exposure, soot exposure, debris, contaminants, toxic contaminants in an environment that has had fire go through it and smoke go through it. And so that's, yeah, we could sit here academically and talk about all the possibilities, but right now, as Lance said, you have to have the right respirator that fits. You have to be fit tested. You have the right eye protection. You've got to ensure that areas of your body that it's exposed is going to be in contact with toxic contaminants and pollutants. What do you do at night when you go for a rest, a break? How do you wash that off and do it safely? What do you do with your clothes that you wore today, and what are you going to wear tomorrow when you go back out into the same toxic environment that's suffered from all this fire and smoke damage? These are key questions. I think the way that we're approaching this is the same way that we approach those communities last year that got hit by hurricanes. These are significant disasters. These are really sad disasters, but we do know that members of ISSA and members of NORMI will respond. And the key message here is we are here to help.
Yeah, everybody has to keep in mind that dealing with fire is something different than most people are used to. It's almost a living, breathing thing. It has a mind of its own. And there's a lot of counterintuitive information out there or ideas that you have to keep in mind. People love the smell of campfires. So when you have a forest that's burning, oh, this smells great. That's fine, except you also have homes, businesses, industrial plants burning, and all of that pollutant is in the air that you're breathing in, along with the smell of the pleasant pine tree that's burning. So taking that in is toxic. The other thing about fires are that are counterintuitive. If you look at a firefighter wearing turnout gear, that gear is designed to protect them from the severe heat, 400 or 500 degrees that they're exposed to on the outside. Most people, when they see a fireman, if they look in distress, want to hose them down and cool them off. That's probably the worst thing you could ever do. When you put water on that 500-degree jacket, you've created steam, which could actually kill somebody. So it's counterintuitive when you deal with fire. So don't get lulled into a false sense of security thinking, oh, it's like a campfire in my backyard. This is a completely different beast.
Well, I think one of the best examples that I could give that all of us lived through, have continued to live through in terms of long-term health effects as the results of a disaster like we're dealing with right now in California, is what happened with 9/11. I mean, there are people still dealing with the health effects of not wearing the proper personal protection equipment during that disaster. So we're not making it up. I mean, that's just the way it is.
And I think that's important, Doug. We want to ensure that we help as much as we can our ISSA members and our Normie members to be professional, but also we want to help with telling their stories, why they do deploy. I think a lot of what the work we do in our industry, in our community, doesn't get told. And again, the purpose of us responding today with this video was to say, we're here to listen to you, but also to tell other people the wonderful things you're going to be doing in the next days, weeks, and months as this recovery effort will start to scale up.
Well, I'd like to invite anybody watching this, an ISSA member, a Normie member, or anybody else that works in this amazing industry that we deal with: indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation, microbial issues, fire restoration, to reach out to us. Again, support@normie.org is an email address you can reach us at. You can go to our websites at issa.com, at normie.org. We're out there, and you can find us where you can reach out to us, contact us, let us know your stories, as Dr. Gavin had just said. We want the information coming to us from the people that are on the ground firsthand, but we want you to be safe too. Any last words from you gentlemen?
It's going to be busy, Lance. There's a lot of work to be done. And again, it's going to take individual companies, individual organizations will go and respond, but it's going to be an industry-wide team effort to get a lot of those people that have suffered, not just the places where the buildings have been completely destroyed, but all the buildings that we still don't have a good number or account of that have been damaged. And that's going to take a massive team effort. So this is the start of lots and lots of work to be done.
Absolutely. I mean, we are not in a race to put out the fires. That's not what our job is. There's firefighters out there racing to do that. This is becoming a marathon, and this is going to be a long-term event. And we're all going to have to pitch in and help. And we're putting it out there. We're here to help. And anything anybody out there watching this wants to do to join in, provide us information, videos, interviews, please reach out. Doug, anything else?
No, I'll just say thank you to you and Dr. Gavin for bringing this forward. I think it's really important that we tell people that there are answers. And as Dr. Gavin said, being prepared is the start. If you haven't gotten prepared for this and you're dealing with a disaster, let us know. We want to help.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Lance.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you all to the Experience Show here in Las Vegas. Today is September 4th, 2024, and the doors are about to open, so it may get kind of loud in a few minutes, but I'm talking here with Kurt Benjamin, and I want to let him explain what he does. And I know it's dealing with credit card processing, but they're like leading the industry and what's going on now with court cases and battles and everything. So it's really interesting. And I'd like Kurt to tell you a little bit about himself and his company, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Lance. My name is Kurt Benjamin. I'm the CEO of SIFT Payments, Secure Innovative Financial Technologies. Our company's technology teams and legal teams went to the United States Supreme Court. We landed a unanimous decision that resulted in the building of the only fully compliant zero-cost credit card acceptance payment gateway. In other words, we allow businesses compliantly in all eligible states to no longer pay the interchange rates when accepting a credit card. So a lot of businesses and home services have been adding fees. You can't add fees. You can't add administrative fees. You can't add convenience fees. Because Visa is now diligently auditing companies and finding companies for doing this. Our gateway has been around now since 2013. So we pioneered this industry. We're the only company that guarantees compliance in the businesses. We don't just show people how to fee. We give them a whole suite of technology and guarantee their compliance in every eligible state, with the exception of Connecticut and Massachusetts. Those are the only two states we're working on right now. So you get them as well.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I apologize for sharing the mic here, but we had some technical difficulties with transport. You know, I think if you remember the old American Tourister commercial with the gorilla, I think they were handling our equipment, so that may have been the problem. But you know, it just said no fees, and I know I go to a lot of places and they're tacking on 3%, you know, upcharges, you know, and then in front of the house, back of the house, but they're adding these fees on, and you're saying that they can't do that?
So most companies are doing this illegally. They're not offering, empowering customers with choice and proper disclosure. So again, we pioneered the space over a decade ago. And other processors without our technology, our patents, and our IP have been trying to work, band-aid ways to get around the technology, IP, and patents. And they're getting fined. The merchants are getting fined, not the processors, but the merchants are getting fined. And so the bottom line is you can add a fee, search them, but you need to empower a customer with choice. They need to see the proper disclosures and they need to have choice. That means that the technology needs to detect the difference between credit, debit, ACH, and you need to provide all these options in your flow. And that's what we do uniquely. Others don't.
Okay, so if I follow this, if I go to make a purchase and on the receipt or whatever, it explains to me, if I don't pay by credit card, it's going to cost me less, basically, or there's no additional fees or anything else.
Correct.
And there is enforcement on this now.
Oh, tens of millions in fines being handed out regularly. And Visa, the minimum fine is 5,000, then it goes to 25,000, and then you can lose your right to process. And they're diligently going after this space because they protect all of us as card holders who pay annual fees. So merchants who have been just adding fees, contractors that are adding fees, doctors, all types of businesses are seeing fines in tens of millions.
That's amazing that that's going on and it's not really public that people know about this. So besides the basics of what your business does, how do people reach out to you for help? That's what it sounds like you're offering, to this industry, help for the consumer, help for the processors, help for the credit card merchants.
Well, we just recently changed our name. We were Cardex West. Now we are .sift, like .net, .sift, S-I-F-T. So you go to www.sift.com. SIFT stands for Secure Innovative Financial Technologies, and that's how we can help. We walk them through a very detailed presentation via Zoom. Connecting with us is super simple. There are no fees, there's no contracts. All we do is save people money and we get them in compliance.
Well, for those of you watching, that's Kurt Benjamin, who's the CEO of the company. You've heard it from the man. He's the one to reach out to. So thank you for spending your time with us and bringing the information to our industry. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lance.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Second. Okay, and we are back again with Keith from Zeppelin. Zeppelin is the official name.
It is the
But
official
we
name.
all know it as Airwall.
Correct.
That's the big part. And we've been talking with you guys for quite some time now. And we use your product in some classes. We teach about it and it's all pretty good. So I'm gonna let you give a little bit more information about you, the company, and we'll chat. Oh, and we do have to share the mic. Sorry about that.
It's okay. We'll figure it out. All right. Well, thank you, Lance. Yep, we do. We go back several years. And in that time, our company has evolved quite a bit. As you know, you've seen us grow. We have 14 products now. We keep trying to answer the question, how to do containment specifically better. And we do that by not just controlling dust and airborne stuff, but by controlling other factors. In fact, we stopped calling it containment and we started calling it total environmental control, because beyond just the dust, which is obviously important and the first thing it's supposed to do, it also helps you control something that normal containment doesn't, which is sound, for one, 15 decibels, but also it has an R value of 20. That's thermal resistance. That means that we can help control the climate, either on the remediation side of the wall or on the living side of the wall, which is also really valuable, especially in hot or cold areas, right?
Yeah, we saw that when we were doing one of the classes recently, how we were able to make it so quiet inside. And that was one of the things that really kind of like caught the attention of some of the students, because we're talking and all of a sudden all the peripheral noise was gone. So it was really interesting that, and the thermal part does make a big difference, whether you're working in a cold or hot environment, I'm assuming.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the discovery of the sound thing. That happened to us the first year we displayed it. I was having conversations in our negative air chamber that we made. First and only time negative air has ever been run at this show, by the way. And I was having those same conversations and realized we were just talking in normal tones. It's amazing. But yeah, so the thermal resistance is also really important. And then when I say environmental control, I also mean controlling the messaging. Because we allow for customized work right behind us. You guys are a perfect example. Yes, yes. You get to control messaging, which is something that normal containment doesn't allow you to do. Messaging, when I say that, I mean like we're the best in the area and we're doing a super high quality job. Someone sees this on a job site, they don't question what's happening beyond the wall because it says to them, it communicates to them the quality. And then by letting you do custom designs, while you're running the best equipment, you get to tell everybody that you're doing it by putting your logo and your colors. So that's the other thing. And then the final level of control, sometimes the most important, is controlling cost. Because what we did is so easy to set up, it's a labor control, right? How much time is involved in setup, but also the cost of materials. And yes, it takes a while if you just think of it in terms of tape and plastic to pay for a wall. But when you add the labor component, we've determined that within 5 to 7 uses, you've turned your containment from a reimbursement item, because when done well, that's about what you can count on. You're not really making money on containment. You're just getting paid to do it.
It's what you're not losing.
That's right. It's what you're not losing. Once you get past that 5th, 6th, 7th use, instead of being merely reimbursed, you're still getting paid the money to put it up. But now one of your technicians can put that containment up in 20 or 30 minutes.
Well, let's hear something about some of the new stuff. Because I heard you talking before about cutaways from walls containing that and some other new products. So you have 14 different products now. What's the newest stuff out?
Okay. So we just announced what we call a Flex Seal. The Flex Seal is actually, I prototyped that more than anything else we've ever built. And and when you see it, you're gonna wonder. But trust me, it had a big job to do. When you do a flood, typically 24 inches from the to do a mold remediation, you've opened up this huge super highway of cross contamination. You're under negative air, which with that opening can be hard to control. But most importantly, when you want to pass your clearance, if you're sucking in things from the top of that wall cavity or from the crawl space, you may not pass. So what's being done now is some guys call it building shelves. I've heard other ones. This one I like. It's kind of funny. Diapering the hole. But basically putting plastic and tape and trying to plug it up, cover it up. We built this plug essentially that makes the job so much easier. And it's very professional because all of our stuff, just like all of our stuff, it allows you to brand yourself and declare your superiority in the market. So that one's really, really cool. And then we also introduced, not as recently, a little bit back, as our new window units, our window units 2.0, way better. They allow you to use any size duct from 6-inch to 20-inch, installs in any window, any size, and can run up to 2000 CFM. So really, really versatile tool. And then the most recent offering is kind of funny, didn't exist 2 months ago as an offering, and only does because I built a display that needed to be able to power 3 window units off of 1 air movie. So I needed a 4-way air splitter. Using the same air interface that we have on our window units, I made a 4-way splitter. And then everybody liked that so much, they said, do you have a 2-way? So I could just connect directly my lay flat to my air machine or my negative air machine, either one. I said, I don't, but I can. So we built one of those too. And they're amazing. They take up basically no space in the truck. One weighs just over 1 pound, one just under 2 pounds. And they won't scratch your floors. They can be hung because they're light, so you can run your ducting overhead if you want to, so you're not tripping. right? And just like everything we make, super high quality materials that should last you for years.
So besides seeing your excitement and enthusiasm about the products, I would say to you, so what's new? And, you know, and you would just go on for 10, 15 minutes again.
Let me go.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I mean, how's the show been so far for you guys?
It's been good. You know, we showed up. First thing we noticed, it was much smaller than it was the last time we were here. But that hasn't been a problem. I was a little worried about that. I was like, oh man, it's not nearly as big. Where's the flood house? But I really haven't noticed any diminished energy. Don't have any less foot traffic. So for us, we feel like the show's still going really well. It also helps that we sell kind of a sexy product. That's what we've been told. I'm not boosting myself. I've been hearing that. We sell a sexy product that a lot of people, even after 5 years, still haven't seen. Which actually tells me we need to work on our messaging, because after 5 years, I want everybody in restoration to know about us. We still haven't gotten there, so we're still working on that.
Well, you got a few more days, just like we do, and there's a lot of excitement about what we've been talking to people about. Obviously, your product, and there's a lot of discussions going on about other things that we haven't talked to offline about. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lance.
And we'll chat over the next few days, and maybe we'll do a follow up to this. Maybe. Friday.
There you go.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I want to welcome my guest today, Michael Pinto, who is the CEO of Wonder Makers. Now, I've known Mike for quite a few years, and we've done quite a few trainings together over the years and been in many conventions. And he is a wealth of knowledge when it deals with indoor environments as far as sensitized individuals. And that's the purpose of having him here today. The recent outbreak of forest fires in Canada has really changed what's been going on, at least in the central to the eastern part of the United States. Now, I know California has its own issues with wildfires, but that hasn't reached us to this point. But this is a new situation with these fires, with the winds coming out of the north and northwest blowing straight down into the major population areas of the United States on the eastern coast. So I want to bring Mike in here and let him say a quick hello. And if there's anything I missed on the intro, Mike, please let me know, and whoever else is watching this know also. So Mike, say hello.
Well, thanks, Lance. I appreciate being here very much. What I would say, however, is that it's not just the eastern coast that smoke plume from the Canadian forest fires is literally cutting across the good section of the Midwest too. So here in Michigan, we're not quite as bad as you guys out there on the East Coast, but it's not good either.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, you're obviously further north and closer to the Canadian border than I am. I'm in New Jersey. Is it affecting you, and how is it affecting your area?
Well, yes, it is affecting us. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not good. Anytime you get outdoor air quality that's worse than what you typically get inside, that's a whole flip on the issue in terms of the things that we're used to thinking about and even teaching in a lot of our classes, because you know, the standard line from the EPA is that the outside air can be up to 20 times cleaner than the inside air, and you know, people spend 90% of their time inside, and so bad indoor air can cause a real problem. And a lot of us in the industry are focused on that, and then when we are faced with a situation like this where the outside air is dangerous to people, and that is the case, it is literally dangerous to people, then what do? Where do you go to hide, so to speak? So it is impacting us here in the Midwest. The way that it sets up, there's kind of like an arc of smoke that's coming down from Canada, and we're on what would be the left-hand edge of that arc here in Michigan. And Lake Michigan seems to be the borderline in terms of keeping the clean air, over to Chicago and to the west. But right down through Michigan and Indiana and Ohio, and then over Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, the entire East Coast is pretty well hit right now by the residue from the forest fires.
Yeah, we've seen, especially wintertime with Lake Michigan, it creates its own weather systems. So I could see how that would become a border, keeping the weather at bay or the smoke at bay in that part. But, what's really interesting is all the news stations, that's all they're talking about now, the unhealthy air conditioning outside and inside that we have to deal with. And, this is kind of like the dirty water glass scenario. We know what's in the outdoor air and the indoor air all the time, and you can't see it, so nobody pays attention to it. Well, not nobody, we do, the industry people do. But if you were to hand somebody a glass of water that had a brown tinge to it, it was discolored, people wouldn't drink it because they could see it and they would know there was things in there that they don't want to take in, even though it does contain, mercury and all kinds of other nasty contaminants regularly. And the same thing that's happening now with the air quality, people can see it. And that's really, I think, what's jumping out and causing people to really take notice to what's going on. You're absolutely right. Normally, the outside air is much better than the inside air. So when people are inside, they normally go outside to breathe better, and they can't in this case. They have to hide inside. So that brings us to the sensitized people that we were talking about. This is something that's, very close and dear to you. We deal with it on a daily basis here at Normie with people that can't get help from regular assessors, remediators, people that are in the industry, which is why you have a class. You're the lead instructor, the NCRSI class, the class for sensitized individuals. Actually, it's teaching remediators how to deal with them. And also the certified mold professional, which is expanding even beyond that. So those are two of your specialties. And with that, maybe you can answer this question. How come the outside air right now, obviously beyond people being emotionally reacting to it, so troublesome for sensitized individuals, even more so than regular people?
Well, what I would start off with is saying that I think when you're dealing with outside air like we are today, everybody has to be concerned about it. The difference is that the sensitized individuals have to be concerned at a higher level than even the normal folks. So I'm sure you've heard over there on the East Coast, they're canceling certain sporting events and outdoor activities and things like that because the air just isn't healthy. And so you want to be, limiting your amount of exposure, just like we tell people in a, water damaged or mold damaged house. Sometimes they have to get out of that house to protect their health. The problem here, of course, as we've been talking about, where do you go if it's the whole outside that's contaminated by the forest fires? And so we're literally looking at it, flipping the whole script upside down, if you will. We now have to think about the houses and the air in the houses being a refuge for the people from what they're potentially going to be exposed to on the out of doors. And for the sensitized individual, it's even more significant for them because a lot of times we talk about mold sensitized individuals, and that's where it starts. But virtually every sensitized individual that I'm familiar with and have worked with over 20 plus years now, they develop cross sensitivities. So they start out with a mold exposure that causes a decrease in their health, and then they become sensitive to other things. They become sensitive to tobacco smoke that they weren't sensitive to before. They become sensitive to some of the chemicals like, low levels of formaldehyde in the home that perhaps they weren't sensitive before. Perfumes, all sorts of things. They develop these cross sensitivities. And when we're dealing with the outside air that's impacted by the wildfires, it's particulates, it's volatile organic compounds, and it's gases. So if they're cross-sensitive to anything, it's going to be in one of those categories, and then they're going to have problems with it. So that's really the issue.
I have a few calls into different contacts at different labs that we normally use, especially the ones that deal with VOCs, the volatile organic compounds. And I'm waiting on those callbacks that we just made recently. But I'm looking for what might be in this new smoke plume that we're getting that could be so offensive to people with and without sensitivities. I don't know if you know any of the chemistries that may be, involved with this, though I have noticed the burning odor, and it's different than normal. This isn't like a wood fireplace or a fire pit.
Right, and some of that is going to be dependent upon what sort of forest are burning, whether they're hardwoods or evergreens, things like that. The evergreen forest, which is a good share of what's burning up in Canada right now, because they're closer to the Arctic Circle and that sort of stuff. So those are going to have a lot more PAHs, aromatic hydrocarbons in them, and that's from the oils and everything that's burning in the pine trees and the spruce trees and that sort of stuff. So then you're also going to get a whole chemical stew, if you will, from that, because depending on the temperature and whether they're exposed to actual flame or just the heat from it, where it is, whether it's protected by the bark, all these other things, you just get this massive amount of organic compounds that get liberated into the air during these fires. And then the ash and the smoke, which is basically both of those are small particulates, those tend to sometimes be even more airborne than the VOCs, because the chemicals can be a little sticky and a little heavy. But when they attach to these small ash particles, then they're transported, as we're finding out, thousands of miles into the airstream. The heat of the forest fire pushes them up a mile or more, and then they're in the airstream and they're heading downstream. But by the time that it gets to New York City or Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I am, or things like that, most of the gases, the carbon monoxide, the excess carbon dioxide, the nitrogen compounds and that sort of stuff, that's pretty well mixed and diluted. So the two things that are impacting the folks there on the East Coast and the sensitized individuals are mostly going to be those volatile organic compounds, which are those PAHs and particles. So,
on a small scale, I've been involved with emergency medical services for almost 50 years. And I've seen over the years people having severe reactions to being around a fire pit or a campfire. And when you start to look into it, you find out that it wasn't from the wood that they're burning. It was from the accidental dumping of poison ivy into the fire pit that was still around some of the logs. And as they burn the poison ivy, it's aerosolizing and getting encased in that smoke, and they're inhaling that and having severe reactions to it.
Well, and then think of everything else that's going on there. The PAHs I was talking about, the first word for the P is phenols. So there's all these different phenolic compounds that are getting burned up, and that's your oils, and that's your your irritants, like you were talking about with poison ivy. But remember, forest fires don't stay forest fires. I mean, they run across roads, and they literally will melt the tar on an asphalt road, and sometimes the roads actually start to burn. So now you've got all of that oil product, anything that's a building in the way, or a vehicle that gets trapped in the fire, or a house. Of course, you're going to have all of the man-made products, artificial products that then burn. That all goes up in the air, and comparatively, that may be a small percentage of what's burning, but from the sensitized individual, that can actually be a bigger issue sometimes than just the individual smoke particles. Like you said, it's what attaches to the smoke particles. And then those smoke particles are so small, they get breathed in, they go deep into the lungs. And that whole combination, small particles going deep into the lungs and small particles carrying, pardon the expression, crap deep into the lungs. That's not a scientific term there, by the way, Lance. That's just a common term. But there's so much stuff that's on it. It's hard to know from breath to breath what's actually being taken in. And so, again, caution is the byword for anyone, but particularly for the sensitized individuals.
You know, in the remediation industry, in the meteorological industry, they refer to things, especially with hurricanes, hide from the wind, run from the water, because of the amount of damage that can be done. You can hide from the wind, take shelter of that, but in water you can't. Water's going to seep into everything. But we're dealing with something that's unique here because we're 1,000 miles away from these fires and we are severely being affected. So running isn't really a realistic situation. I think knowledge is something that would help. People understanding the risks, understanding, you know, well, maybe today's not the day to go outside and, you know, cut my grass, you know, and spend a good 2 hours or 3 hours out there in this serious weather or this heavy fog of smoke. And understanding that will definitely help people. But forecasting this is also an issue. So where could people go to find out how bad their area is and what their risks are to being outside?
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own favorite sources, and there's, you know, weather channels and local governments and state governments, and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. The one that's just, again, my favorite, because it's going to be there anytime you have these wildfires and stuff, is a federal government website, and that is, let me make sure I've got it here so that everybody knows, fire.airnow, as in AIRNOW.gov, fire.airnow.gov. And that one's really cool because you punch on that and it brings up a map of basically North America, and it shows where the plume is coming down with the smoke, where the air quality is being impacted, and then it rates it at each you know, major city, and it's not even just major, it's each you know, fairly significant size city has a dot on it that's either green, which means that it's good air quality, or yellow, which means it's questionable. And then most people think, well, then you get to red and that's bad. But this map actually goes 2 other levels. It goes to like purple and to black. And I looked yesterday, Lance had it, and knowing where you are in New Jersey, I just kind of looked to see where you are, blew it up to look and see in your location. You guys were black. So you're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah, yesterday was really bad. This morning it wasn't too bad, but then we did get an alert that it was going to be going downhill as the day went on. And looking outside now, in June, not a cloud in the sky, it looks like sunset. So, you know, it's that dark. I do have a question. If you were speaking to sensitized individuals as your customers or as a group, what would you tell them to do? I mean, normally, if they're inside their home and they're having reactions to that, they go outside. Now they have to stay inside. So what can they do now that they're in their environments that sometimes give them trouble anyways?
Well, I'm going to approach that from 2 different perspectives, if that's okay. The first one, and I don't mean to sound like I told you so, but you do have to understand, if you're a sensitized individual, it's important for you to take steps now to get your indoor environment clean, because we don't know when we're going to have situations like this where all of a sudden, with, you know, from no fault of our own, like you said, 1,000 miles away, they got a forest fire and it's having a serious impact on us. And if for some reason our sensitized individuals are saying, well, it's not that bad, and, you know, if it does get real bad, or if it gets damper in the house, I can always go outside, or whatever it is, that deferred maintenance or that deferred decision making really is going to have a serious negative impact on them in situations like this. because there may just be times where you can't get away, get away from the problems in your house by leaving your house. You outside, you may be actually facing greater problems than you have in your house. So the first item is just never defer, fixing things that you can fix now until some later date, just because it doesn't seem important to you.
Well, it's the clean glass of water. It's not a concern because you don't see a problem. As soon as it's, brownish or discolored, now it's on your mind. Same thing with the air.
Yep, exactly right. But it would be the same thing. That's why they have, on occasion, you'll have boil water orders as well, right? They don't know exactly what's wrong with the water system. And so they tell people to boil the water. That's why one of the things that they chat about, even in front of hurricanes and things, is get a few cases of bottled water so that you can survive, a couple of days if you have to without having water coming out of your tap. Fix your house. If you know you've got things going on in your house that are contaminants or whatever, get rid of those, fix it, do the remediation properly so that you've got a good, safe place to be. And then you can, potentially survive a little bit better during these outdoor air quality incidents. But putting that aside, because at some point that's water under the dam. Either they have fixed it or they haven't fixed it, but now they're still facing what's going on outside. So the first thing, and the first couple here, I'm just repeating the standard safety precautions that you're going to get from just about any site. If you don't have to go outside, or you can limit your time outside, don't go outside and limit your time outside. If you do go outside, wear some sort of respiratory protection. I know that I'm seeing a lot of information where people are talking about, you can use your COVID mask and stuff like that. And the answer is, the face masks that were being sold as COVID protection, I won't get into that whole discussion all over again, but that is not going to be appropriate, particularly for the sensitized individuals. At a minimum, they're going to need like an N95, and we recommend N99 or N100 filtering face pieces. So that's going to protect a lot coming in. And remember too that a entry spot for some of this contamination into your body is not just the nose and mouth, but the eyes as well. And fire residue is even worse because of the small particle. So when those get into your eyes and then get diluted by the tears and everything, it actually releases some of those chemicals that are on the particle itself. So the particle may wash out, and get it out of our eyes and everything. But what is left behind and what's being absorbed in through your eyes is some of the chemicals and stuff. So remembering to wash your face when you come in from the outside, wearing a mask to protect yourself, changing clothes if you've been outside for any length, you're not carrying a lot of this stuff in. A lot of similar things that we would talk about if you're coming in from a moldy environment or trying to protect yourself from a moldy environment.
You mentioned about masks, and again, I agree. I don't want to go down that path and let's talk about masks, good or bad, but just to remind people that just because you're wearing a mask, whether it's an N95, N99, N100, half face mask with cartridges, it doesn't protect you from the gases. You're getting filtration from particulates only. Now, that's a good and a bad thing, because especially if you are a sensitized individual, you may also have additional health issues and stuff. You're wearing a mask that's doing a good job filtering particulates. You're going to reduce the amount of air that you can actually breathe in without straining. And again, if you're not trained to wear a mask, if you're not trained to know when you need to take the mask off, when to replace the mask, it could be just as serious as not having a mask. So again, training, preparing, I guess, is kind of in the same thing that you were talking about.
Well, a little bit, although I would say in this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, by the time the contamination, goes 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever it is, the gaseous portions of that, we're not generally seeing high concentrations of carbon monoxide or even the elevated levels of the nitrogen oxides and stuff like that by the time it hits like New York City or something like that. So wearing the filtering protecting mask is actually a very good step, because as I said, even some of the phenols and the aromatic hydrocarbons, the volatile organic compounds, a lot of those are vapors. So that means that they're liquids that have been, the heat has evaporated and they're small droplets in the air. Then those droplets hang on to the particulates, and then the particulates get, so that N95 is actually doing a fairly decent job stopping the vapors, which again have coalesced onto the particles and the particles. And then, as I said before, the gases have pretty much dissipated. So I'm rather optimistic that the filtering face pieces, at least the good ones, can be a real benefit to individuals and particularly to people who are sensitized.
That's a good piece of info for people to deal with. And again, if I just want to follow up, if you are wearing a mask and don't feel well, you may need to take it off at least short term and stop whatever activities you're doing. I think that's the real message. Try to get to where you feel comfortable and safe and stay that way until this passes.
Yeah. So something else I'm going to throw in, not a lot of people know this or remember this, but if you're wearing a mask, you need to be intentional about improving your liquid uptake, meaning you need to drink more water, people. And part of that is because the mask not only does a good job screening these particles and stuff, but it does filter out some of the water vapor. And so therefore you're breathing drier air, and the drier air is going to allow whatever particles do get through to go deeper into your system. And by drinking more water, you're going to keep your mucous membranes, hydrated, and a little bit more ability to collect some of those particles, and then even to flush them through your system. There's pretty good studies that show that people who are being exposed to wildfire smoke over a course of a few days will build up levels of different toxins in their body. And a lot of times that's just because they're not drinking enough water to flush them out. And I know several people, particularly in the naturopath and the integrated medicine field, who say green tea in particular, water and or green tea can be helpful in terms of just detoxing some of that stuff that's getting into your, first into your bloodstream and then into your internal organs and stuff, just because of the contaminants in the air.
Well, just kind of on a side note, going in a slightly different direction, and I agree with what you're saying, and I just wanted to mention that wildfires, forest fires, things like this are not the only thing that cause these types of contaminations in the air that affect people and sensitized individuals. If you remember back, we had some recent volcanoes that had erupted and put so much ash into the air. It was affecting people thousands of miles away. It grounded air traffic through Europe for around a week. So there's a lot of things that are in the air that are going to affect people, and the sensitized group many times over, even more.
So I want to pick up on that as well. I mean, one of the reasons that they ground airliners in situations like this, either because of the wildfire or the volcanoes, is because of the aggressive nature of those small particles, particularly as they're compressed and put through a jet engine. They can score and damage the insides of those to the point where they can actually have engine failure. And if you think about that, if these particles are corrosive enough that they're damaging stainless steel parts, they can't be good for our lungs. So just lots of warnings to us. There's plenty of evidence around, even just common sense evidence, that would tell us that we shouldn't be exposed to a lot of this. And you were asking earlier, some of the other things people can do. Obviously, if you have whole house HVAC and if you've got filters on the HVAC, you can run the HVAC system even if you just run it on fan, because that, you know, pushes air into the house and through the system. And typically most home air systems and HVAC systems, unless they have a energy recovery ventilator or heat recovery ventilator or something like that, that's intentionally bringing air in. Typically those are, you know, only bringing in 10% outside air. High efficiency furnaces, the ones that have the PVC pipes instead of like the chimneys and stuff, again, those are going to bring in minimal outside air unless they're on the heat cycle, where they bring in the air obviously to dilute the you know, the gases that are being created when they burn the gas or the oil for the furnace. So if you're on the air conditioning mode and you've got a high efficiency furnace and you've got decent filters on it, running that and just running it even on the fan, on the on switch rather than on the auto switch, will make should make a good difference. Now, I also want to point out the people who have portable air conditioners, window mount air conditioners, some of these other ones that have, you know, pipes that go in and out and everything, what they call pack units, like you see on the wall of a hotel. Oof, that's tough because there's very little filtration on those. And that's a lot of times bringing in 10, 20, 30% outside air just automatically as you turn those on.
Well, most commercial buildings are spec'd that way. They have to bring in 15 to 20% fresh air. So they're dealing with those issues also.
And I'm not going to get into the whole discussion of the energy efficiency that may not be the energy efficiency, right. But you know, they build a building so tight that they do have to bring in more of the outside air. And then in conditions like this, Lance, you know this as well as I do, they don't have the filtration on those big HVAC units like we have even on a smaller residential unit. So that's a tougher way to go on some of that. But at the same time, that brings up the last main point that I wanted to make, and that is that sometimes we can't rely, you know, if you're a person or you're staying in a hotel because of, you know, your job that took you there to New York City and all of this or whatever it is, sometimes you have to be a little bit more proactive, and particularly if you're sensitized. We talk about creating a refuge, even if you can't fix your whole house. You know, is there a bedroom? Is there a den? Is there a room in your house that you can turn into a refuge that's going to have better air quality and protect you? And this advance, I mean, I'm just blown away. The advance in the air purification systems, which we call proactive air purification, where you're not just relying on it to go through a filter to collect this stuff. You've got ionizers and you know, one of the better ones I think is this multi-cluster ionization and things. These sorts of products can help create these reservoirs of clean air inside a building, so that even if you have to run the air conditioner and it's bringing in some of this contaminant and your filters aren't the greatest, at least you can protect yourself in a bedroom where you spend, you know, 8 hours a night when you're sleeping and things like that. That can be a big difference.
You know, it's not a new concept. I mean, they teach and talk about that for hurricanes and tornadoes, you know, to have a safe area in your home, a place that's protected from, you know, from things coming through the exterior walls. Well, this is just taking it to another level where you're going to keep your breathable air as clean as possible.
Well, I like that analogy. I mean, you're in those cases, you know, for a tornado. So here in the Midwest, we don't have the hurricanes as much, but it's a tornado. And that's exactly what they tell you. You need to have a secure location that in the case of a tornado, you can go into and be better protected from, you know, the damaging effects of the wind. And in a situation like this, particularly the people who are already at risk because they're sensitized, they need to have, you know, think about having that secure location from an air standpoint, just like we would think about having a secure location from a weather standpoint. And doing that with some of these proactive air purifiers Heck, I was looking at the Best Living Systems website yesterday. They've got plug-in models. I mean, literally just plug into an outlet and is enough to, have some air cleansing that's going on in a room size. They got ones that are the size of, like a sports bottle or a drinking glass that's designed to fit in a cup holder in a car to improve the air quality in a car. But you can plug those in and use those in a hotel room or in a bedroom or something like that. And these are not necessarily, super expensive items or anything like that. They're reasonably priced and they're worth it.
You know what? And everything you're talking about comes down to do something, improve your condition, be proactive yourself to try to take care of the environment you're in, stay in a healthier and a safer place during conditions like this. And it's going to happen more and more. We didn't really talk about statistics, but from the Weather Channel, they ran some stats yesterday saying that year to date, they have burned up in Canada and the US. Well, let me rephrase that. The yearly average for the US and Canada on forest fires is between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres. The fires so far to date in Canada are 9.3 million. So they're 50% over the yearly total of burned up forest and what it's putting into the air that we're all breathing and changing weather conditions around the world.
And we're in June.
And we're in June. And it's
Right.
first going to get hot and the fire season's going to first come on. And then we got California to deal with and the West Coast. Prepare yourselves, people. Be proactive and take care.
Well, that's what I said. Just if there's things that you can fix now, fix them. If there's things that you can do to prepare for, because this supposedly this one from Canada, hopefully by the middle of next week, we'll have moved on with some shifting weather patterns. Don't just go back to normal and say, that one's over. I don't have to worry about it, because something's going to happen again. And those who are already suffering, those who are kind of on an edge health-wise, sometimes I talk to my clients about being literally almost like standing on a knife's edge. And we want to get you off of that edge so that you don't fall over into a worse scenario. And the way to do that is it's pretty tough to, have the proactive air purifier when you're in the middle of a problem. So you may have to get one now. Let me just also finish with this. I know it's the fire issues and everything, but I'm a victim of my own thinking, so to speak. Neither my wife or I both of us are blessed that we don't have a lot of mold sensitivities or anything like that, even with all the crazy work I've done in the industry. And neither one of us really have expressed a lot of allergies over the years. And this summer, or actually this spring, over the last couple of months, I noticed that my wife was feeling less and less normal, so to speak. And finally, when we dug into it, it was turned out that she was having some respiratory issues and some stuff like that. And the initial doctor visit was, yeah, it's a really awful pollen season. We never followed the pollen ratings or anything because she was never, identified as being allergic. And once we got the idea that she was, being impacted by the outdoor pollen, not something that was going on in our house, ended up getting one of the Chaos air purifiers that Normie recommends. And within hours, she was telling me that she was feeling better running that in the house. And within 2 days, she had already given it to her sister and made me buy her another one. So that's just how it
Okay, then. Well, the stuff works. And, that's the whole thing. And we always talk about, even, tongue in cheek, about you either have a good filter or you are one. And it's all about protecting that you are one. You want to have as much protection around you as you can. But we are going to end this segment. I do want to thank you for your time. And I didn't mention it earlier, but this is one of the segments that we're doing in a multi-part presentation on the seriousness of the wildfires, how it's affecting the U.S. and people with sensitivities, without sensitivities, and what they can do. So hopefully you'll tune in and some of the other segments as we show them. And I want to thank you again for your time. It's always great talking to you, Mike.
Bless you, Lance. It was good. I hope it was helpful for people.
Thank you.
And we are back again, and this is going to be going on throughout the day today and tomorrow as we're doing more and more of these interviews. But we are privileged now to actually have Jim Maness from Shaw Industries with us. And I know in the past you've worked closely with the experience with training and other things that you do, but I can't do justice to your title or actually what Shaw does. You guys are big players in this industry. So tell us a little about yourself and the company.
Hey, thanks, Lance. I appreciate it. Yeah, so my name is Jim Maness. I'm the National Director of Shaw Total Care. And Shaw is a flooring manufacturer based in Dalton, Georgia. And we make pretty much most of the floors that we live, work, and play on. So happy to be here.
Oh, I appreciate you spending the time. I know you guys have been busy. We have been. We have a lot of people coming around, and it's really, it's encouraging to see the interest that people have in what we do, which is in the indoor air quality umbrella. Actually, everybody here is under indoor air quality, just as you are. But you deal a lot with water damage.
Yeah, we do. Indoor air quality is a very hot topic, especially as it pertains to flooring. And most of the time, I think kind of the pervasive thought is that hard surface flooring is cleaner than other types of flooring, maybe. And we found that all flooring, has the opportunity to be hold contaminants and things like that. And really, there's no difference. It's ironic, Lance, that we'll sell a hard surface flooring, tile, wood, laminate, vinyl plank. But then the first thing people do is cover it up with an area rug. So they're ultimately going back to carpet as where they interface as human beings. So,
yeah. Hey, it's funny. We talk about it in our classes where we'll get people that know they have an indoor air quality problem and they think their solution is I'm getting rid of all my carpeting and going to hard floors. And then about a month or two later, we get the phone calls. Something's wrong in my house. I have all this dust all over the place. Not realizing they removed their filter.
Yeah, they just got rid of the best filter in their house. Carpeting is, they call it a trap. Heard that word before, but and it's funny that we have very inexpensive equipment to help clean and maintain carpeting that helps keep a better indoor air quality. But working with Doug and you, everybody at Normie, and in fact, I attended a few classes that you guys do an amazing job. But really understanding the holistic approach to the indoor built environment. And it's really incredible how flooring, gravity always wins. So any particulate that is heavy enough to settle is going to wind up on our floors. So we like to know all facets of how everything interrelates.
We saw a major shift in the industry when COVID hit. And, we say it lightly now because it's pretty much over, but, COVID hit and all of a sudden people realize breathing's important and it's affected everybody's industry.
Yeah.
All the verticals in here. What did you guys see coming out?
No, it's definitely changed the trajectory of most businesses, I would agree. And flooring's no exception. And we clearly try to get to more sustainable pieces, indoor air quality, green build, and many other things that go to low or no VOC. That's a hot acronym in Normie's world, and we really pay attention to that, and generally always have that be our touchstone when we're creating a product or enhancing a product. So
as far as you said, low or no VOCs, I mean that's a big issue under the indoor air quality.
Absolutely.
And it sounds like you've addressed that.
Yeah, we've completely removed that from our vocabulary, our products. The adhesive sometimes can contribute to that upon installation, but besides that, we are VOC free.
I know there was a big issue probably 5-10 years ago with flooring that was coming from overseas that contained formaldehyde and some other products that really created a problem. And thankfully, the industry's been addressing that. It sounds like you have, and
Yeah, Shaw is extremely proactive on keeping our ears to the ground, understanding what's happening. And really, one of the things that I'm really proud of about what we do is we have a fantastic technical services department and a lab with millions of dollars worth of equipment that tests all these things all the time, not only for wear and durability, but also how they contribute or do not contribute to indoor air quality.
Well, that is, besides the buzzword of the industry right now, it's the reality of it.
Yeah.
And I've said it before, and I try to say this whenever I can, when someone's willing to listen. People can go 30, 40 days without eating. I can't, but people can do that.
Clearly, I can't either.
I can't either. But, and they can go 3 to 7 days without water, but you can go 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Yeah.
And the air that we breathe is that important. Everything that you make and all these other products that are here affect it. And it's so important to do it right.
Yeah, no. And really I think as a society, and clearly the work that you're doing, indoor air quality, we are learning so much more. We sat through Gavin's class this morning and talked about biofilm and just different things that are just part of life. But now we're learning, the relationship between indoor built environments and the common things that are present, and we need to be aware of them, address them, and be able to remediate and clean them effectively. But one of the cool things you guys do is you have all this equipment here that really helps us evaluate where we're at. What are we doing that's good? What are we doing that might be not so good? And your team here at Normie has done a great job of giving diagnostics that help us.
One of the things that I've noticed over the last, I'd say 10 plus years of going to these types of events, the industry has grown up.
Sure has.
Matured to the point where it's not, this is my territory, me. We're a team.
We really are.
And it has to be approached that way. There's
Yeah.
too many facets for one person or one company to handle.
Yeah, no, and it's so true. This event, the experience event, allows us to interface with all the technicians and the professionals that work on our product. So we want to be here. We're glad to be here. We're doing terrible things to our flooring over there and then fixing them just to show that. But clearly, what Normie does and the indoor air quality component, and also surface, right? I mean, there's a lot of testing that you guys do, because eventually, again, everything falls to the ground. So we need to evaluate that. So this is a great learning lab, I like to say.
I'm glad you said that, because when I do an assessment, I also sample the floor.
Sure.
Not many people do that. In our industry, there's so many people that don't look up and don't look down.
Yeah.
And it's all part of what we do. And flooring is where it all ends up.
Well, flooring guys and gals, we always are looking down. Of course, that's our business. But on the way to the convention hall today, I was looking at all the cold air returns, and I evaluate a building's health.
Yeah.
You can very quickly, any airport, anywhere you go, look at that air return or that air displacement, and you're going to see how seriously they take their maintenance.
Or not. The red and green dot scenario that I've noticed in hospitals, their maintenance crews will go around and put a different colored dot on registers when they've been cleaned. I've also seen them peel off dots and just put new ones on and keep going. So again, it's the manpower, the education, the teamwork that makes this all work.
Lance, that's so true. And, one of the things I think that has changed, you mentioned how much things have changed, like since COVID. I think prior to that, most of us, if we're being honest, clean for aesthetics, clean for appearance, right?
For appearance.
And now we have tools to be able to evaluate what is clean, where do we want to be at? And, flooring, again, obviously a critical part of that, along with the air. So you look at air and surfaces are the two main components. And we're happy to be here and happy to be participating. You guys are doing fantastic work.
Well, thank you. Gavin uses the term cleaning for health. And we agree
Dr.
with
Michael
that
Berry,
completely.
right?
Yep. But one of the things that we look at is we don't want to quantify what that is. So we use the term cleaning for a healthier, safer cleaning environment.
Yeah, we live in an imperfect world. You're never going to get to zero. There's no such thing as a sterile environment typically. That doesn't exist.
No.
But there are parameters, Lance. I think that we all can agree that is a healthier place to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you for your help. If somebody wants more information about you, where do they go?
Yeah, so check us out at www.shawfloors.com. And if you want to see a great care and maintenance website, www.shawfloors.com/care. And we've got a lot of great tools for everybody to use and invite you to come and check us out.
I have to point out, it's the first time I ever saw somebody go /
Yeah, well, I'm a visual learner teacher,
It's
so
all good. It's all good. Thank you for being here.
hey,
with us.
thank you.
Second.
Hello and welcome to episode 26 of Trade Talks Unlocking the Experience. I am Kayla McGowan, editor-in-chief for R&R and responsible for the sessions at the Experience. So today's special guest is Brandon Adams. Many of you may know him, but for those of you who don't, he's been in the industry for over 10 years, close to 12 years now, I believe. He was mentored and is continuing to be mentored by Rachel Adams and Mike Adams. He started his career very young by cleaning fans. He's also worked very hard to get to his current position. He's certified by the IICRC and holds Master Water and Fire and Smoke designations with the IICRC, as well as mold remediation specialist. He's committed to continuous learning and teaching in our industry. Not only that, he's attended several ASHE classes, including Train the Trainer for ICRA 2.0. He teaches ICRA classes to contractors and hospital staff. And on top of that, he's an industrial hygienist for indoor environmental management for the past 6 years. Lastly, he specializes in mold and fire remediation projects, and he is a great asset to this industry, and I can't wait to see what the next 20 years holds for him. So without further ado, please welcome Brandon Adams.
Hello, everybody. So, just here on an interview, waiting to answer some questions.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you. Thank you for joining us. I know a lot of people may know who you are, but for those of you who don't know, can you give them a little bit about you and how you actually got started in this industry?
Yeah, for sure. So, having parents have always been in the industry, I've kind of been in it since I was born. So, my mother and father is Rachel and Mike Adams, which my dad owns a restoration company, which I've worked for ever since I started working in high school. And then my mom is industry known for her being the mold queen, right? She teaches all the AMRTs and everything. And so all both well known in the industry, especially my mom, and having been taught under both of them has helped me a lot becoming a better professional and everything. So as far as actually getting started, I started cleaning fans at my dad's back shop when I was in high school, and then slowly but surely became a regular technician to a lead technician. Found out that I actually was pretty good at it, and so I kind of worked my way up from there. I went to college originally for psychology, so I got my bachelor's in that. But as soon as I got my degree, when I went to look into finding a job as a counselor, I was like, wait a minute, I don't think I like people this much. So I looked to my left to where I was employed at and found out, like, you know what? I'm really good at doing this. Why not just pursue this full time? And so that was in 2018 where I decided to make this a career choice and haven't really looked back from there. Been trying my best to learn as much as I can and become the best professional I can.
Yeah, I will say you've done a great job so far. I think the mentorship you've had from your parents obviously does help, right? I think they both have their own careers and have set their own legacy, right? And I think that's what you're going to ultimately do at the end of the day. So I was going to ask you how you chose this career, but I think you kind of already nailed that. And I think it's interesting that you say, I don't really like people that much, but are you able to utilize some of the stuff that you picked up in that?
Surprisingly, yeah, I use it a lot. A lot of it's in my personal life too, because as far as mental health goes, I've struggled with my own things. My wife has still struggling with her own things, and having that perspective really helps in my personal life. But when it comes to my professional life, it's really helpful to help be empathetic and understanding of other people's situations, learning what people may go through, some of the mental things that they may be dealing with and how to approach it, and it's helped a lot with that. So it's it's kind of funny that I started wanting to go into that, and then I had my parents, funnily enough, didn't want me to be in this industry. They wanted me to like become a doctor or something, and I chose that. And eventually, I was just like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I'm just going to stick with what I know and what I'm good at. So
Well, I think it's interesting too because there's so many people in our industry who have educational backgrounds in something else. I mean, there's two of us sitting right here. My education is in criminal science and then emergency management and public safety, which there is an emergency management and public safety aspect to what we do, but it's cool to see it all come full circle because yes, you have your degree, but you maybe not be utilizing it the way you thought you were, but it's still coming in handy for your day-to-day stuff and your personal life too. I think that's extremely important to really emphasize that.
honestly, there's a lot of classes that I have a lot of value in now, looking in hindsight. Like, for example, all my microbiology classes, I think I took two of them, and they've become invaluable to me among some of the other classes I've taken. I think one of the most important classes I think I had taken was my business writing course, which hated the class, did not like it at all, spent half of that semester deathly ill, and I still took away more away from that class than any other class I'd taken. So it's just looking back, I really appreciate my time in college, and it really helped me develop not just technical and knowledge skills, but also as a person. And so I don't regret it at all. I do kind of wish I pursued a degree in like industrial hygiene or safety, but still really happy with the education I have. It just means I get to go back for more eventually when it's not so expensive.
I was gonna say when you have time, right? Like
That too,
you're
yeah.
busy as it is.
Right.
Well, I think it's cool to hear that because I think there's so much in depth that we could talk about mental health and all of these things, right? Like especially with our job, that it does come with our job essentially too. There's burnout. Burnout leads to mental health issues, and sometimes we see stuff, especially when people are going through catastrophes or a loss in their family or whatever the case may be. So, I think it's really cool that you're still able to utilize, what you learned and it still sticks with you. Like, man, I really hated that class, but it probably actually paid off in the long run, right?
Absolutely. Now there are a few classes that don't really help me now, but I still loved, but that's just part of it,
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. You said, my parents didn't want me in this industry. They
No,
wanted
they
me to go
didn't.
explore.
Yeah.
Look where I ended up, mom and dad.
Yeah, they wanted me to become an anesthesiologist and make just all this money, and that didn't happen. I looked at what the requirements were for medical school. I'm like, that seems like a lot of work.
Well, I was gonna say you work so long before you ever really get to experience it on your own, right? There's extensive training, there's certifications, not to mention just the schooling, right? I don't know if it is it minimum of 7 years for anesthesiologists as well.
It's 7 to 8 with another 8 of residency or something crazy like that. So you're like
Wow.
40 by the time you're ready to actually become a full-blown anesthesiologist.
That is so crazy, isn't it? And man, I'm so glad that it came full circle though, because I know you're making your parents proud and also the industry, right? I think we are setting the tone for not just our generation, but future generations. And what you've learned and what you're applying does play a huge role in that. So, thank you for that. And leading into this, I know you love to learn and you love to teach. You're actually speaking at the experience. Can you tell us a little bit about what that topic entails?
Absolutely. So one of my niches that I've found myself in is healthcare work. And so I'm going to be speaking about ICRA 2.0, which is infection control risk assessment. And the 2.0 is just like it's the second version. And it's something that was developed by ASHI. And so I've basically taken that, learned from it, work in hospitals. Currently, I still project manage over hospital projects quite frequently. And here soon, I'm going to be teaching it. I'm going to be teaching classes in our new mock hospital facility, which is going to be pretty cool. And having learned that, there's a lot of people in this industry that don't quite understand the difference between hospital work and regular restoration and remediation work. Because with hospitals, it's another ball game because some contractors may deal with the one-off immunocompromised person inside of a house that has a mold project. Well, that's hospitals, but all the time. And you're dealing with people that it just takes a stray particle to just not only make them ill, but to kill them. And so it's why taking all of the necessary precautions is so important. And a lot of contractors aren't really familiar with how to do that. And so that's why ICRA is so important to our industry and to learn from, to help restorers not only get their foot in the door in hospitals, but know how to do it well and to stay there. Because I mean, I've heard several times that a lot of contractors that work in almost exclusively healthcare or hospitals say you can retire on healthcare and hospitals because of how profitable it can be. But to get there, you got to know the work and how to do it. So that's why the process is so important.
Yeah, and I was definitely going to say, I think if anything we can apply this to is the pandemic, right? This stuff like this would have paid off for our industry professionals because there was a need not only in hospitals, but commercial buildings. There was just all of these standards and regulations that people wanted met. And I think a lot of it does fall back into that space of ICRA 2.0, essentially, to be completely honest. And it also will pay off in preparation, right? I hope we don't ever live to see another pandemic, but it's always better to be prepared than react, because when you react, you make mistakes. And I think that what you're talking about allows people to understand the intricacies, the importance, regulations, rules that are different in specific spaces. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. I hope I get to sit in there and learn from you and maybe ask you some questions. That'll be so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And speaking of the experience as a whole, I know you get to handle some stuff inside the restoration pavilion. Hands-on is so important in our industry. Can you talk a little bit about, the importance of having that hands-on portion at a show like this, or just any show really, and why we spend so much time trying to figure out what the sessions are? I know we've met on some committees and talked about what are we going to talk about, and there's so much thought and that goes into it. Can you kind of just give some background on that?
Yeah, for sure. So speaking on hands-on, it's one of the most important aspects to training in our industry, because a lot of people in our industry, a lot of contractors, they haven't really gone to college. They've either gone into a trade because they work with their hands, or they didn't do well in school, and so they're forced to work with their hands. And because of that, most people in our industry learn by doing stuff hands-on with their hands, actually doing it. Because a lot of people don't learn very well from a classroom setting. Now, some classroom settings are required for some information, right? Well, supplementing that with hands-on solidifies that information and makes it that much more retainable for the students. And so when it comes to hands-on in the trade shows, one, it's more engaging, it's more fun, it's more memorable, helps people learn little tidbits about the industry. For example, what we're going to be doing in this upcoming experience is the restoration pavilion is going to be covering a loose topic of building science, right? And I plan on speaking about thermal cameras and how to use them for inspections and how they work and why they work. And the idea is to get a bunch of different cameras for people to come in, try to find some water spots, some on the built assembly that they have there, which should be pretty fun and pretty interesting. And it helps people if they can actually hold a camera in their hands and actually see what I'm talking about, right? And so you just, like I said, makes it more fun, more engaging, more entertaining. Makes it feel like it's worth your money coming to one of those trade shows, because they're not cheap to get to. As far as a classroom setting goes, it's, like I said, even more important to provide hands-on, which that's why the AMRT is so important to have that hands-on class. Because if you didn't hand build a containment, it's not something you can learn by looking at a slide. You have to do it yourself. And another example is the trauma and crime scene cleanup technician class, where it's not mandatory to have hands-on, but every class is going to be better if you do. And so every class that I've been to for it or helped with, it's had a hands-on. It's always gone really well, whether it be to make scenarios with certain animal parts, and all that, but it's always a better learning opportunity for the students and helps them learn it better, retain it better, and use it in their day-to-day work life. So another example of it is in the ICRA class I'm going to be teaching here at our new facility. It's going to be a 3-day course. The first day is going to be the classroom setting, right? You got to learn what ICRA is, right?
Yeah.
The next 2 days, completely hands-on. And that's what sets it apart, is because there's not really another class in the nation that does that. But that hands-on part is so important for contractors because that's how most contractors learn. And so that's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, and I was also going to say too, your questions that you have in an in-class setting versus hands-on could differ, right? Especially when you talk about how people retain information. I think especially when we're talking about containment or even cleanup, essentially that involves hands-on stuff, which all cleanup does, but it's specifically trauma, you can actually show and demonstrate where your questions are instead of just kind of trying to explain it, right? We all interpret things differently. We all understand things differently. And to be able to, like you said, with holding equipment and seeing things and asking questions, or hey, maybe you don't detect where there's some water. Why didn't you detect it? What did you miss? All equipment has settings. All equipment needs to be maintained. And so I think that there's an opportunity to not only be in the classroom, but also have hands-on stuff. It allows you to also maybe meet with vendors and talk to vendors about types of information they have and equipment they have too. I think this is the beauty of having something like this at a trade show specifically. I mean, that's pretty cool. Your ICRA, 1 day in class and 2 days hands-on, that makes it more exciting, right? I think a lot of people dread sitting in the classroom, so that's really cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. First class is in the last week of February, so it's going to be really cool. Currently still writing a course manual, which should be a really good manual. But yeah, the class itself, I think we're building it. Our facility that we're building is going to look like, as soon as you walk in, it's going to look like a hospital. And so it's going to have all the same materials, all the same equipment. We're going to have a bunch of different scenarios that you can possibly encounter. And part of them are going to be from like real world examples that either we've experienced or other hospital facility personnel have experienced. And so it's something it's going to be really cool. Really excited for it.
Yeah, that's so cool. And that's huge. Early congratulations on that. I can't wait to see how it all flourishes and see pictures and all of that. That's super exciting. This is what it's all about, right? Everything that we do day in and day out is to evolve and put our blood, sweat, and tears into stuff. And at the end of the day, even though your parents didn't want you in the space, I know you're making them proud, right? Like this is this is your niche, right? This is what you're great at. This is what you're passionate about. And it's so cool to see it all come full circle. I know your mom really well. I've had the opportunity to work with her on several occasions. And so, I think it's really cool to see it pass from generation to generation, but see how it's evolved, right? Maybe for you, you'll pass it on, you never know, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's really cool. So I'm excited to have you at the experience and see everything, but this wouldn't be a Trade Talks without asking a fun fact question about yourself. Doesn't have to be related to the industry, but what do you think is a fun fact about you that people may be surprised about?
Well, I'll give you a few. How's that? I have 3 cats and I have a snake. It's a little corn snake. And right below her cage is right below my collection of Legos, which I have a bunch of space Legos that are massively huge that I have on display. And that's one thing I really like doing in my free time is building the really cool Legos when, I have the money to spend for Legos because Legos are expensive.
You're telling me our almost 10-year-old, anytime a new Lego comes out, it's like, oh, how much is that one gonna cost? Because the beauty of Legos is, yeah, you can put that set together, but you can also deconstruct and make your own, setting or use your imagination, or, maybe you'll make your own rendering of your new facility in Legos. Hey, you never know.
That'd be a project, that's for sure.
No promises on that, but that's really cool. is there any animal that you would want to have that maybe you can't have? Obviously, we can't have all the animals in the world here, but what is like your dream animal?
Absolutely. Right now, it's me and my wife's dream animal is to get a Doberman. It's our favorite dog breed, and we love the breed. We love how smart they are, but unfortunately, dogs are very expensive, and they're also very needy, meaning that you have to let them out frequently, and we're just not home enough to take care of a dog, and that's just it's a dream of ours to eventually have one, but it can't happen right now.
Well, and they're so loving too, and they train really well. They're very protective, which most dogs, all of them are if you train them properly. I hear you. We have 3 dogs and 2 cats, and I don't know what's worse, the cats or the dogs, depending on, the supplies you go through, the vet visits and all of that. But we love our animals too, and that it's like a common thing that we all have, right? It's animals or Legos or maybe sports. And, I think that's really cool to learn fun facts about each other. People probably didn't guess Lego though. I wouldn't have guessed Lego to be completely honest.
Yeah, I like the really big, complicated sets. Like I got the Challenger, I got the Apollo rocket, I got the space station, bunch of the really cool, big, complicated ones.
Yeah. Okay. So, question for you: do you glue your sets together, or do you just risk it for the biscuit? If it falls, it breaks.
Risk it for the biscuit. I have had a couple of the car ones that my cat knocked over and broke, and I'm just like, well, I guess it's staying broken now. But yeah, I try to keep them elevated, like way, way, way up, so they don't get knocked over. I've thought about gluing them. It's probably something I should do. I just haven't got around to it, but probably a good idea.
Yeah. What's your biggest set you've put together?
I think the biggest one is the Lord of the Rings one. It's the Barad-dûr, so it's the big tower with the eye. That's
Yeah.
probably the biggest one that not only do we have, but the biggest one I've ever built because it has the most pieces. It's massive. It's like 3.5 feet tall. It's got a bunch of moving parts and stuff that moves in it. It's really cool.
So I was gonna say patience and attention to detail are 2 skills that you definitely have because
Yes.
we put together the upside down house for Stranger Things. And by we, I mean my husband put it together. I was observing because I was so frustrated. It was like 3,500 pieces. And I was like, Mom does, 200-piece Legos or something. 3,000 lost me. So yeah, I totally get it. But that's really cool. Hopefully, in the future, not setting any standards for you or anything like that. You build a model of your facility. Um, well, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. And for anybody who's thinking about going to the experience, here is another reason why we're just diving into all the things that are relevant for us and even the future of our industry at the experience. The experience is April 8th through 10th, and it's at the Charlotte Harbor Convention Center in Punta Gorda, Florida. And you can register at rnrmagonline.com. And if you'd like more of our content, of course, as always, you can check out our videos and podcasts, not only on our website, but YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. And again, a very special thank you to Brandon for taking his time to meet with us today. We really appreciate it. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see you.
And I want to welcome Michael Pinto, who's a big part of Normie and one of our lead instructors, some of our sensitized individual classes specifically. And you're with us here at the experience as part of our team. I know we did presentations this morning. I was kind of like your warm-up act because you went on right after I did. And I think it was good. And we have a pretty good following. It's coming around to a booth right now. But I want to talk to you about what you're doing tomorrow. I understand that you're giving a special invitation type of presentation about homes, I believe it is.
Yes, sir. So tomorrow the presentation is on whole house cleanup. And if you want to back up and connect it to the one for today, because the two actually are almost like a series. So today's presentation, I help people understand a little bit about microtoxins, what they do, and how they move around, and why they're so difficult to clean, and actually shared some very important information about how to clean them properly. And one of the things that was very important in that presentation was the fact that the microtoxins get moved around the house and then they don't get thought about in terms of standard remediation, meaning people remove the source material, but they forget about cleaning the microtoxins in the rest of the house. And they think, well, we set up a containment, we remove the source material, so we didn't spread anything around. But they forget that it's already been spread around because the mold is growing, air currents and people moving around in the house. So tomorrow's presentation is how the importance of doing the whole house cleaning in connection with air remediation.
Well, and that obviously is a follow-up to the sensitized individual class for remediators. And the need for that in this industry, because I know you were talking about the enormous growth of the population susceptible to being a sensitized individual, and how you have to deal with their environment so differently.
That's absolutely correct. So, and the crazy thing is the numbers actually work for us and against us in the industry. They work for us from the standpoint that probably the maximum, from what we know of the genetics of the worldwide population, is that about 25% of the population could be susceptible to more exposure and sensitivities. But the flip side of that is that 75% probably are not susceptible to becoming sensitive. So that means that even under the worst scenario, about 75% of the standard remediation, even if it doesn't cover the microtoxins, and even if it doesn't clean up the whole house and things like that, that might be bad for the sensitized person, are still going to be okay for the regular person, which means that most of the jobs are going to be done. People are going to be happy.
Well, one of the key points there is you said 75% of the population, but there's a percentage to that that's undiagnosed. And that's really the part that's the unknown, and dealing with the environment as if they were sensitized individuals protects everybody, going that extra mile. And it's really just following the protocols that work for everybody.
Except that the protocols that work for everybody are protocols that are more extensive than your standard remediation protocols. The other aspect of that, people, who are not statistics or math experts or anything, they don't catch the phrase that 25% are potentially, or maybe genetically potentially sensitive. But to be actually sensitized, you have to have the exposure. So you can live your whole life having that genetic potential. Stay away from mold, or even in some cases have mold remediation that's done properly and done early before it has a chance to spread, and you can be fine. But it's the ones that have the potential that also end up with some exposure, then everything fits together, they become sensitized, and now it's a bit more of a challenge.
Well, that's kind of the point that, yes, and you're right, it is more expensive of a process, and it's a protocol that would work for everybody. But going into a regular remediation project, you should still be at least educated in this more advanced process. Because you may start to recognize as you're going through with that, what you're going to be doing isn't going to work for this customer. Or as you're going through the process, you start to see things developing that, hey, wait a minute, I may have to go to the next level here. And if you're not aware of that, you can't meet that expectation.
Well, not only can you not meet that expectation, you don't know who that customer is.
Right.
That could be sensitive. So you always have this potential. I mean, I think Doug Hoffman in his presentation did a really nice job. He said, you look at that thought that potentially 25% become sensitized. It just means you walk down the street or you look at your job file, 1 out of every 4 jobs probably, they could have somebody who can become sensitized or is sensitized. So if that doesn't sober you up a little bit in terms of just thinking about wanting to do a better job, or as many contractors have come to the conclusion, just do the best job possible, do it for all the clients, charge a fair price, and maybe that's a little more than the guy down the street or one of my competitors or something. But you know what, you sleep at night knowing that you're taking care of the customers and you haven't hurt somebody.
I agree with that completely, and I look forward to your presentation tomorrow. Thank you for spending some time, and we'll chat later.
Absolutely. Wesley, thank you for all of this activity. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, Mike. And welcome back, everybody. Lance here at the Experience Trade Show. We just opened the doors up a few minutes ago, and there's a pretty good crowd coming in. And I have somebody next to me here that I want to talk to because he has an interesting product that I haven't been familiar with, and I really wanted to explain to me. The company is VaporTech, and this is Nick Fugate. And Nick, say hello to everybody and let us know a little bit about you and the company.
Sure. Well, thanks so much for having me, Lance. I'm really excited to be here. What a great show this has been so far. VaporTech has been proud to exhibit at the Experience for a number of years. So I'm the key accounts manager for VaporTech, and we've been in the restoration business for I'd say over 30 years at this point. We have a line of odor neutralizers, and it utilizes dry vapor. It's essential oil based. So our basic pitch is our product is safe to use in any occupied space. So compared to ozone, for example, ours can be used in a very similar application. In addition, ours can coordinate very well with ozone. If someone uses an ozone machine, sometimes there's that lingering odor that's there. Ours can kind of be a good finishing treatment for that. But our product can also be used at the very start of a job. If a tech is anxious to get into the space and start the cleaning process, but also treat those odors, that's where our product is great because you can have ours running and they can still be in there doing their work.
Is there like a specific dwell time with the product, or is it just let it go and it just attaches to whatever?
Yeah, basically let it go. I mean, most of our machines and all of our products are rated for a certain amount of cubic footage. Our Easy Disc treats 2,000 cubic feet, and then we have a portable industrial machine that treats 200,000 cubic feet. So it just depends on the size of the space. But as far as the dwell time, as with many things in restoration, depends on the severity of the situation. Is the source of the odor still present? We have products that are good to use if the source of the odor is still present. But if you're in a recovery situation, our products are really great at getting in there and, blasting the space. And I think I mentioned to you earlier, our products don't, they treat the atmosphere, the structure, and the content. So it penetrates any porous surface. And, if you're not a fan of whatever smell might be in the room, it's still better than the original odor, and our product will dissipate over time. So, but more importantly, it is effective at neutralizing.
Is it more of a product for microbial, VOCs? What is its real target, or is it everything that's in the air?
Yeah, I mean, we really specialize in malodors. So we don't make any claims as far as antibacterial or any of that sort of thing. Our product actually originated in the medical market. So way back in 1979, when the company started, John Bryson created our Optimum 4000 to be utilized in cancer wards. So the machine was designed to treat the odors in the ward, the facility. But it was also safe for the patients and the medical staff. So that's kind of how we made our bread for a long time. But then it was maybe 10 years after that we started taking off in the restoration business in Canada. Through Paul Davis, and then it kind of filtered down into the US, and now we work with customers all around the world.
Oh, okay. So if anybody wanted to reach out to you or get more information, how would they contact you? What's your website? Where do they go?
It's very simple. If you want to know everything about our products, you can go to our website, which is www.vaportech.com. That is VaporTech with a K, not the CH you might think. But we do also have a wide number of value distribution partners. I mean, some of our partners are here today. Aramco, Jon-Don, Abetix. So if anybody here, any of our customers are working with any of those guys, they're proud supporters of our product.
All right, very good. Is there a specific website, the full website name that you would want to send everybody to locate local people, or is it just call in?
Yeah, we don't list all of our distributors on our website for, for security purposes, but yeah, if you go to vaportech.com and give us a call, you'll probably talk to either me or my partner Lori at the office. We're a small but mighty operation, so we'll be happy to link you up with whoever can best serve you.
Okay, Nick, thank you for your time.
No, thank you so
Hope
much,
you're
Lance.
enjoying the show. Hope it's good for you.
It's a great show. I get to meet so many people and see where the industry is, and I get to see a couple familiar faces. It's always a good time.
We'll have to do this again.
That would be great, Lance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start tonight with my good friend and colleague, Larry Cooper. It's been a long time since we've had him in the room, but we have him in the room tonight, not because of the experience, obviously, but we have him in the room tonight because we have a big announcement we want to make. I actually shared this with a couple of people, so it's not new for everybody, but this is a big deal. And I'm really excited that you're here so we can talk about something fun that we're going to be able to do together. And so I'm going to let you just talk about it.
I get to have a lot of fun in this, whatever this retirement is, that's not really retirement. We're putting on a lot of other events in different industries, but working with Normie is always one of our favorite things that we get to do over the years, and working with Doug and Lance and the whole team, and it's just wonderful. We have been producing events all over the world through Restoration Journeys and with Normie. And Normie hosted our last event in Puerto Vallarta, which was amazing. And then we also did a river cruise that was really amazing down the Danube River. And I wanted to talk tonight. Doug and I have been collaborating and coming up with ways that we could go have fun and actually do education at the same time. And we came up with a cruise that I don't know how you could not say yes to. So let me tell you some of the details. It's an 8-day Southern Caribbean cruise, and it's going to the 3 islands that I always wanted to go to: Aruba, Bonaire, which is amazing, and then Curacao. And it's the ABC Islands. And those 3 islands will be fabulous. And our dates are February 28th through March 8th, 2026. So you can join Normie and a whole group of friends as we get together. We're going to have 7 nights, 8 days on the Carnival Horizon Cruise, again, to those ABC Islands. You can relax and enjoy exciting days at sea and 3 amazing tropical island destinations. Of course, you'll be pampered by the pool, entertained with many theaters and outdoor games, eating so that we all gain weight. And there's lots of entertainment and fun stuff. The best part, though, is we're planning on having somewhere between 100 and 150 people in our group, which is amazing. And you'll get to network with those people, become new friends or old friends, getting together again, and just having a fabulous time. Each one of these events just always seems to grow and get better each time. Yeah. Well, during that time also, we scheduled some half-day classes in a classroom on the ship, doing the Normie Certified Microbial Inspector training course. And that'll be held 4 mornings during the cruise, so you can enjoy the rest of the day with your wife, family, friends, whoever it is that you're traveling with. So there's no better way to enjoy training, enjoying time in paradise, and just really having a time of your life. So what's included in this is you'll fly into Miami, and we will board the ship the next day, and we will be at sea for a couple of days. We'll then go to the ABC Islands. That's 3 days in a row out in incredible locations, and then 2 days returning. So lots of time just to relax and enjoy yourself. You know what? One thing I realized, and I'll shut up and let you talk then, is that we work our butts off. This industry is intense. and we're out there on the line all the time. You got to take the time, smell the roses, and enjoy yourself. This is a wonderful opportunity, and getting to spend time with that guy is always fun anyway. So I'm going to shut up and let you talk.
Well, I was just thinking as you were talking, some of the benefits that we're going to get from this, besides being able to spend a bunch of people with really good time with a bunch of really good people, we've opened this up. So you've got contacts all over the world, people that you've talked to for years. I think you said we've got maybe a couple of dozen people already wanting to sign up for this that are just basically industry leaders. So this is not just about Normie. We're also opening the door for our relationship with ISSA, a strategic alliance we have there. And so I have a feeling that it's going to fill up pretty quickly. I think we could probably do over 200 when it's all said and done. And that's just going to be a great, great opportunity for us to network with industry leaders, learn a lot about what's going on in the industry, get some training, some special training for your continuing education training. And that training also will qualify for Florida's continuing education licensing requirement. So there's just a great opportunity, I think, to spend some great time with some fun folks. We had a great time in Puerto Vallarta. It was just really, really cool. And I'm looking forward to this. I mean, who doesn't want to be in the Caribbean the first week in March? Hello.
You know, I had a great time with all the Normie folks that came. They were really great people. Well, what happened over the last week was kind of crazy because my daughters, especially Jillian, who organizes all of this, and Jennifer started just calling all the friends in the industry, and everybody said yes. So these are all industry leaders across the board that you'll get to network with. But we're going to party and have a great time. So you got to get ready for that. Here's something else that's really amazing. Do you remember the river cruise we did?
Mm-hmm.
It was $12,000 for a couple. $12,000. And we filled it, of course.
Yeah.
But this one is a little better price than that. So
I'll say
the base cabin goes for $1,372 per person. And that includes the training.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So
yeah.
You can upgrade your cabins. I'm really spoiled, man. I like balconies. So I can go out and sit on the balcony and have coffee and just forget the world. Well, those cabins are only $1,862 per person.
Yeah.
So this is a great opportunity. Now, also, if you were to come and bring your wife and she's not attending the class, there's a discounted rate for her also. So you can go to our website, see the prices. You can call us. We'll work with you to get everything booked up. You just need to make sure you have a passport and be ready to have a great time. Bring a lot of shorts and swimsuits because that's the attire for the day, man.
You know what we also didn't mention was if you're a business owner and because you're taking classes, I would say that this could be written off.
Absolutely. So that's exactly why we're doing the 4 days, the mornings. We need to do 12 to 14 hours of education, and this becomes a tax deductible credit for you on your business. And we've been doing this for 14 years, so we know that works pretty well.
Yeah, we're going to corral some people in. We haven't finalized the plan yet for the training. You mentioned the certified microbial inspector course. Of course, that's going to be offered, but I think I heard today that there's another room that we could use if we wanted to do more training.
Yes.
And we're looking at other people that are in the industry that could offer some training. We'll be getting that kind of formalized here in the next week or so, but it's going to be an opportunity for not just a training, but maybe multiple different types of training, which is kind of exciting as well. So it's going to be a super time that we're going to be able to spend together. We got it up on our website. Let me just show you where this is, Larry, so you know, and all of the members know. But if you want to log in to Normie I'm sorry, you don't have to log into Normie. You can go directly. This is not protected, password protected, because we want anybody to come. We may have some of our friends that'll come to this, and they're not a part of Normie. But this is at events.normie.org. Events.normie.org. normy.org. And you can see that, I assume. The nice thing about this is if you click on this, it's going to take you to another page that shows you a little more information with the dates. And then when you click on this, it goes directly to Larry's website so that you can get the information you need. He's handling all of this for us. And there's all kinds of options. You mentioned several things about different size of rooms, and I know there's some suites available and a lot of other things. But one of the things we didn't talk a lot about is there's some special pricing for children, special pricing for families. There are some suites available. There's a rate for individuals who want to go solo. So there's a lot of options. And I think, if I remember correctly, we even talked about being able to make some payments on this, didn't we?
Yeah, we absolutely did. We're asking for a $500 deposit so that we can reserve the room, get all of the details done, and then you can make payments or make full payments. We'll arrange that with you. We do have a couple of family suites reserved. And so that room is big enough for mom and dad and a couple of kids all in one room. And the kids' price is really, really inexpensive. And I should know that off the top of my head. It's like about $200 or something like that per kid, which is absolutely amazing. And of course, on these ships, they have all the kids' clubs, but better than that, they have the nightclubs and all the theaters and entertainment, dozens of bars and all those kind of things. And, you know, if you just want to go and relax and sit in the sun, I mean, what a great way to enjoy some time out in the beautiful Caribbean sunshine.
And when is the, if I remember correctly, the deadline is what, 6 months out, end of October, maybe 1st of November, that they can start. I mean, they can start making payments now, but I think that was the plan, wasn't it? That end of October, 1st of November, something like that.
Yeah, I believe it's in October. We'll get that. All payments are due by November 15th.
There you go. So you got 6.5 months to pay for this thing, which is pretty cool. I have a feeling that
was that $100 a month?
Yeah, you'll be happy to take it any way we can send it. But this is really a fantastic opportunity. And I'll just tell you, I'm not just blowing smoke. This is absolutely true. I've been on several of these kinds of events, and Larry and his team absolutely take care of you like your royalty. I mean, it's not just when you're on the ship. I think we may even talk about doing something the night before. If we get in Miami early, maybe we can have dinner together and do some.
Well, we're going to have a hotel base for everybody to come to. We'll get special rates there, and then we'll do a cocktail reception so everybody can register and meet each other and just start having a good time right then.
Fantastic. Well, I think I told you I'm threatening to bring Mardi Gras beads for everyone. So.
I hope you do.
So we have a party atmosphere, but we are definitely looking forward to it. And I want to thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I know it was kind of last minute when I contacted you today, but thank you for being here. We're going to run this through our Normie TV and our radio and let people know about it, get the word out, because anybody can come. If you've got family, you want to come for the training, but you've got family that are not interested in the training, like maybe your wife, that's okay. Come on. You got a brother, brother-in-law, sister, sister-in-law, family that want to just be there and have fun. This is going to be a great opportunity. And so we're looking forward to it.
One more point I'll just throw out is the earlier the book, the better rooms we can get you, and you could be next to each other or near each other so the group's together. Each level on the cruise boat obviously is for what you select. So the higher up you are, it's usually the suites and or just the balcony type of rooms.
And I think this is
interior, I've done exterior, I've done suites, and I have fun in all of them.
And I think the Horizon is, I thought I saw where it's like 3,200 maybe rooms. It's a big boat.
It's a big old boat. I don't know if you can see that. There it is, man. It's a big Hummer. So it'll be plenty of fun. There'll be plenty of things to do and activities. And Yeah, we just are really looking forward to it. On board also, we'll have some cocktail receptions. We'll have a dinner for the whole group, so everybody can really network and get to know each other a lot better.
Yeah, when you and Jill started looking for these different cruises and you came back with this one, all I could think was Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you.
I think that could be our theme song. We'd be okay.
It's going to be a great time. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for being here, Larry. I really appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Tell Jill I said hi,
I
and
will
we'll
do.
get on this right away, start promoting it. Thanks for getting that website done.
Absolutely. You guys take care. It's great to be with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you on board.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good week.
Okay, everybody, we're back here at the Experience in Las Vegas, and I am talking with Randy, and you're not going to do too much of an intro. I want you to do that yourself, because there's so much going on with what you do in your company, products, and everything else. I want to do it justice. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Randy, and please tell us exactly who you are, where you are, and all the great things you do.
Sounds great. Thanks, Lance. Randy Mount, owner of Extreme Microbial Technologies and RAM Restoration. RAM Restoration is basically an Ohio-based company. We formed it there. Now we've got operations in Florida. We've got projects across the country, from east coast to west coast. Starting late in some west coast. It's been pretty neat. We've really been growing the companies quite well in the last 4 years. Preliminary growth 4 years ago, $2 million company. 3 when you combined all the companies, we turned 15 million last year. And looking about 30 million this year.
Is adoption a possibility?
Yeah.
Just curious.
Well, the cool thing is, guys, you look at what we've done as a company. One of the things is, the cost and being able to get back. So I started here about 2 years ago. 20% of all the profits go back to the people, and then 60% go into the company, and then 20% go into real estate and other things that we can leverage building a company as well. So you look at how we're growing things, growing that culture. You look at the technologies that we're using right now. Extreme Microbial Technologies, what we've done, developing the technology. It's basically an energization process continuously eliminate microbes in the air surfaces 24/7. So it's been a lot of fun. We've got some great people and staff. I mean, we don't have engineers, microbiologists, and
Well, you do, it's just not official.
yeah. Yeah. So it's we're doing good, growing well. So it's been a lot of fun. So Hurricane Ian and some of these other hurricanes working across the coast of Florida, getting down there during the winter, staying there. It's good.
Talking to you, it reminds me of a good friend of mine who has a very large HVAC contracting company back in New Jersey. And about the same size that you're describing right now. And COVID hit, and their company just bloomed. That's the only way to describe it. And I'm sure you've seen that kind of interest. I guess all the people have decided breathing is a thing now. Who knew? Since COVID that it was going to be important. But you have some specific technology that you've been developing that really addresses a lot of the problems with microbes and things like that, and viruses, bacteria. Let's talk about that a little bit without giving away any real secrets.
Yes, well, without giving away any secrets, COVID definitely was a life changer for us. But you look at technologies that we were using then, what we have now is just revolutionary. We were looking at it earlier, the technology we use for mold remediation and clean up a lot of food plants and salmonella. But then to get into virus category, and then doing viruses, and then turn around and just looking at healthy air. And then really looking at it and saying, really, the health effects of mold and those microbes and everything else in the food, to where we continuously control that. We can literally create clean room status in people's homes 24/7. And we got the documentation for it. When you look at our customers, I mean, you go out and get some of the, maybe working with Fortune 100, Fortune 50, all over the world. We're working on a big food processing company right now. That's 400 facilities in 30 countries. I mean, if you would have told me 4 years ago, 2 years ago, we'd be working in Japan, China, India, Argentina, I mean, Brazil.
Just another Wednesday.
Just another Wednesday.
Yeah.
You get the internal fighting sales guys going, I'm the guy that's good here. I take care of Hawaii. They're not.
Sorry, we have to go first.
So just being able to do that. And what's the coolest thing about it is we're truly making a difference. We're truly making a difference out there. It's like, just, that child dealing with mold and how it's affecting them. And they couldn't concentrate on their studies. And, mold is just totally different levels of what it really does to them. And then now we're able to do that at all different levels. I mean, think of a day that people don't die from eating lettuce or lunch meat because of listeria. And it's a real thing. You can really eliminate and prevent those deaths. And that to me is one of the differences.
Well, your technology deals with airborne and surface, obviously. But the whole thing with air is so exciting because, when we talk about some of the different trainings that we do, and as I talked about in one of the classes, that people can go sometimes 30 or 40 days without eating, 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. And you need that much air, and it's got to be healthy enough to be able to breathe. That's an about.
That's when you look at the air. I think everybody just takes that for granted. I mean, we get 30 days without food. 5 to 7 days at once. 6 minutes that air. It kind of breaks it down. So when you're looking at what we're spending money, I mean, complaining that the dollar menu is not the dollar anymore in McDonald's, right? But what's that? What we do? When you look at the big change what we do, what we're breathing, and make a true difference. I'm excited to be out front. When you look at some of our, we went through all the testing with COVID. That was a huge eye opener. Working with some of the different department of defenses in different countries around the world. Started out with 250 to 300 different technologies and different companies, and we're the only company left that passed all the tests. That's tests that we didn't know we could pass. Having major car manufacturers like names that we're currently working with right now. Designed and developed units of cars, we've done it in cars. We're basically saying in the next 5 years, it will no longer become an option, it will become mandatory. Like air purification in cars. Be able to be out there and try that. There's 278 companies that did all the testing for that car manufacturer. We're the only ones that supported the contract to move forward. And so I'm going to make the statement, we're the leader of the technology. I mean, just for those two examples alone. So we're making improvements every day. We're out there in the forefront to make a difference.
Well, I appreciate you spending time with us, and I'm looking forward to us working together, offline about the things that we're going to try to do. One thing I didn't mention to you though is, I don't know if you're aware of this, something called the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force. That's something that we really are passionate about, and creating a community, a strong working presence in this industry to make it better for everyone. And it sounds like you guys are a person that to be part of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looking at joining your team and becoming, the best that we can be in all we do. So, bringing our company and people to the forefront. You guys are leaders and you're right across the board. I mean, when you look at the certifications, the Army has, the acceptance, there's nobody it's like there's nobody in the same place. You guys are just out there in front. And so, work with you and Doug, and let's get to the forefront with everything across the board.
Randy, let's make a difference. Thank you.
Do that. Thank you.
Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Safrit in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had entered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on, because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Safrit, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week, and that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm a secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, you know, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, you know, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, you know, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean, you know?
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto. And he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
yeah,
thanks to organizations like Normie and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go into another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in, I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Adams and Mr. Zawalaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive your coursework, because I'm sorry,
That's okay.
that's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly, and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's pivotal course in my opinion.
Good course. It's a very good course. I've seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. What a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about, the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're gonna do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level of possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level. when I talk with people and we start talking about, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520, Standard for Professional Mold Remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences an arch where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like Normie, that is consistent with my values, is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What? You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. It makes sense. You know, Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. You know, maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's just mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. You know, he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
but listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
Yes, we do.
Man,
hey, it's the Garden State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us, and I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
there's so much more to talk about, yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like a doctor or something. I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
Well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows, unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves, leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app, but make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of Ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual. There's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener. A utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type. A tube tent. Pliers. Tape. Compass. matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe, photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
We hear about it in the news. It's an issue that we all want to be aware of. We need to be aware of it, especially in the cleaning industry. What are we talking about? Meth contamination in facilities. We know what happens. Today's episode is going to spotlight what we need to know right now in the cleaning industry. With me today is Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, and also Scott Vogel, the Chief Operations Officer with EmergiClean in New Jersey. And I'll say this before I let them talk. They have a lot of initials after their names. I don't have any, so I'll just ask the questions. So, Gavin, Scott, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get right into this because we want to help the industry. Gavin, let's start with you. Why is meth contamination cleanup in facilities, that topic, so important for us?
It's back in the media, Jeff. Drug use in public spaces is everywhere. It happens. We know that. But more importantly, exposure to drug residues is a known risk for every cleaning professional. And I just wanted to highlight, Jeff, what's happened in the news this week. And again, I'm going to start off by saying this is not a problem in public libraries. It's a problem everywhere, in every space that we in the built environment. So in the news this week, the Englewood Public Library in Colorado was temporarily closed due to meth contamination after tests showed exhaust vents were contaminated with meth. Now, this is important, above the Colorado state threshold levels. So you might think, why was this library tested? Well, because another library in Boulder a few weeks ago, about 35 miles from Englewood, was recently closed due to meth contamination. Now, the tests that were done on January the 6th at Englewood Library were done as a proactive measure. The results showed the restrooms exceeded state thresholds for methamphetamine contamination, but there are other spaces in the library that reflected lower levels of contamination, but they were still contaminated with meth. And I just wanted to highlight for everyone, Jeff, but in 2021 and now 2022, in 2021 specifically, more people died in the US from drug-induced deaths. Most were overdoses from meth and fentanyl. And if you look closely at this data, yes, you see meth increased and there were more deaths in other cases where it's always been used, but it also appeared in other parts of the country where it was previously unheard of. So again, I want to emphasize, Jeff, it's not a problem just for libraries. It's a drug use is in public spaces everywhere. And this is a known hazard for every cleaning professional in the cleaning industry.
You know, when someone goes to a library, you would think it's safe. Who would have thought that they would find this there? Other facilities as well. Scott, let's go to you. Those watching this might wonder, well, I can clean it up. You know, I can go in and I'm a cleaning company. Do you need to be certified to clean this type of issue, meth contamination or other issues like this?
Well, the answer is kind of complicated. It's a yes and no. In the United States, there's currently no federal regulations regarding the cleanup. There's only instructions like support that the government has given us. So in 2007, the Meth Remediation Act was passed by Congress, and that empowered the EPA to put volunteer guidelines in place. Since that, a lot of states have adapted standards or some type of certification, but there's a lot of states lacking. And like what Gavin was mentioning before, it's become such a widespread event that the states that haven't created standards or certifications are really left behind. And in that document from the EPA that was released in 2013, what it says is if you don't have that state guideline or certification, then you have to resort back to the occupational health and safety for the 40-hour HAZWOPER, which is a hazardous waste and emergency preparedness and response. So we have to look at that as a whole. The certification is a lot more complicated because you have how you clean it up, and you also have the safety and health of your employees. So they come together, and really we've as an industry and well as the federal government, we have lacked on that standard completely.
Okay. I want to touch on processes here in a minute, but first, Gavin, set us up. Is this meth contamination issue a health risk for the cleaning industry?
I would state, in my personal belief, my expertise, Jeff, yes, it is. And I want to just highlight, again, it's a very highly addictive stimulant. For those who don't know and don't want to know, but, meth can be ingested by smoking, snorting. Now you could swallow a pill or injection. But more importantly, for the cleaning industry, smoking meth releases several contaminants into the surrounding environment. Again, the most concerning one that we have for cleaning professionals is the meth vapor itself. Now, the National Institute on Drug Abuse states that when people are exposed to secondhand smoke, can test positive for meth afterward. But there's no specific number, Jeff, that identifies what is that unhealthy level of secondary meth exposure. We're talking about third-hand exposure. And that third-hand exposure comes from that meth vapor, that meth smoke that settles that's in the air, but also settles on surfaces. And so it's not a debate today about whether workers will have serious risk of health problems. it's that what we're talking about right now is that smoking meth can contaminate the surfaces and air, and we know that it can persist for months to years. Now, we do know that research on the health impacts from touching a surface that has meth residue on it is lacking. We know that. But when that research is lacking, Jeff, we go to worker health reports. So people that have got sick at work have gone to the doctor or the hospital, and we know from review of those worker health reports that we've seen skin and eye irritations. We know there's been cough or asthma-like symptoms. We know that those people get increased respiratory infections, sleep issues, changes in mood, they get headaches, and then they also have memory difficulties. So even though the research is lacking about whether the third hand actually happens, we believe it does, based on the health reports, the clinical reports. But more importantly, the National Institute on Drug Abuse also says that the health risks are more significant after prolonged or a long time exposure to meth contamination. So regardless, Jeff, of how unclear the science and policy is right now, that risk of meth exposure, that drug contamination in areas where cleaning professionals work every day is a known hazard. And really, we firmly believe that no one should be going to work without receiving education and training on a known hazard.
Okay, good information. Scott, in your previous comment, you talked about training and maybe some certification. So can we assume there are standards, procedures for cleaning spaces that are contaminated with drugs?
Well, as I mentioned before, the EPA has come out with that EPA volunteer guidelines for meth and fentanyl laboratory cleanups as well. And that was actually revised in 2021 because of the increase of fentanyl. Now, you do have some standards that are coming out. The IRCRC is coming out with the S900. So there is some sort of industry-related standards that are coming out. Most of your standards are related back into the cleanup and the results and the levels which are allowed, which are based on the state guidelines, which every state is completely different. And we have to look at that. There's no universal number. It is, one could be 0.1 micrograms compared to 1.5. So it really differs. And that's why